Honey, I'm home. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, one and all, to Saturday Night Vibes. It's actually, no, never mind. It's Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. I'm thinking of a different show, but you are at the right one because this is EU, this is Tier 2, and I am Relic. I'm delighted to be joined by Saimiri. My dude, it has been way too long. What a pleasure, and what a stacked grid of 12 teams we have here today, fighting for the lion's share of a $500 prize pool.
Yeah, it's looking great. We just had qualifiers just yesterday, 8 games, and a lot of people had to prove their mettle to get through. But the people have, we've sifted the wheat from the chaff, and as you mentioned, we've got that 12 teams now left alive.
It's a big day. It's Saturday night. You get 2 dollops of SUPERVIVE served fresh, first with EU here for the next few hours or so. We do have North America later on as well, so be sure to be following right here on Theorycraft Games on Twitch and indeed on YouTube for all of your wonderful SUPERVIVE related needs. If you are new here, or if you're thinking, what is thy format? Let us deliver. It's pretty simple. 6 games on the docket, starting with our nice vanilla flavored normal weather before we end up with a bit of a mystery flavor at the end. Of course, we do have hunter bands in betwixt. It's a really fun, simple format, Saimiri. It rewards consistency. It rewards those big money gains with wins and kill points. And there's a lot of both new faces and returning faces here today, which means that combined with anonymous names, nobody knows who anyone is when they drop into the breach, it should be carnage and fun for all, least of all the teams who are having to try and figure out their way through all of that.
Yeah, I'm just so happy that we're seeing some of these old names. I think the prize pool has just enticed them to come out of the woodworks, man. It's been forever since I've seen at least like 4 of the names. I was mentioning it even in during qualifiers, and I think basically all of them made it through as well, which is really good to see. They've still got that kind of muscle memory somewhere hidden in their bones, and it revealed itself yesterday for the qualifiers. So I think we have the scoreboards as well from or who made it through. So hopefully we can get a quick glance at that and see who made it through. Use the points. There we go.
So this is our Group 1 leaderboard, I believe, where Old and Washed took the victory and then some. More than double the amount. In fact, take the Apex Hunters and Kinetic in second and third, push their points together, and it still isn't as many points as what Old and Washed have. And for any long-time viewers of the SUPERVIVE competitive scene, allow me to tickle the memory just a little bit, because you have Udis on this roster, who is a really awesome player, was kind of rising through the early months of 2025, now a real established threat, combining forces with Snow and Nemo. Yes, that's Snow and Nemo from 4 Gamers Gaming, one of our original prologue teams. Snow kind of etched into the SUPERVIVE history books for being the first player on stream to kingpin grab a player into the core at Kobayashi's. So I'm really excited to see if they carry this form over. You'll see a number of other names here, though, including the likes of Apex Hunters, with some of the newer names that you might be familiar with, Vipero, Lizardo, and Rhapsody. Kinetic we've mentioned, with kind of another slew of old returning names, Mystic and Crocus. But looking down the rest of the order, Saimiri, there are not just more well-established names, but some newer names as well, as we take a look at Group 2, who I think we have every reason to be excited about.
Yeah, there's so many more good teams as well. In Team 2, of course, it was only top 3 in the first of Group A for qualifiers that made it. And then, the kind of people who didn't make it into Group A, the 9 teams, went into Group B and then had another 4 games. And then the top 9 of Group B made it through. So, it was really, really fun to watch, especially, people just really, really battling it out. I think everyone had warmed up as well by the time we got to Group B, which made things even more interesting to watch. Everyone was just really popping off whenever possible. Synergies became even more apparent. CC chains, the classic stuff that you typically like to see from really organized, coordinated play was really coming to its fruition. So, yeah, it was great.
Yeah, really, it's a much tighter table. Should be evidenced by the fact that we go from over 60 points difference between first and second to just the single 2. But watch out for NFS. No, it's not a need for speed. It's a need to nerf Shrike, apparently. You've got Lumiel, Symbiosis, and Mado, who are one of these, I call them the Gen 4 style of players. I've got this whole timeline in my head. We have, like, old Project Loki, like pre-alpha. Then we have pre-alpha Project Loki. We have open beta SUPERVIVE, and then we have 1.0 SUPERVIVE. These are players who are very much getting into the competitive scene recently. This is version 1.0 SUPERVIVE. And so the fact that we've got just across this timeline, Cymeri, the likes of Snow and Nemo from way back, and then we have Lumiel, Symbiosis, and Mado, one of our newer rosters, and both of them won groups, it should mean that we should have, fingers crossed, a really exciting 6-game series on our hands today.
Yeah, 100%. And another thing that kind of adds the extra like dimension or layer of spice is, of course, because it's tier 2, typically the kind of meta isn't as, roughly, it's not as established as it would be. So you are seeing a lot of people taking their kind of comfort picks and really, coming to grips with the kind of limits of those characters that are, kind of unconventional, to be honest. Like, you've got Eva picks coming in abundance, and there's other picks as well. We've got Zeph. I mean, Zeph is pretty kind of middle of the ground. Sometimes you see him a lot, sometimes you don't see him, but I feel like we're seeing at least about 2 or 3 Zephs. I don't know if we're actually getting into game 1, so I'm just having a quick look at the picks for now. There's at least 1 Zeph for sure, but yeah, starting off, game number 1, Relic. Let's get into it.
I do see a handful of kingpins, which the more things change, Cymeri, the more that they stay the same. For those of you who are kind of into the SUPERVIVE just ranked lore, you will know that we have decreased to 8 teams in ranked. Here in competitive, we're sticking with what we know best. It's 12 teams on the docket. And looking at our first drop patterns, we have a few heading into Imotech right now. We've got NFS SUPERVIVE there. We've got Pole Employ as well. And our first knock on the board, Lumiel onto Mounster. I really love the SUPERVIVE roster. All 3 of these guys have carried me through ranked games, but 2 of them drop immediately, just leaving Sikir Void to get out of there and save the team for another day.
Yeah, and we saw some nice armor pickups as well at the same time, and hoping that everyone can kind of reset completely here at the same time. Apex come down from the south side, go for that vault pickup, pick up the rest of the armors, and potentially maybe a catch out potentially by Apex. Not sure if they're going to be able to escape at the last second. Hopefully they can do this.
A golden key leads to golden rewards. That's a lovely bit of work from Mado, but eats a lot of damage. Got to be careful with that overheat, but you've also got to be careful with your health bar, and Lizardo burns them down with the Ghost. The level 4s and gold armors, it kind of scares everyone else off. We do have a little bit of a look here from Drapalum, who's level 3. I wouldn't really take this if I was in Cap's position, and now we see why. Once again, Lizardo going to work. Lovely use of the dash from Zeph to clear them away from the dive bomb of the Shrike, forcing them out of Imotech with serious force. There's another spike, and Cap is down to 2.
Yeah, Tripalium have to just go through the engine, just hope for some sort of escape, a clean escape if possible, but we are seeing maybe a couple of potion buys at the last second. But I don't know, really where they can go in this scenario. They've got to just 80 strafe like a god, of course. Shiv is probably the only character that can do that in this scenario. Apex are fully backed on each other now, looking to just secure the kill, and there they go. Tripalium is finally dead, and Apex are probably just going to go down probably towards the south side, continue farming up mobs. As we just quick look on the map elsewhere and see what's going on, looking at some item pickups. Looks like we've seen some grips already been picked up as well. And of course, if someone gets like a relic, a high roll from a vault, that can easily be like a very good economic boon. Another fight.
That was
nice
bold.
Dagger.
For
sure.
I mean, you might as well give it a go, but these players, even if it is tier 2, we're still expecting these players to be cognizant of the situation, and they know that they just have to stop. We're putting a full stop, however, to nerf Shrike. Our winners of the second qualifier group are our first to fall in the finals.
Yep, and we all seen that Wukong pickup as we were kind of discussing before the stream started. Snow is actually taking the Wukong. Cat Heist is somehow trying to feather along as long as possible through these win rings at the last second. Can hopefully make it onto some sort of solid ground. Maybe reunite with the team, which has successfully done as Rudis tries to go for the root. Gets a little bit of healing, a couple of LMBs, but it's taken so much damage. Kinim is there with the reinforcements at the last second. The Orkin Rogan also did connect. Rudis is literally on 1 HP, but Kanemo seals the deal on 1. And Snow is hopefully looking to get that second kill if possible. Ranta getting rooted now as well. There's only 1 member left.
Hudis playing with fire. Zero, as you always say, Saimiri, literally 0 HP, but a dream is enough. There was no burning palm to finish the job from that well-placed arcane railgun. Milcunny now looking to stay in the bush, and there's going to be no further chase here from Snow. Great work from Nemo, of course, on the damage output front, as everyone's seemingly going towards the center of the map now, looking towards Vane Grove. We've got 3 teams here, Apex Hunters and up here, and that's a lovely Abyssal Grasp from BB Blukes, but Vipero sneakily gets out of there. Been really impressed with his effort. Here comes the third party.
Uh-oh, Snow is just absolutely peppering Rhapsody with LMBs. Gets a nice little spin in, doing so much damage. Already got Rhapsody to half. Continues to chase onto Vipero, potentially getting the kill, but a nice little Breed S3 right at the last second from Kanudo. Does seal the deal. And I look for a hook, but they only get the Wisp, unfortunately. And Snow's looking to maybe, try and get a dunk if possible, but it's unsuccessful. And I think basically all the teams have had their little dance. And we are seeing, of course, Old with the level 7s as well, so they do have that kind of extra bit of potential power. As Gentil tries to go for the kill on K-Nemo. The root's already been secured onto Gentil, getting that kill. But Snow's in a little bit of trouble now, and Hudis has the dash and is able to get those heals in rapidly with the ulti. And the Avalanche has also dropped at the last second to buy an extra bit of space. And I think, again, everyone is parting ways for the second time.
Love Avalanche. Hate how many rocks there were in the way of that particular Avalanche, which kind of negated most of the effect, but it did the job for Old and Wash. Level 7s across the board, one of the first teams to reach those ultimates, of course. We saw the Divine Intervention on Snow on that Monkey Man as a new base camp goes down here. IAR is going to be well aware of what's happening below them. Respawn back in for CAF. They're back up to 3. Still only the one team, however, that has ultimately fallen, that being Nerf Shrike, if you're just joining us.
Yep, and I'm hoping that IR can get a level 7 in this scenario with 2 teams kind of surrounding them from both sides. We are seeing a sky shot with a nice little hook plus the dunk.
Oh, what a save!
Saving it at the last second. It's not enough still, unfortunately. Wayne is found dead, but the root actually comes in out of nowhere from Hudis with that mega long dash. And it looks like Rog have been forced away to the left-hand side, and there is a little bit of pocket space, but the chase is continuing, it seems like, but a nice little spike grenade has bought a little bit more time from Olonox. But now he gets rooted, chain rooted. Oh, he gets a nice little 2-man root at the last second. Another spike grenade provides an extra bit of survivability to Olonox, and hopefully they can make it out of this one because they've lost way too much HP, but Hudis is continuing that chase, and finally they get the kill. Oh my god, mega punch as well. A couple of LMBs are being sent in. Hopefully Kanema can dash out of this one on his last legs. Unfortunately, I think they bit off more than they can chew, but the res is about to be stuck, and Old are now completely jumping shit.
Just a ferocious velocity of action here. Hudis channeling their inner Synoid. Not just their inner Synoid on Red Mist. It is insane how deep into the weeds that they got. They're finding their RMBs, but as you rightly say, biting off a little more than they can chew. They've lost their armor. Looking good on the relics front, certainly, but they're going to have to rethink their plan and maybe stock up for another day. Meanwhile, into a boggy marsh we go, where fish are taking on Hat, and Cat Heist is getting a lot of damage out onto Drive, who forces themselves back with the kick flip. Old and Washed maybe watching brief, and there they go again. This really violent. They've got a Sky Shark as well for some reason, but Hat is going to say absolutely no thank you, and they're going to head south.
Yeah, I think there can be so much value that can be accrued from just getting that one route with a really aggressive dash. It's obviously has that risk reward kind of playstyle to it. Kanema also getting knocked off the Sky Shock, jumps through that kind of rock at the last second. Older now completely jumping ship again. They don't want anything to do with Apex after that round one. They got so battered and bruised. They're going up to the north side, it looks like, trying to find a new sort of safe haven. But we do see Lepiggy, I think, with Amphibian as well. She's got the extra bit of stealth, which is going to be extremely dangerous in Mage Bog. As we know that, if he pops that singularity or gets a stun, you are very likely dead if you're facing against the Void.
Our first time then tuning in to Kinetic. Crocus, Kazumo, and Mystic. It seems like they've had a significantly less ruckus time than it seems to be every other team on the map. Case in point. Lovely hook here from Milk Honey, but not able to complete the deal as Gross is able to move out. Utilizing that stealth, they've obviously picked up Amphibian here, Milk Honey, although the well-placed radar, the scanner's going to put pains to that. They'll be moving out, still within the space of the circle, but with a shop and with a teammate to find. Res beacons in short supply, it must be said.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for one out of zone as Sticky Boy tries a little bit of mountain play, trying to look for the roots and singularity, but unfortunately misses it, and he's got enough LMBs peppered in to try and at least force one member away in this scenario. Looks like Olonox has made it out, and GPA does get the kill onto Captain Hammered, so That's a nice little pickup there. We are seeing the soul spawning in about 20 seconds as well. And it looks like Hat also got the res off in zone. So they're going to be back as a full 3-man again. And Apex have managed to maintain armors amidst the chaos. Level 10s now, so they've got the level 2 ultis at a very minimum. And the soul is not too far away as well. So it looks like continuous easy pickings for Apex. Already racked up 3 kills.
Yeah, their great early starters has really just snowballed into something magnificent to the point where we're not seeing much contest. We do have ROG, but with 2 souls, you really have to hope if you're the rest of the lobby that they can somehow successfully get in. There goes the first of the 2. And now with level 11s and gold armor across the board, it's not really for ROG, sorry, to argue. They are going to choose safety as the better part of valor. It might only be game 1, Cymeri, but even the earliest of placement points could be the difference between money or nada.
100%, 100%. And trying to get this high kill point games might be the kind of action to play here. Snow takes a super mountain of damage and managed to escape with 1 HP, but gets hooked at the last second. And Milconi actually dies amidst the exchange. Cat Heist goes in with a fuselage, but gets basically no value, unfortunately. And another kill, so Kanemo taking down Ranta. It is just Cat Heist sliced alive, going up the north side, maybe looking to feather all the way around to that kind of Millie Island on the right-hand side. Hopefully he's got 3k for a crown. Or there's a crown on the right-hand side. We do see actually 3 crowns on the right-hand side. It's kind of a bit of a journey to take, but, you know, that's maybe the only option they have.
Nuke destroys the base camp of Fish. They're going for the hook. Metaphorically speaking, of course, no Kingpin in sight. Summon Napalm down, second wind. Oh, manages to get a good readjustment onto this Ghost. Once again, it's Lizardo and Vipero combining beautifully as a pair, just kind of leaving this third party or this third person to do what they really want, as Fish is fully eliminated, out of water, out of time, out of luck. We're down to 10.
Yeah, and we just looking at the map, we only see like 3 bonfires being placed as well, so there's not that much territorial control going on between, you know, the amount of teams that we have left. It's actually kind of crazy as we see Dowser get some nice clean poke potentially onto Rog. Bibi Bleaks also takes down Captain Hammond as well, as we see on the kill feed. We're also looking at Red Drop in around 20 seconds, and we've got to keep an eye potentially on Rog, because they are kind of in a slightly awkward position. You know, kind of having that Saros poking them from underneath is always going to be very irritating for them to kind of maintain position on. But we're seeing at least a couple of teams or a couple of members having amphibian on both sides, which or maybe it makes it depend on like KP hook to kind of start things off and then go from there, sort of thing. Is Mystic gets found out the last second, but nothing comes from it. Kazimo also goes to the left hand side, surprisingly. Wow,
that was a nice flank from Reeves as well with the Abyssal Breaker. Just obviously with that Bishop, sorry, you know that you're going to be able to get out of there lickety split. Hat go down to 1 quick win. And now plenty more damage to be done here on SUPERVIVE. 2 caught in the singularity, but they get back in with the grapple. They can't find the kill, though. They do eventually get 1 knock onto Wei-An, but they have to. No, they don't get away. They're unbelievable. They're grasped out of the shift. And now Sicky Avoid up onto the rocks. That's a really smart play. Great terrain awareness. But here comes Kinetic. And Sicky Avoid is not a fast hunter on the hunter that they're named after, of course. But look at this. Still so tricksy. Manages to get out of there. Still really impressive play.
Yeah, it's like just a Void masterclass. Like I feel like every Void, if you're in the top tier scene, you've got to be playing on these, maximizing the terrain, making sure you're kind of almost untargetable when you're kind of jumping onto those mountains. As we do see Apex trying to hold ground against the old, but this corridor is potentially troublesome. I mean, well, maybe actually for old in this scenario, because 1 spike grenade from Lizardo could just turn everything around. And Rog, where they're looking to maybe drop a pad and jump over, but instead Apex actually jump potentially up towards Rog. As we flick over to Tripalium, about to stick the res. There's a couple of ghosts there for an extra bit of XP for Gentil to hopefully get that level 10. So hopefully that stabilizes things. As we flick back onto Apex, they're getting a mega amount of damage onto Rog. Already less than half HP, basically all members, but they are rapidly trying to heal up as Lizardo goes in for an aggressive dash. Hopefully they're going to take that pad very, very shortly and go for some sort of committed play. But I think Rog have just enough space to kind of escape here. But they're going to be probably running short on heals very, very soon.
It's a Team v Team matchup that they absolutely don't want, Rog. It's why they are continuing to back up. Maybe if there was 1 misstep from this Apex Hunters team, of which there has been a misstep, we do notice one of them has lost their gold shield now, but they've still got 2 gold shields, and they're still looking very healthy-wise, not just in terms of level, but remember that they've picked up 2 souls, or I guess we call them exotic perks nowadays. Let's stop changing the terminology. Let's change our fortunes, say SUPERVIVE, who go into the Abyss, summon Napalm down onto onto the emergency platform. Sikir Void will go after this Oath. Brevez is going to have a little bit of chip damage done. Captain Hammered, meanwhile, off on another continent. Breves is going to head back to the other side of the Abyss here, of which this is where the circle ends in the Hallows. And so SUPERVIVE find themselves on the outside. The circle is encroaching. They've got to try and find a decent entrance point, or they're going to get absolutely shredded.
Yeah, and we also at the same time just looking at Smoke with a kind of narrow escape. A lot of teams are actually running short on armors now. That's going to be kind of the big macro play to kind of keep considering, like having that kind of effective total health be as high as possible before going in for the next fight. We do see Kappa outed as well on the kill pizza. Just they came out 9th place. Just 8 teams left now. Apex is slowly wandering up towards KT, and somehow Kanemo has slithered across on the bottom left-hand side, unnoticed by Apex. It looks like maybe he's able to get some sort of bot treasures or something else along those lines, or even sticker rares or something, or get it back in. You know, there's a couple of different options potentially. As Rain, 1 minute 10. Oh, and actually finds Snow, I think, maybe at the last second. I'm not really sure if it... No, he did get spotted, surprisingly. Running into Aya, potentially. Oh, picks up a crown at the last second. Uh-oh.
Oh, over the buildings he goes. It's really unfortunate because his ambush tree's a slightly different color to everything else in the Hallows.
Yeah.
They're stunned, and they're going to be eliminated here. Surely, Snow. There will still be Nemo available to try and maybe get a crown somewhere. In the meantime, third party, Kinetic, onto AT. Fourth party, kinda. It's just Nemo. But there's Rain. They got the most wanted, but look at this Nemo caught in a hellstorm of fire. The old and washed are winners of the first qualifier round. They are out with still a huge slew of teams left to go. Plenty of kill points. Placement points not so good. Abyssal Breaker down. This purple side, Apex Hunters torn asunder. Such a great start. It's not how you start though, it's how you finish. Jobo, Rhapsody, Moawick all fall in quick succession. Vipero, the last alive from the Apex Hunters. Kinetic, oh, how wrong I was to doubt you. You are back, and you are back with a vengeance. Mystic on their well-accomplished Bishop will not go for the full chase. Vipero saves the Apex Hunters for the time being.
Yeah, we do see 2 crowns potentially in the fight. This isn't stopping, it looks like, as Breathe is... Oh my god, that was a super amount of chain CC coming in there. 6+ Noon with the massive dash, Abyssal Breaker, aggressively sending it in. Baby Bricks taking down Mystic at the same time. Another Spike Grenade connects, getting that hit onto 6+ Noon. They can't get... They get a couple of LMBs. Crocus is found dead shortly afterwards by 1QW. Casimo manages to escape with a slither of HP. He's got that little pocket of space to play in just for the moment, but it's still going to be troublesome for them to find an escape as the squid play comes in, but unfortunately they can't get the dunk. And it looks like now they're going to start having a major dance. Oh,
in our picture-in-picture, they used the Abyssal Grab to get the Wisp. Unbelievable. And now they've got it anywhere but here. And so they're going to be able to get out of this. That is an extraordinary macro play from Kazumo, who's back again. Oh, Crocus, though, out of the frying pan and into the fire. That anywhere but here did not work well. Crocus will be eliminated once again. And surely they've got eyes on Kazumo. BB blocks in with the the Primal Slam. A miss so from BB Blukes. No, they get the Slug Wave off. Wildfire Drive has been activated. Crower has to go out through the anomaly into a wall, utilizing every single tool in their arsenal. Kazumo, can you get away? Again using that dash. Breathes. The Abyssal Breaker catches up to them. The slow is enough to finish. Kinetic. Wonderful work from Ayaya.
Yeah, and I have just absolutely taken all the armors. They are absolutely stacked now. They've seen them with a bunch of kills. Rain is chilling down on the south side. Kind of needs this team to reinforce him ideally. They're coming up potentially soon, and maybe they want to have a fight, but there's a big level disadvantage, hopefully. No, Rain's actually been caught at the last second. Gets knocked away, though. Luckily, it doesn't get hooked, so looks like Rock have another chance of surviving here, unless Bibi Blukes has something to say about it. Goes in with an aggressive dash, drops the avalanche, but I don't think that's going to get a connection onto anyone. SWT are also chilling on the bottom right side. The GPA is going to be kind of careful here. Looks like they've been found out at the last second, but the chain stuns come out, and already 2 members, Rog, have lost half of the HP each, and the oh my god, the ulti's been used. Yeah, never mind. Crystal got the kill to Vipera. Apex also get out at the same time. 6th place. Wow, crazy stuff.
Yeah. Just a minute of madness there, and ROG, eventually the passiveness is going to bite. SUPERVIVE there, simply in a better position to third party. Oh my word, 6 noon. How did you get away from that Abyssal Grab? In the Abyss Trinity, by the way, still lurking around. Really impressive first showing here for Moawick's first team. Funnily enough, his first ever competitive appearance was literally on a pickup team. And so great to see how far he's come, forming a team around himself. Ayaya is going to be forced out of that middle area by the nuke. They've got a fan for a quick rotation, but they don't need to quick rotate here, Cymeri. They've got ring position. They've got temporary god spot.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the kind of problem for the other teams that are outside of that circle and don't have like a guaranteed position. How are they going to walk in and, you know, have a safe passage? Because with all of these amphibians still being in the game, oh my god, there goes an aggressive sending straight up the bar by Breves and 6monthnoon with their own Abyssal Breakers respectively. Okay, Rogun's also being used, but I don't think there's too much damage being exchanged actually overall. And now they're both parted ways for the moment. I think Aya want to kind of go down to the south side, maybe get a couple of Bison from the shop on the ship at the last second as Rog starts setting up a couple of chonker cannons. And we are seeing 80 on the top side on that mini-map, slowly wandering down now. So 1QW have to be careful of that potential sandwich situation that could be awaiting them if they're not aware.
Another nuke goes down. Ayaya forced to rotate. Too many teams looking at these, not just gold, but one exotic shield that is now broken. Sinner's Embrace catches two! Wonderful work from Mounster, one of the only EVA believers! Well, you can only be a believer if you try, as the lyrics go. And BB Blukes is now caught out with ROG on the chase. There's 6noon. BB Blukes completely obliterated. Two teams falling in. Breves, their last hope with the most wanted. They have gone invisible. Remember, they do have two souls. It's a high-value target here. SUPERVIVE, ROG. Breves surely going to fall. Abyssal Grab not going to grab Captain Hammered. Really quick drink of the Vibe Brew, though. Breves doing incredible work just to stay alive. SUPERVIVE surrounding him. Sicky Void into the abyss. There's the grapple and the slice. The dice. Captain Hammered with the final salute on Ayaya.
And it finally came in, and there goes that super crazy max range hook from GPA. And Marek took a bunch of damage, but managed to get up to the north side, reunite with his team. And SWT, you know, they've picked up the armors as well. But they're in a little bit of a trouble situation. They're able to TP over the wall and hopefully find some safe ground. Hopefully Captain Hammer can do the same thing. Maybe has to pop the clone to get over if necessary. But ROG are also now running out of space themselves as 1QW. They've got that kind of really aggressive poke comp, so that if they keep playing the distance, it's just going to spell more and more trouble for ROG. But yeah, continuously, space is running out. They're just completely sandwiched. But of course, the person who starts the fight is just going to be potentially the one that dies. You know, if you're using those important cooldowns before the actual real fight starts, you know, that's when you kind of lose out here. AT, just looking at armors real quick. Jobo with barely any Moic, also quite low on armors too, as 1QW just keeps pelting them with LMBs or RMBs. Getting that chain damage and continuously. We are seeing the battle come dropped. Citizen Embrace doesn't get a connection, but they can't. No, they does, but they can't really capitalize on it. Well, in fact, 1QW actually, it feels like it's almost like two teams fighting one. Oh my god, one person got sent in the last second.
Singularity catches two, maybe catches three from multiple teams! It's Obliteration Nation for Sicky Void, who does go down, but is insta-revived. Into the depths goes Monster with a little sachet into some demolition derbies for themselves. 6noon last alive for one quick win. You're not going to win this game. SUPERVIVE in the driver's seat. ROG, another Sinner's Embrace catches one. Monster's been unbelievable on this EVA. Primal Slam, Slug Wave, denied. GPA's gone. Surely it's going to be the end as well for Olinox. What a cleanup from SUPERVIVE.
Dude, those Sinner's Embraces consistently in the last like 2 or 3 circles, every single one got at least 2 targets, and their team could just easily capitalize every single time. Sicky Void just getting the singularity, the stun, everything is just coming together. Captain Hamid with the super clean ins with the squid, getting that crown play but just beforehand. Oh my god, insanity.
Welcome to Tier 2 if it's your first time, by the way. Truly, I mean, we were looking at your old and washed, we were looking at Apex Hunters, we're looking at these teams, Nerf Strike as well, who won the second round of qualifiers, and we're thinking, these are the guys, right? These are the guys that we need to be watching out for. All 3 of those teams gone, not even hitting top 6. Instead, it's SUPERVIVE who use their own experience and their own ranked knowledge and know how to not just win, but win well. So many wonderful individual performances, I think, Cymeri, from the likes of Sicky Void, utilizing the Void tech beautifully. We saw Captain Hammered, of course, a Jin one trick into the abyss as much as possible to find plenty of KP for himself, and then Monster for me. MVP, what a performance.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And we are seeing, of course, all of these unconventional plays coming through, as you mentioned, in the tier 2 scene. And it's really beautiful to see kind of some of the lesser play characters from like kind of the tier 1 scene having like a really strong emergence in the tier 2 scene. And of course, everyone has flavor picks. So even in the tier 1 team, maybe there's something that can be learned potentially at times. Sometimes you find that kind of secret sauce that's kind of untapped. Maybe people are kind of stuck in their ways in the tier 1 scene, sometimes you can argue as well. And, this can illuminate some of the new kind of possibilities with these new heroes as the meta continues to evolve and change with these new balance patches that we consistently keep getting. Oh my god, this was such a crazy endgame there. 18, we even saw Marek trying to drop the nuke there as well right there last second. And I think if Kazamo had like, what's it called? Revive Essence here, or Essence, whichever one is one that gives you the dash heal, maybe it had a better chance of surviving instead of the Sunfire Drive, but it's just one of those scenarios where you've got to go for like a certain pick at some time, try and get the extra damage in. If that's your kind of game plan, then that's what you got to go for.
Yeah, we do have to, of course, keep an eye on these rosters and on these picks. If you're just joining us, we have 3 Hunter bans at the halfway stage, and so I'm looking at Kingpin, for example. I'm seeing a lot of that. We saw a lot of big ghost impression. This singularity was extraordinary. Obviously demolished by 6 past noon, but then they have the quick revive. I think Mounster running that Guardian Angel potentially to help with, the quick response back into battle. Wonderful work from Mounster then to then go onto the front lines. These Orbs of Argos, people still underestimate how much damage they can do. And combined with a player like Mounster who can land those Sinner's Embraces, it might only be a second's worth of stun, but that can be enough, Cymeri, to completely turn the tides of not just one battle, but as we just saw there, multiple battles that then obviously leads into their first victory of the night.
100%, 100%. So, just from looking at game 1, who you kind of rooting for the most? It's got to be SUT potentially, right? With those combo plays are just absolutely insane.
Look, as I say, all 3 of those players on SUPERVIVE they've carried me through many a ranked game. I love these guys to bits. To see them all teaming up together now is kind of a finally moment, and I think their greatest strength is that they enjoy playing, if that makes sense. I think sometimes you go into a lot of these team comms and it's incredibly serious. It gets quite tense potentially if things don't work out well. For these SUPERVIVE guys, they just kind of laugh. It's just like, that was a bit silly, wasn't it? And I think that ability to just sort of ride the rough waves is so important in a game like SUPERVIVE. I'm not saying that you need that lackadaisical nature potentially all the time, or that whimsical nature all the time. Sometimes it is 100% worth locking in. Something which I feel like they might do if they continue now this good form going forward.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm just thinking as well, like, oh man, like there's so many possibilities. Like if bans come in, like what do they pick then? Do they become more serious? Once that happens, and let's say in that one world where like Void does get banned, I don't think that's ever been the case. That would be like a world first if we did see a Void ban in EU. But if their core kind of characters got removed, what could they get? You could potentially rotate to. From your experience, have they played anything else or?
No, I think from a role perspective. And I think just purely because let's be real, that Jhin isn't getting banned, and that Eva certainly isn't getting banned. And so the only person who I would be afraid for would be Sick. Of which, what is Void here for in this composition? Well, realistically speaking, both you and Eva, your job is to bring people into as close a space as possible. That means that these melee hits from the Jhin are just times 10 in value. I mean, Jhin is a 1v1 Abyss specialist, and so to be able to bring that sort of lethality onto land is really important. And so you'd maybe be looking at something like, well, dare I say it, Tetra. I know obviously received a lot of nerfs recently, but something like that, maybe an Oath potentially, just something tanky, something that can help disrupt other teams, something that certainly will disrupt other teams though, my friend, is just a little bit of bullet trains. And that's what we're heading on to for our second storm shift as game number 2 gets underway.
Yep, and I'm in the distance, in the far distance, I'm hearing a faint whistle from Mad Magical across the world. So, he's sending his good regards for hopefully at least a couple of sacrifices to the bullet train as we do get into game 2. Straight off the bat, we're looking at Armors on Scavenger Bay, so that's definitely going to be at least one team. It's got to be Apex. I'm wondering who it's actually going to end up being, though, in this scenario. Oh, but we are getting a restart, unfortunately.
Oh, boo. And here I was just about to get my fan. I forgot how sweaty work casting is, especially SUPERVIVE, when everything blows up all the time. But it does mean a bit of a reprieve for the teams. I honestly do agree, though, just with the general point. I think we look at Apex Hunters, who had just, honestly, the best early game of anyone. We look at Olden Watched, who had a really strong mid-game, let's say. We look at Nerf Shrike, who didn't even have a chance to say anything in the game. They were our first team eliminated. So I think there's a lot of chips on respective shoulders that they'd like to cash in for some much better performances this time around.
100%. And, just as you were saying, with the kind of early game that we had with the Armors, typically it was always Apex, from Vive Youth Camp and the qualifiers that were only going for the Armors. And surprisingly, for the first game, we had like 3 teams dropping on Armors straight away, which is like really crazy to see. So there's some sort of difference in macro, maybe a bit more pressure being applied to Apex, but they managed to still, work through it without issue, which is really crazy stuff.
Okay, right. So it was just it was just a small issue on the server side, so we should be back in sooner rather than later. I'm also going to tee up a little bit of a tease for the halfway point, not just Hunter bans, but
oh hi.
That's the only tease that you're going to get. Those who know will know. But I am curious, actually, Saimeri, like especially in these early stages, and especially in such a volatile meta. Do you change composition or hunter this early on, or do you stick with what you've got? I think it's always a question that we ask sometimes in ranked because placebo effect. 100%. It's never a question that we ask in T1 because they're T1. They've been practicing these compositions for many months, but here it just feels like there's maybe a bit more opportunity to pick a mix.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely, there's definitely that kind of opportunity to pick a mix. But you will see some. I think there are a couple of people that can flex on a couple of different respective teams. So we might see some different players coming out. But for example, looking at Hat, they have like a very established comp that I don't think I've ever seen them kind of swap off of. So at least those guys are not swapping. And I think maybe Apex wouldn't swap. Maybe Rhapsody could swap. I'm trying to think of other players, like other notable players. It's mostly like Oaths as well. I think Breeze, for example, can play different characters as well, as we do see Apex, NFS as well. Also, Lumia already in a lot of trouble straight off the bat. They got the level 2 advantage as well, which makes things extra problematic for NFS. We're just seeing a big LMB fight between both ghosts here. Symbio's trying to jump ship at the last second. Hopefully he can get away.
We had the oh hi, and now we got that bye bye. You never ever want to lose those level 1 scraps. It's it is an absolute no go, and so I do not beget Nerf Shrike anything there. You've already had a 12th place. Let's not get a second 12th place in a row, otherwise we really are starting to already rule you out of winning, let alone getting into those prize pool placement spots.
100%. And just looking at the kind of a general map overview as well, and the new circle, it's only one team that really has to make a really long migration into that circle, so it's not going to be hopefully too bad. It looks like, of course, Apex got the Armors for free in the end, obviously forcing off NFS for free. CAF also following up, getting the Guardians. So basically all got level 6s pretty much after this Guardian, most likely. And I think things are looking like very slow actually, and calculated and methodical, which is something that we don't normally see that much in the tier 2 scene. Normally they're actually kind of quite scrappy. Well, actually, I would maybe after day 1 they're quite scrappy. I feel like they at least give each other a kind of grace period, an arbitrary one, and then they go, yeah, now we've ding ding ding, start the fight.
Listen, to make a gourmet dinner, you've got to go to Sainsbury's first. It's a must. Actually, well, I say Sainsbury's. I've been really disappointed with Sainsbury's recently, but enough about the UK supermarket scene and more about this, particularly Rain dying to Who Dis. Slugwave comes out from GPA. Yes, you heard right. Slugwave, the ultimate already for GPA, but Who Dis with another route. How on earth did you get away? How on earth did you just drive by Nemo? What on earth was that?
You know that he was just spamming his dash key. As soon as he got the reset, it's like dash. I've got to get out. and made it out somehow. Oh my god, manages to get the back, and hopefully they can reset in this situation. We are seeing a couple of teams as well on the edge, just getting a little bit of farming at the last second before that zone closes in, trying to get that extra money to secure the relics that they're going to need to buy for day 2. Unless they obviously high rolled from Vault, of course, as Cath look to apply a little bit of pressure, get some vision onto Old, but they're going to be chilling in the bush, maybe waiting to pounce on them should they choose to drive there. But instead, they're going towards Vanegrove, I think, instead. Maybe looking to farm the ghosts for the night one, which would give them obviously an extra bit of an XP boon, maybe to get that early level 7. And now we are seeing all those like kind of 3 to 4 teams slowly waking their way in now, right at the last second.
There's a lot of really interesting end games that we could get here. Heart's always fun. Shards of Fate is always fun. Kobayashi's is, well, depends on who you ask. Miserable to some, hilarious to others. We'll get our first indication of where we're going in a little bit. But in the meantime, we do head to the Vanegrove, where Old and Washed are getting peppered by these Saros shots. Ooh. CAF, though, that's a great route onto Temp. We've got the Wildfire Drive and the Rain of Arrows down. Great work from Nemo. Level 7s are available with the Spectres. Is anybody going to get it? Yes, indeed, and it's Who Dis. Divine Intervention might go into the backline with Snow. No goes 1v1 versus Le Mans with that Shrike. Watch out for the passive. That's already a lot of damage done onto Who Dis. Snow, yeah. Great work with the Staff to stun Lemec. My apologies, Lemec Gentile. Elsewhere on the map, Apex Hunters going up against ROG, a third party. Ooh. From Ayaya, one of our late gamers from last time out, who will probably be a little bit aggrieved that they didn't pick up the win themselves. AT now going into combat against Old and Washed. A lot of teams converging, and as you were rightly pointing out there, Mary, a lot of teams also not really wanting to give up that grace period just yet.
Yeah, exactly. But some people will call it all early, as we're obviously seeing. And Old just seem to be, just turning in every single direction that they want to. And they're actually getting decent value when they actually, do turn. It feels like sometimes the cadence of the tier 2 teams can kind of be a little bit kind of measured and not necessarily slow, but they wait a little bit longer before they actually go in for their second fight or like a second kind of serving. And hopefully, teams will eventually kind of adjust and have like slightly faster and rapid cadence, because sometimes you can catch people off in that kind of intermittent breathing space that players will typically expect amongst each other. Sometimes if you could just you kind of choke them out a little bit early, and you can get the kill, get the pounce a bit early. Continue the snowball once you've picked up one person. Hopefully. That is going to happen, as we do see AT and NFS with their own little mini face-off. Mano potentially getting caught out here, but a nice little knockaway at the last second as Moic sends it through with an aggressive dash, but NFS are there with the reinforcements right at the last second, so the Orb of Argos is now on the floor, and everyone's going to be healed up.
Not an awful play either, was trying to sucker them into the rest of Shrike, who were clearly commenting that they were on their way, but obviously AT well aware to the tricks. That circle is threatening to go to Kobayashi's as Ayaya go for the full rotate into these level 9s. They are just looking to round off the roster. Already got one already. Speaking of, ROG all level 9 with that Kingpin looking for the grab, and they're not able to find it. Symbios there has picked up the Burning Palm, one of my favorite combinations, the Burning Palm and the Ghost Arcane Railgun. It's so nasty, especially if you're trying to run away, just to DOT them down into oblivion.
Yeah, 100%. We are seeing the soul spawning and mecha boosters in around 10 seconds as well, so that's potentially easy pickings. And I think we've got some small technical difficulties here we're working to resolve. So, but yeah, what do you expect from these remaining teams, as we saw in those kind of the people in the zone as well, especially had, I think, a pretty big advantage from what I saw, at least, especially the people near the mecha boosters.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, really. Positioning is everything, especially when nobody is kind of getting ahead level-wise, because we've seen, obviously, as you rightly pointed out, a lot more passiveness across the board. Like, there are a few teams going for it in game number 1, particularly ROG, but now everyone's kind of on level pegging. A lot of people who have just been given the run of the land to get up to level 9 naturally, and so what are you going to do with your position? Are you going to try and find a base camp for later in the game? Are you going to go and contest for objectives? You're kind of putting yourself into harm's way, especially if there's third, fourth parties lurking. Just so that everyone is well aware, this game is going to continue on. We're not pausing the game or anything, so we might return to a hellish landscape where half the teams are dead. We apologize. For the moment, we simply speculate. Who was looking good early doors, Mary? Who was looking early? Who was looking good early doors?
I think Apex again, because they had the armors. They did lose that one member though from that kind of crazy third party. But then I think they basically kind of split apart and went for the res. So I'm pretty sure they got the reset. But of course, losing the armor is, especially armor economy, is like really high value nowadays. Like it used to be, it was always high value before. But I feel like just because of the cost involved to repair it, for example, sometimes you kind of just want to avoid fights when you pick up the armors, go through the really kind of slow game. But of course, kill points being what they are, you kind of need to have both placement and kill points to kind of solidify things. As we are now back into the game, and we're looking at Apex. As I mentioned, Viper has managed to pick up a green now, it looks like. And just behind them, we do see NFS slowly creeping up from the left-hand side. The Orbital Argos now been dropped. And a lot of teams are trying to vie for a space in the zone, as we saw on the bottom right-hand side. The hook attempt, unfortunately, doesn't get the connection. Arc and Rogan also being used to do a little bit of damage to Apex, but they're just carefully managing their space for the moment. But there is so much chaos on Vanegrove, it looks like. Uh-oh.
That is our second team eliminated. That is Fish, and that was after the wonderfully named Hatsuku. So Ranta, Milk Honey, and Cat Heist. Sadly, our first team eliminated, followed then by Fish. Good news, we're all caught up. And as you can see, the level situation has certainly benefited Old and Washed here, as we have one of our exotic perks now landed. That looks to me like Night Stalker, which, considering that there's no Kingpin on that team, not so great for them, but still decent for the overall macro. The door firmly closed by Abyss Trinity there on Ayaya. And they're just keeping another eye here on this Abyssal Hatchling. Indeed, that is it is Night Stalker, I should say.
Yeah, and they could try and go down from the south side and then maybe kind of sandwich them if possible, but then they can just dash to the left 18 in that scenario. So many teams are sandwiched around Vanegrove and also on Ironacres on that kind of bottom left. As the nuke's already been dropped, a root already connects, and the rain of arrows, mega damage potentially onto the Saros. The cat has to, Treporos already in this case as well. Use the dagger as Hudis keeps sending in those LMBs, but get killed right at the end. Kanemo manages to make it back onto the solid ground right at the last second as well. And hopefully Gentile can also make it out in this scenario. They are all pretty much armorless, trying to get any scraps of XP that are left. We're also seeing a red drop as well that they're going to be able to pick up, so getting an extra bit of power, it looks like, in this situation. We're also seeing Grog, dancing around the zone, maybe for a train rotate, it looks like, at the last second. So hopefully they can get out of town in this scenario. But Apex is setting it in super duper aggressively. Rain has to pop the ulti to try and find some safe ground and reunite with teammates if possible. At the same time, KT are looking to steal a Bond as well. We can see that on the mini-map. So that's a free Bond now lost by Apex. Hopefully they can keep another one. Maybe they've got one in their pockets already, which will help them in the end game.
A lot of Bloodborne hunters here in SUPERVIVE. It's okay to be mainless. Not so great to be armorless in this game. The true damage, that amplification, can see you whittled down incredibly quickly. Abyssal Breaker to Abyssal Breaker. This poor Abyssal Ball caught in the middle, but Abyss Trinity continuing to run away. Now runs straight into the rather welcoming arms of KT. A triple! Baby, a triple with the Primal Slam. But Breves is taken down by the world. I think they were killed by the emergency platform of all things. That is extraordinary. As Moawick stays on the platform, their teammate Crystal's been able to get out of there. Jobo is obviously dead, but the TP just in a nick of time. And Lamech almost taken down by the train. As we say, magical here in spirit, but no train whistles as of yet, as Captain Hammond slices through Dolster.
Oh, and Crystal might be the next victim here. Smoke tries to send the Virus 3. The Sin's Embrace, unfortunately, doesn't get a connection. That's still R&B knockaway at the last second. Provides AT with a little bit more space as they kind of chill on this small island for the second. We're also seeing a nice little Sky Shock escape as well, as Nemo being absolutely pwned, but gets a nice little R&B at the last second. Hopefully, Rain can be a nice little follow-up along with GPA. One more LMB does seal the deal. Nemo is found dead, but the ulti's already been dropped. They can kind of exchange this scenario. Snow absolutely demolishing Olonox. It's now just a 2v2.
The 6 Dragons strike. Oh, but GPA with the flying Kingpin, and now Snow is backing up big time. Remember, they picked up the Night Stalker exotic perk, and so they are able to at least utilize that to get away into Cobras, where we already find Vipero and Mado. Oh, and they almost... Oh, look at the embrace! Uh-oh! Lumiel! You can't get away with that on the Eva.
Yeah, that was a real big shame there. And we do only see one person with Air Blast in this scenario as well, so maybe a potential cheese pick at some point. I'm not sure if Vipera can get the correct angle here. He's really, really trying to find it if possible, but I think Moik is going to be successful right at the last second. ATR back as a 4-3 man. Did that
Mounster, how did you not die? That's it's playing with fire is what that is. So Abyss Trinity is all back. SUPERVIVE is all back, and they've thrown a nuke into the middle, and also there's an avalanche. Captain Hammond almost gets destroyed by his own team's nuke. Yikes, my dude.
Oh my god, we're seeing so many teams as well, kind of on the left-hand side, trying to make their way into zone. In the picture-in-picture as well, we're seeing a couple of Battlegun. Oh! They get the Battlegun connection at the last second, and the hook, unfortunately, doesn't get the connection either. So it looks like they're going to make it out. Rhapsody also be finding dead very, very quickly. Lizardo and Vipera.
Wow.
No, they got outed! No way!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count, which means that Apex Hunters are out at 9. Very disappointing. Once again, early game, mid game for the Apex Hunters, they've got that down, but late game, they really, really struggle. A 6 past noon is blocked by the boxes.
And now, Lumeo needs to be arrested in this scenario, but there are potentially could be cooks being played or used. As one person gets aggroed here, Sunshi is trying to dash to the left-hand side, has to chill, basically potentially out of zone or away from the town guards as long as possible. I think AT are also trying to potentially guard Hoodis somehow. Hopefully, Hoodis can make it out of there. I think he's going to be fine in this scenario, to be honest. Nuke's been dropped as well. And nothing happens there, unfortunately. We are seeing, I think, Orb Revival being picked up as well on the south side. So that's a nice little pickup as Chonk has been dropped by Suncheese. Pops the chilling Finale at the last second to provide an extra bit of breathing room and hopefully can escape as the ulti comes in. Crystal doesn't get the connection, unfortunately. And then the Town Guard is waiting on the other side. So he's managed to 80 strafe that one pretty much perfectly. But I don't really know how much time he can continue to buy.
It is truly tumultuous. Suncheese was thrown out the club, and the bouncer came through in the taxi with a fist outstretched through the window. It's a double kill for the train. Up to 3 on screen. Oh, no. Suncheese down to Olenox, as it is truly a tier 2 tantrum from a bunch of these teams, but still, Samira, we have 9! Not for long! Nerf strike! Nerf this, says who dis?
Oh my god, the Air Blast, man. If you're not buying an Air Blast on a Cobra endgame, what are you doing, guys? Come on. We've seen Bibelux with only one relic as well. GPA in the same sort of situation. Come on, ban the Air Blast if you got the money. Come on, we need to see a couple more deaths to that Cobra's heart, please.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
And
look at this ring.
Yeah.
Look at this ring! Oh! How on earth? BB Blukes with a waggle of the finger as well. Love the bad manners. Of course, BB Blukes is also trying to reposition himself. I imagine that the core must come into the mind, of course, as ROG and IIR just throwing handshakes, a bit of an armistice, but that ring is encroaching Cimeri. Eventually, all of these guys are going to have to vacate as Hoodis gets another monster to the train.
Oh my god, Hoodis has definitely got the mind control turned on, man. He's picked up Cerebro's mask somehow, and we've actually avoided the crown pick up at the last second. 1 minute 20, Velati with 40 seconds now as the Robber Raccoon steals about $1 billion. Oh my god, that's insanity. But I think they're going to be able to get this off. We are seeing the orange team on the south side. KT in this instance playing a dangerous amount of...
Oh my god, he's done it again! It's a triple! This is unprecedented! Who dis? With the bunny blaster! he controls the airwaves now.
I think he must have stole some patents from Dyson potentially to get this crazy pushing technology, because he's just absolutely getting everyone into that train on accord every single time. Hopefully Velati might be the next victim.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The only reason that that Velati was saved there is because he was slightly booped upwards as well as onto the tracks. He literally went above the train. That was a close one. But will he be able to get away with it again? So many victims. Who this says, who's next?
Only time's going to tell. I think he's just trying to find a bit of safe passage, walking through them if possible to try and get the next air blast. Oh no, unfortunately, kind of mistimed it by a small slither of time, and Sticky Void is actually quite low on HP. Getting dunked down at last second by Snow, tries to TP up onto the high ground again. It's only about 8 seconds. And
wow!
My god, that was insanity. They lost 2 members. No, A1QW are already outed. Way in. That's the jump ship at the last second, and Rog are there waiting. Oh, they got the spike. All members are back. Nice.
Rain is on the front lines, blasts back, Abyssal Grab misses, Summon Napalm,
Oh my God.
BB Blukes onto Crocus, Big Q, Haymaker, blast off a Mystic in this like a baseball game with the bat into the crowd, home run! Oh, that's a baseball! Sicky Void takes down Jobo as SUPERVIVE looking for their second win in 2, going after the Abyss Trinity. Wayan takes down Rain, Olanox takes down Breeze, ROG are in an awful spot though, because the ring hurts into the train. It's Wayan from Ayaya who is finished. It is Ayaya who is finished. And now there's a nuke. SUPERVIVE further into the train tracks they go. What happened to ROG? They died to the world is what happened. This is crazy stuff.
They took so much damage from the zone. I think they were trying to play some sort of other obscure game. There's a nice little crazy play comes through at the last second. The Singularity comes through. Oh my god, it's just Captain Hammered last alive in the blink of an eye. Maybe AT can take this one. They would absolutely turn this around. They get the spike at the last second. So Snow has to wait at least 20 seconds now. Has to pull off a miracle. Maybe he could get a spike potentially onto one member of AT. The E-Plat's already dropped now. So Woke is definitely not getting spiked in this instance. Snow, super low on HP, pops the R&B.
Oh my word.
What can he do in this situation? Unfortunately, not enough. And AT take game number 2.
Abyss Trinity. Oh, they were so patient. More importantly for me, Saimeri, they played the ring. They respected the ring. They weren't stuck inside Cobras. They were outside making a name for themselves, looking pretty. Their biggest challenge was that huge SUPERVIVE assault, obviously launched by Sicky Void with the shift, but they were so ready for it, despite the Singularity catching, what was it, 2, 3 of them almost.
Yeah.
Because of the damage output once they had landed, there were 2 dead before they could even do anything.
Yeah, I really just love like their kind of like super transient burst. They just got them in, and that was it. It was over. Literally, the blink of an eye, you just see 2 kills on the kill feed just instantaneously. And just before that as well, we did see Rog as well in such a troublesome situation. We look at some quick replays here as well. We just think, yeah, this fight was crazy. How they kind of turned it around. Olanox getting absolutely chunked at the last second by Snow with that full like 6 monkey spin basically. Just everything was hitting at that last second. But GPA, of course, did seal the deal. Man, that was such a really nice, clean exchange between those teams.
Oh, this is a good Cobra circle. The train, I think, coming out with a kill count almost in the double digits. Half of which were supplies. Half of them were supplied by Hoodis, by the way, who had an incredible game, even though Old and Washed didn't even figure into the final 3.
Insanity. And yeah, as I was mentioning, like Rog and both KT and Aya were just having such a weird, crazy endgame. I think they were like, oh, the circle's closing and we're making a decision to go to the right hand side. You can see them, trying to survive with this little HP, but then the nukes dropped afterwards.
Oh.
I don't think it didn't even matter, to be honest, because they were already wisps and they're already outed. But yeah, still crazy stuff.
So here it is.
Oh my
so here
God.
it is. So Monster goes down quickly. Void goes down quickly. And you could see that you got 2 stomping on the Wisp because they had the auto-res. Captain Hammered wasn't able to get through. Of course, Snow was looking for that opportunistic most wanted proc. That's a great credit to Abyss Trinity for having the nuance to go, right, we've got to get to this kill first. Otherwise, we're dealing with a completely different ball game in endgame. Thankfully for them, it did stick at baseball. It's another home run for this team. But I've got to say, SUPERVIVE, early doors, looks like they are leading the lobby, at least on our first viewing. A first followed up by a third, looking really, really strong in these early doors.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree with you, and I think they're to be honest, they're my team to win. From what these 2 showing so far, they've been very, very promising. Their kind of combo stun synergy with the Singularity, the Sinner's Embrace combo, the Beacon even, of course, using it unconventionally to try and maybe get a kill into the Cobra's heart. There's the extra bit of their extra instrumentality that you can always get value from. I think Apex may be quite up there as well, maybe at least in kills, but I'm not sure if they did too well in placement for this game.
They weren't top 6 again. It's quite extraordinary. Again, like the early game is great, mid game is fine, but then it feels like they feed themselves into a position where they're kind of asking for the third party, fourth party, like their aggression comes back. It's their greatest strength and also their greatest weakness. So I'd actually honestly quite like to see them rein it back a bit in endgame. Like, you've got to prioritize placement, especially if you've got the KP already in pocket.
100%, 100%, and that's going to be something that's really hard to find, like kind of fine sweet spot. That fine line to cross is like saying, okay, guys, we just need to push this team gently so that we just get them to become the sandwich filling, and then we can really capitalize on some potential free kills. We don't want to be, let's just really send it in, and then we look behind us. Oh, there's a team behind us. We got it. We're the sandwich filling now. We can't be in that situation like anymore. That's going to kind of change, hopefully. So hopefully there's maybe a little team pep talk, and hopefully things can be resolved in that situation so they can alleviate that kind of, I would argue, minor pain point. And once that's resolved, hopefully the placement points just shoot up there.
Thinking bans wise, I'd be shocked, even with less picks this time around, Kingpin surely on the table to be taken away. Feels like a bit of a toss-up for everything else, though. I mean, we've seen quite a few myths, quite a few oaths, quite a few ghosts in there as well. What do you think would disrupt these teams the most that's not Kingpin?
Did you say ghost, sorry? Or
So I'm just saying, like, we're expecting surely Kingpin to be banned for the second half of the series. What else from the lobby are you seeing that would disrupt these teams the most if it was not to be on the table for games 4 through 6?
It's so hard because the picks feel so varied. I'm trying to think of like
yeah, right.
what is actually the most, if it was,
I mean, I think I feel like if anything is leading the pack, it's probably Ghosts, or at the very least, it's kind of, it feels like Ghost is having the most influence in these fights that we're seeing so far.
Yeah. I mean, he's like really, really strong. Like that, Ghost is has like the correct items. He has really easy spike capability. The Arcane Railgun is able to get that crazy clean poke consistently. Of course, even if you hit like 2 targets, you can get even more value. Some Napalm can create loads of space. The Spike Grenade can get a super crazy damage. It's got that 1v1 potential or 1vx potential. Like, he has so much versatility, I think. Honestly, he might be the prime candidate for a nerf in the future. Hopefully that might happen in some sort of to some degree. But we are now in game 3, so we just quickly see what sort of POIs have that juicy loot potentially. Gridlock looks to have the armors straight off the bat, so that's going to be at least one team dropping there. The dropship is not that far away. 2 teams potentially dropping it, so maybe an early contest. It looks like Apex, as we've already mentioned, are always typically going for armors, and they've done it again. We're also seeing a team in Academy as well going for some early farm for those books potentially, as we are getting off to some early mob farming. Hopefully Apex can get that level 2, maybe start looking downwards. I'm not really sure who it is. This NFS in this scenario that are below them.
So no Imotech this time around, but notably still the same teams with the same priorities. And I think that Nerf Strike have dropped in the better place for XP pickup. We see those 3s and 1-4. I want to say that the Apex Hunter's still only on 1 and 2, but most importantly, they found a gold key. Access to the gold armors. Here's a Guardian for level 6. Pretty even, honestly. 3 and 4's now accessible for Vipero here, leading the line, providing some scouting with Zeph, throwing a Vortex Charm down. Level 5, so Rhapsody's found the 3rd gold armor. Means that equipment-wise, it is still in favor of Nerf Strike. Level 5's now puts them into, albeit a 1-level lead, a lead nonetheless. Lizardo raining down fire. Mado, a miss there, so we've got another Eva here through Lumiel. Misses with that embrace, though. Not with the embrace, the beacon, I should say. Rhapsody on the flank finds a lot of damage. The gold armor already broken onto Mado. This myth v myth matchup is a bit of a mismatch, really. I think this team has just got better hands. I'm going to say it. Apex Hunters claim the first knock. The first kill is onto Symbios.
Yeah, that was a really, I don't know if you caught that, but there was a nice little EMP in it as well that took out one of the armor straight afterwards, just to fight the gun. So that kind of even the playing field. Even though Vipero was, as you mentioned, kind of underleveled because he was going for scouting, I think they could have maybe done that part of it slightly better, but they still came out on top in droves as Rain gets a nice little punch onto Ranta. It looks like they're going to, really try and fight for this Guardian and, try and keep the distance as big as possible between Hat and themselves. I think that might have been was that a snipe?
Wow, that must have been so well timed with the boss stagger as well.
Sure.
So feels bad, but maybe more bad here as Ayaya get a spike through Wayan. Is Snow the last alive? I don't think he's. I don't see the little aura. So no, I believe that the last of Olden Washed
No,
Okay, so the
left.
team has gotten away, but still 2KP into the hands of Ayaya.
Yep, and it looks like a hot rest for the last member right at the last second. There's some more trouble brewing on Prismaforce as we quickly flick over. It looks like there's a nice little escape from AT. They're completely jumping ship on Skysharks, it looks like. And had to just like lurking on the outskirts of that waterfall. You're seeing a lot of potential chaos on Racer as well. Aside from that, a couple of teams on the outskirts of Circle, just getting that farming, of course, looking for vaults, getting some extra goodies in before Night 1 arrives, which won't be too long. So it looks like Old have also maybe looking for some sort of slow rotate as well. You're seeing AT just above, having the high ground against Rog, and Skyshock's just been blown up at the last second as well. We are seeing one mob that's left up for grabs, but I don't think a Rog can be going to be able to like kind of steal this one at the last second. And they both jump ship potentially. Yeah, looks like things have neutralized themselves again as we are in night now. Uh-oh. Big fight here potentially brewing as some of these mobs kill each other, getting killed. Level 7, GP goes for the hook, unsuccessful at the last second. And Rhapsody actually takes down Trap as we see on the kill feed, flicking over. We can see in the picture-in-picture a nice little root as well. Does get the connection, 1 HP. Looks like the Piggy manages to escape with 1 HP. Oh my god, that was insanity. Holy, and Gross Lambert is getting those displacement charge and the poking. Gets rooted though into the rain of arrows. And Hoodius goes in for the chase, kills Gross Lambert right at the last second. Super duper clean stuff.
Yeah, Fish has not been trending upwards. Apex Hunters want to trend upwards. They've run out of money. They desperately want some more armor repairs to get those shields up as Ayayar is out at 12. Holy, that is an early elimination for one of our best teams so far.
Yep, and we are seeing Cath actually in a very, very sticky situation. Gentle down. It's just down to last alive now for Cath. And it looks like NFS have absolutely capitalized on that kind of early game. They took some armors, got out, and Symbiotes, obviously with the green now on top, they got the level 7s. You're seeing a soul spawning in around 55 seconds on the south side. Oh, and looks like they're going to be able to get another catch here. So I drive now the next victim. So that's even more kills required for Old. Hopefully they can continue this snowball. I think that's a nuke box dropping near them as well. So that's going to be extra easy pickings. Just looking at the minimap, there's basically no one around them as well, which makes it very easy for them to get their boss and extra XP.
I want to see what that exotic perk is. It's either Corrosion Brilliance or Auto Repair. All three of which are excellent perks to be taking into the mid-game and beyond. A nice alert there. Two grenades go off. But Olenox is going to utilize that shift to try and skedaddle through the wind rings. Oh, Arcane Railgun. They're still going for this chase. They really, really want this Duranta. To be fair, the Hat team have not been prevalent early doors either as we head over to the machine. And Vipero going after Cath here. It's just Trepper left. Never mind. We're down to 10.
And that spike grenade, it would have been crazy if his team was there to actually reinforce them, but they already actually died so early on. And we are seeing SWT kind of lurking on the edge there. I think they maybe saw some audio cues and thinking, we can maybe just chill in the bush and maybe get some free pickings. As Mado is now 1 HP, but gets spiked at the last second into Lizardo. Unfortunately, oh my god, he gets knocked by the spike grenade. If the lasers were timed correctly, that would have been really, really troublesome. Rhapsody manages to make it out through it with a nice little convenient dash as the Sky Shark blows up. SWT and have to jump ship themselves. And I think things have calmed down again, hopefully, and SWT can get out of this kind of potentially sticky situation. They are being slightly gate-kept by NFS as the Citizen Embrace is dropped. And Monster's now on less than half HP. And there goes their Citizen Embrace. You get the Beckham, but not too much of a connection. Still alive. Okay, finally, they get out. And Monster is dead right at the last second. Rain killing the Piggy as we flick over. Let's see what's going on here.
Slugwave is eventually going to lead to the demise of iDrive. And Rain is going to hopefully rejoin with their team. Avalanche down here for the Hat team. Not really a third party, more just a second fight after ROG did what they needed to do. Arcane Railgun misses Rain, caught on the tracks. GPA utilizes that shift, the air shift, to move onto safe terrain for now. Still way out of the ring. My goodness, Ranta playing with almost a fire. It was a bit of an overheating glider. Not looking great for Nerf Strike, though. Incredible to say that our second qualifier winners are struggling so much. And from a bad situation into maybe a worse one, has Mounster seen them surely within their periphery now? But looks like Symbiosis is... Oh, no, never mind. Monster's just called sick over to say, hey, we gotta run here. We can potentially try and get this one as... Oh! Actually, great tech. Boop over the wall. No, they know that they're there. So Symbiosis is going to have to find another place of safety, if there even is anyone. Oh, they got the Sky Shark. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Symbiosis. Lovely seeing you. Wait, never mind. They've actually gotten away. Hold on.
Oh, I'm not really sure that it's just because the Sky Shark has run out of fuel. I think that was their Symbiosis' only saving grace in this scenario. But Sticky Void is going to get that LMB connection in a second. There goes the Singularity. Actually dashes away at the last second, so has avoided that one. Gets a nice little arcade railgun. The Squid unfortunately misses as well. So Symbiosis is actually going to make it out one. Even I'm surprised. But looking at the minimap, there are barely any res opportunities that are kind of for free in this scenario. And it looks like the chase is going to be continuing here. I'm not really sure how long they want to continue this, because if they chase too long, they could be running into another team and make things really, really problematic. But there's a nice little spike grenade, getting a nice little couple of LMBs, and as the double orb of Augustus are dropped, Symbiosis taking a decent chunk of damage, gets sent in through the beacon, and the LMB just gets a minor connection, and he dashes, continues his movement down to the left-hand side, it looks like. And I think Captain Hammered's Squid will be off cooldown very, very shortly, if not already. So I'm expecting that to happen very, very soon. There goes the dagger connection instead, never mind, get the chunk down. Oh! And then FS are outed 10th place.
And so we're down, never mind, we're down to 8. As unfortunately, that's Kinetic who fall as well. Kinetic who's shown great signs of promise. They just haven't been able to string it all together when it matters most. We can say similar things of the Apex Hunters. But for now, it's Hatsuku, who have been looking really strong all game long, honestly. Their best showing so far, although still many teams to traverse. In an attempt to... Oh, that's a great EMP, by the way. Takes out the shielding of this Kingpin. But they don't go on top of that ROG. They don't go for the full send. I think they're well aware of another team north of them that's old and washed.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen the picture-in-picture. Crystal's found dead by iDrive, so they got a nice little pounce on there at the last second. But there are so many teams congregating for these Abyssal Hatchlings, as you just mentioned. But they're managing to dance the space potentially well here. It's SWT going for a potential fall in onto Rog at the last second. Olanox getting absolutely demolished by the Orb of Argos at the last second. Rain also super 9 HP. Manages to dash away, but a nice little clean spike. Captain Hammered actually found dead, so it's now a 2v3.
And they've not got their Singularity either. Wasted at the beginning of the fight. It's not often that you see Sticky Void not getting anybody. Back into the ring they go. Olanox, that's going to be a spike. That's going to be an elimination for SUPERVIVE, who don't even make top 6.
Yeah, that first out just made things really troublesome, I think. They found it really hard to kind of juggle playing on that kind of small ship there at the last second. Both the Abyssal Hatchlings on about less than half HP. Mega nice hook at the last second, but couldn't get the dunk, unfortunately. And there's a nice little sneaky snake by Snow as the nuke is finally dropped, providing potentially a bit of space. And we do see who this. Go for the nuke! Oh, he gets to play with the air blast! Super duper clean! Oh my god, man, that was a clip for sure.
And here's ROG now, the third party. Ranta is still getting res, potentially. Someone's got to touch the Wisp. 1QW are out, courtesy of Apex Hunters. And now here's Abyss Trinity, like a freight train through the town. Old and washed are getting washed up onto the shore. Olanox taking down Ranta. And so all of that good work from Hat might be for nothing, as it's another spike for Abyss Trinity, aiming for back-to-back wins.
Yep, so it looks like Ardent Songbird is going to Rog. It looks like Snow's on the north side, looking for a res desperately. Maybe he can wait for a long, slow train, which is going to maybe take, upwards of like maybe a minute. So it's a long, long wait, especially with the circle potentially closing within that time frame. They also get the Abyssal Hatchling on top as well. So Rog absolutely stacked up on Econ, it looks like. And it looks like as well at the same time, Snow has been found now. Has to pop the spin already onto Crystal, dash down to the south side, pops the ulti as well. Hopefully still got R&B for an extra bit of survivability, but that time or window of opportunity is going to be running very short soon. Hopefully he can get some heals in. He is playing on a very, very fine small line.
Oh, the stun!
This might be it, potentially. Uh-oh.
Olanox, no mercy. Arcane Railgun. It's stolen the work. All of the work that Abyss Trinity were doing. Watch out for the train. They get out the way. But ROG, placement plays kings. The Apex Hunters getting into the top 5, I want to say for the first time today, looking a lot better for them. And looking a lot better even more so as they aim to eliminate another team. Hat, Soup, Coop are done.
Oh my god, and just looking at this zone pull, of course, it's going to have that extreme sort of nature to it, of course. I'm assuming it's got to be cross-country, of course, yeah. I didn't even need to know, of course. You don't ever feel how severe the cross-country is until you get to, like, this Night 4, I feel like. That's when you're like, yep, I know, that's that signature cross-country, man. And we are seeing a blink on the cards on that Meteor Beast, but I'm not sure if AT are going to be able to take it maybe fast enough, with there only being kind of 2 members attacking it. As we do, as you mentioned, APK, they've already got that the ground, the solid ground on that kind of new circle, so they can just play there kind of infinitely. 55 seconds left on the crown for Moek. So I think they're going to go maybe look for a wide rotation instead, or maybe even a train rotate. It looks like I think he's waiting on the outskirts. He's got the binoculars out, waiting for the train. I think he's spotted it now. So yeah, they're going for that sort of angle. It looks like instead.
It's a shame, really, because especially with a myth, that Blinkstone could be incredibly useful. As through the wind rings for the rotate, ROG go. Apex Hunters more than happy to set up shop and block the way. GPA rounded the corner into complete hellfire. The second wind is blocked by the building. Unfortunate. Summon Napalm goes down. Just try and buy a bit of time for the escape here for ROG. All half health bars basically barring rain, and that's a really well-placed nuke just to throw Apex Hunters off the scent.
Yeah, and you just saw like how little armors and health and things of that nature Apex actually lost during the exchange. So they're definitely not a team that ROG would want to face again, it looks like, as AT are now maybe looking to have their own little fair potential 1v1 unless they get third-partied by ROG, with there being 4 teams left now as well. And we're seeing other revivals spawning in about 30 seconds too. There's a lot of potential aggressive fighting here as Moek does get caught at the last second, tries to play on the Penguin. Unfortunately gets spiked actually, so Apex pick up another kill.
This is the game for Apex. They've got to convert into a W. This will put them right back into the mix well and truly. As ROG have found their third once again. Fish, who for the first time today make the top 4. Are they just happy to be here, Simeri? Will they wait for the carnage to unfold before they get involved in the debate?
Oh, it's a big aggressive sending. A nice little knockaway onto Lizardo at the last second. The shield's actually been broken now, so their defenses are completely down. AT really need to recoup, and very fast at the same time, as we do see ROG as well trying to get some info. Rain there, trying to get an extra bit of scouting. We are seeing some kind of macro strategies coming in as well right at that second. On the right-hand side, we are seeing a kind of team waiting out on the outskirts of zone. We are seeing some Arco and Rogan poke coming in here and there, but overall, armors are looking quite healthy for ROG in comparison. Nice little punch at the last second, but I don't think much more can be done at this moment, because once a full fight starts, I think a third party will be looking for some potential free picking. So everyone is under that, kind of under that assumption, I think.
I think it's going to be a slightly slower end game here. Not too many teams, still a wide circle of operation. That abyss in the middle, obviously tempting and also not so tempting for A, the ability to rotate, and B, the ability to spike others. This is a nice fan setup, though, for ROG. Do they know, though? Do they know that Apex Hunters lie in wait on the other side? Well, they're absolutely going to find out now. Or are they? They're all stealth. Never mind, Lizardo's just stealth. They try to pounce upon Olenox, but it's only a fleeting scratch as ROG successfully make it into the new circle.
Yeah, that was actually a very nice clean escape, all things considered. So they managed to maintain their econ, especially if they had no money. As we do see a nice little second wind pop, plus the Viridus Fury. Nice little ulti at the second on the north side from Grustlin Bear, plus the TP. Unfortunately, they don't get Grustlin Bear, so he's likely to die to the zone, unfortunately, as the Singularity actually gets 1 pick. Oh, the last second, super nice bonus as well. Can they do any more damage? Drive is actually going crazy, but it does die at the last second to Rhapsody. And now he's looking to get Piggy if possible. Nice little knock at the last second with the upper cutlass when a TP.
Oh, they got him!
Side, but the hook comes in. Uh-oh.
That's amazing, but Rhapsody gets out of there. Viparo is literally shoveling Zeph juice into the mouth so they can keep them alive and get them out of there. I do want to give a shout out to Fish. No, your misplay did not go unseen. I saw that avalanche dropping into the abyss, hitting absolutely nobody. But you're still in it, and that's what counts. Taking down these chonky cannons. Apex Hunters looking extremely strong. Getting away with it, yes. Great recovery. 2 exotic shields, Simeri, and a gold to boot.
Yeah, and I saw that. I had a quick glance at the kills. I didn't actually calculate it totally, but they're at least at 12 kills. And we do see, I think, Piggy on the south side just chilling. So hopefully there is a crown that does spawn kind of soon, or maybe it goes for a grind res. There are a couple of options potentially. No, I did see a crown actually right at the last second on top of one of the shops. So hopefully he can get that on the rotate, but it's going to be a very difficult task to do. He's going to have to migrate through, basically every sort of hazard that can exist, of course, with the teams, as well as all the spike walls that we do see present on the map. Hopefully he doesn't get punched in or air blasted by anyone. And actually, no one surprisingly has air blast, no, apart from Moek, actually. So there goes his first, what's it called, kind of ascent, it looks like. Let's call it like that. as he does make his way maybe to look for the res. But hopefully Apex and another team can, start having some chaos between themselves so they can't really stick it for free. Vortex Charm unfortunately doesn't get the connection.
Oh my God.
And there goes the res stick. Hopefully he can be successful. I think he's going to be able to make it in this situation. Unscathed. Oh my God.
But here come the Apex Hunters now. There's barely any shields worth talking about. Fish up against the wall in the tank. Here comes the cats.
Oh my God.
Looking to pounce. They want their dinner. Here's Abyss Trinity 2. Viridis Fury unleashed into grass. Oh, Crystal's on the other side.
Oh my
Blast
God.
off. Here's 1. Here's 2. Here's number 3 surely on the way. Fish eliminated, but a valiant effort.
Yeah, and AT just picked up, like, there are 8 kills now. That was a super free 3 kills, and what a nice clean pushing by Apex. And, of course, that macro is going to be super duper important now for these last 3 teams. They're going to play the mind games to the min-max. Of course, Nuke's going to be potentially really good on these small islands too, as we do see a 3-story house being built there right at the last second by Rog. And aside from that, we actually got some circling going on as well. Maybe they're looking for potentially a wide rotate as they make their way over to the other island. We are seeing if Phantoms is being used to grief, or where they go. No, they're actually going to the other island all the way across. We do see Apex. Oh my God, just looking at their armors, it's insanity. Triple reds. Oh man, it's going to be hard to face them.
And so there were 3, Apex, ROG, and Abyss Trinity. A reminder, if you're just joining us, Abyss Trinity aiming for back-to-back wins, and they are being proactive here. They've got to be careful, though, with GPA and that Kingpin. Apex Hunters are going to be patient, but now they go. ROG caught in between a rock and a hard place. They're in no man's land. They're going to have to traverse the Abyss the hard way. Olinox is surely going to die. The overheat takes them down, and GPA cannot save them with the emergency platform. Second wind, summon napalm. Good chip damage onto Apex Hunters, but it's just that. Chip damage. Barely any scratches. Vive Brew's going to heal that right up well. And Abyss Trinity is split asunder. All 3 players still up, but 1 is separated. Crystal trying to ego GPA off of this platform, which they do. The chase, the blast back. There's another overheating glider. GPA finds safety on the barge.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult now for that team to have recovery as Crystal pushes Rain off at the last second. Hopefully Rain does not get spiked here, as there's going to be pressure coming from basically every direction. GPA is managing to probably chill on those win rings and maybe, kind of rotate around the islands as Rain picks up a crown at the last second, tries to go for the ulti play to get out, but unfortunately actually comes into contact with Apex. There's no crown possibility anymore, and it's just GPA alive for Rog.
Where does this ring go? Where does this ring go? I need to find out. Where does this ring go? Who does it favor? Doesn't favor GPA right now. Look, it's going north.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Sure. Take out that scanner on the way. There's another use of the wildfire drive. Hope that comes back into play later. Oh, no.
Oh,
GPA, it don't look good for you unless Abyss Trinity and Apex Hunters go into fisticuffs early. Vipero, bit of scouting. GPA, we're going to see him entering stage right. Chonka cannons are down to buy a little bit of space. Deathbox revive. No way. They lose the legendary armor, but they're back up to 2. No, they're not, because Reigns died immediately. But there's the grab. They're going to get another rest. ROG, though, the blast off. They've been sourced out. Crystal knows. Crystal knows. Fox sense, miss from Grabby the Squid. That was really the last chance saloon, wasn't it? Or was it? GPA with a jump pad. No shot, dude. Into the. They're dead. They're dead. It's the end. Bye-bye, GPA. No. Finally, it's done. But because they've chased, Abyss Trinity are in all sorts of hurt. Health bar's not looking so great. The regen drive won't save anybody except Jobo, who goes right into the middle. Look at the wildfire drive, though. The chip damage. Avalanche onto the train. Mowick with barely any health to speak of.
Oh, no.
The entire team, really, with any health to speak of. Apex Hunters. Unfulfilled potential until now, but Cymeri, chat, they finally fulfill their promise. Mowick, with a valiant last stand, can potentially shift through the wall. There will be no final kill, though, not on this occasion. 3 exotic shields, 3 exotic players, 1 exotic win as Abyss Trinity fall to the Apex Hunters.
Yeah, what an end game there. And I was really, I think GPA had potentially a couple of angles there. You know, one kind of potential kind of in quote marks misplay I want to call out is that he could have kind of used the E-plat a little bit earlier and then hooked the wisp afterwards. But instead he hooked it on top, or he tried to place the E-plat on top of the wisp. It's not going to work, right? You're not going to get the connection. But I did see the vision though, and of course then he tried to get the box res. But of course when that person died, that you shows on the kill feed, and it's like, oh yeah, that guy's still alive on the south side. He's trying to get the res up on it for his teammates. Let's get him out of the game, you know?
Right. Bit of admin first and foremost. I have been misinformed. It's no bans. No bans at all. So the Kingpin shenanigans are going to continue into the second half. The second half will also kick off with, a little bit of Zodag spice. Something to keep you excited for the other side. But before we head to the break, a little reminisce as to what was a thrilling game number 3. Really did not know which way it was going to go. But just from Apex Hunters winning and crucially Cymeri's SUPERVIVE dropping early, this series is wide open.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we've had this specific game with Apex as the winners. You know, I've been rooting for them personally this whole time, and they've finally shown their colours. They show what they're capable of, as you were saying. And you know, Old were having kind of a rough game as well, to be honest. I think they went out like 6 or something in this scenario. Snow, we did see him on the top side here, and then finally getting caught out at the last second. There was a lot of actual very early scrappy fights, it felt like, this game, and then a lot of surgical fights towards the end, of course. And oh my god, so many people got caught out, and we are seeing the combos coming in a lot more apparently as well. In Apex, every time that someone came close towards them, they could just hold their ground infinitely, basically losing like no armor or any health really. Every time they just pushed them away.
There was one brief moment, wasn't there, down in Scav Bay, where ROG had an opportunity to kill one of them. And maybe once you've killed one of them, you get a bit of armor evo, you get a bit of confidence, maybe you take them down. That slim window opportunity, it's here right now. Huge save onto Rhapsody. And from there, we saw Apex Hunters thinking they were going to pick up 3 KP, but they didn't. And this is where I want to bring our final point of conversation for this game into the equation. Abyss Trinity. Okay, they didn't get back-to-back wins, but they do get back-to-back top 2s. And there was a healthy amount of kill points amongst them to think that even though they didn't win, they've kept it competitive with the Apex Hunters.
Yeah, exactly. So that's definitely gonna, help them stay up in the leaderboards and have a potentially good chance of at least, maybe even get first. There's still 3 games left, of course, so there's loads of opportunities for these teams to play for more points. Nothing is set in stone just yet. And we're going back to that kind of the latter period of the game where we're seeing these E-plat players. Of course, the crown pick up. Unfortunately, Rain. If you managed to angle that ulti correctly, you would have had a much better chance of surviving there. But I think, to be honest, Apex were just covering every angle. It was really, really hard to have a clean out there, to be honest.
I think it was just a bit of a misplay from Abyss Trinity. Like, they've been so patient and actually played the positional game really well. And there it just felt like they got a bit of tunnel vision on GPA. Like, I understand this guy's absolutely cracked. And the fact that he's been able to stay alive for as long as he did, not just slightly, very, very frustrating. Nevertheless, you fed yourself into a funnel of which Apex Hunters were staring straight down the other side, and they were ready to cave you in with no light at the end of it. So really well played from the Apex Hunters. Abyss Trinity with a good game, SUPERVIVE with a game to forget. And heading into the second half, as I said, if you heard me before, I'm a liar. I'm not a scholar. No bans. So Kingpin stays, Ghost stays, all of these combo plays of these teams, Cymeri, that they've been building up over the last few weeks and throughout this tournament so far, they continue. I'm excited to see how they evolve.
100%, and we'll just reframe it as speculation. We were just speculating as, if there were bans, I think that makes a lot more sense then, We're not wrong, guys, we're not.
Save. Quick, throw to break, we'll see you on the other side of this. Welcome back, Vivers, to Saturday Night SUPERVIVE with myself, Relic, and Cymeri. I do want to give a shout out to all of the behind-the-scenes crew. We've got the likes of Tsunani and Main Jam on cams. We've got the lovely Shivam producing, and so please be sure to give them all of your love in chat. And please be sure to save some of that love for some incredible clips. And so a big shout out to community stalwart Zodag. You know him, you love him for his clip compilations. Well, we are partnering with him to provide a weekly competition where submit your clips and you might be walking away with a rather handsome cash prize. Let me grab the... Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? I had everything set up. Basically, top 3 clips get a cash prize up to, I want to say, $150. So it's no small pocket change, Cymeri. There were some great clips to choose from last week, I'm presuming.
Oh, 100%. I know. I've seen some of them obviously firsthand, and then I've had a sneak peek at the actual video itself, so I know what's coming up. But I can't wait to show everyone else what's going on.
Shivam on it. $150 for first, $100 for second, and $50 for third. Let's throw the VT, shall we? Let's see who's won.
Ooh.
Cansado.
So when they engage, I'm gonna TP heart on them. Right side, right side, right side. Got 2.
They're going against QA. They've dropped their own E-plat. Oh my god! Oh, they lost 2 members to the team.
Did they get the kill?
They got it, and they're there.
They did!
Well. Oh my god!
Second place goes to Deborah.
Though I'm very likely to die.
People here?
first.
Triple punch? Oh,
Yep.
my god.
Massive.
Up north towards it. A little too late from Deborek. So, but a huge punch! What the hell was that?
And our first place goes to Wash Quasar 85.
A little bit easier, but the structure drones all use the dodge, dodges it pretty much for the second. Always a big clean in with the squid play by Wash. Gets 2 kills.
I'm just being honest, I've definitely seen this guy miss more dunks than he says.
Oh, right when you say that.
Caster curse.
Oh my
Caster
god, right
curse.
when you say that. Oh my god, that was surgical execution. S&T are outed, and shortly after, he gets another kill on the rails.
Just had to give him the top. Oh my god!
The kill on the rails again. And I did
Oh, number 4! Count it! Put him on Sesame Street! Where's Count Dracula?
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
Thank you very much to the wonderful Kaya for narrating. Put him on Sesame Street. Where's Count Dracula? We need like a commentary one-liner clip, and Logic has just won it for this week. But congratulations to Wash, Quays. Honestly, for me, Cymeri, the most fascinating thing out of that, I mean, obviously all of it very exciting, but what's fascinating to me is that first clip where they're like, I'm going to TP the heart. Okay,
Yeah.
I've got 2 guys. What do you
Good casual.
mean? I just got 2 guys. These players are so good that is not extraordinary to them, and that is so, so beautiful when their ceiling is so, so high.
Yeah, it just becomes like second nature, and I think the mechanical execution we saw there with that Jin play as well, the first place. Oh my god, the continuous dunks. And, I feel like I've not seen Jin get those sort of crazy like clip-esque plays for such a long time. It's so kind of revitalizing to see that. I think all the Jin players are like cheering on from the distance.
Captain Hammered, the onus is now on you. But how will he and SUPERVIVE do in the second half? Well, Mr. Shivam, let's roll the scoreboard. Let's take a look at where everyone shakes out. The TLDR is this, folks. The top 6 are super close when you take the wider context of how series progress. Abyss Trinity lead by 7 points from ROG, 67 to 60. But Ayayar down there in 6th, 34 points. Less than half the way away. A reminder that it's 20 points. For a first place finish, there are 3 more games left. And so really, even looking at the likes of One Quick Win or Kinetic, a strong series of results, and the likes of Abyss Trinity and ROG Cymeri having bad results, the likes of which Apex have had, which see them kind of marooned there in 3 when they could have been 1. It's a wide open lobby, and we love to see it.
100%. As you mentioned, like, yeah, it seems like basically around the top 5, top 6 have like a real healthy chance of contention. Unless, it's been, as we mentioned before, like another sort of pep talk between some of the lower teams, and they go, okay, we're going to reestablish our macro play, and somehow they, start to shine again. That might be the case. You never know. Things can still turn around, with 3 games left. But of course, with Apex having that monstrous game with the crazy kill point lead on top, that really push them up, and if they can just keep doing that, maybe they've just found their stride, and maybe it's already game over. Preemptively, I might be calling it already Apex, but maybe first place.
I think, again, I think I said it at the beginning of game 3. They've got the hands, but do they have the feet to run away from danger? Because in games 1 and games 2, they did not when it came to the late game. They had less stability than my quiff right now. It's all floppy all over the place, but you know what? If they are able to take anything from that game number 3, it's that a little bit of patience and a little bit of positional play does go a long way. They were able to capitalize on Abyss Trinity, getting suckered into going after a lone rat, and they paid the price heavily. Game 4 to Game 6 now awaits. No bans. And so the likes of Kingpin that we've seen quite prevalent, Ghost, which has had some incredible games, helmed by some incredible players, they're all still on the board. These synergies that we're seeing built up, the momentum that these teams are trying to build is still very much valid. And for the likes of, for example, for the likes of Nerf Strike, I should say, a team that has won one of their qualifying series, now's the time to jumpstart your series, because they are in the bottom 3. They had a bit of a shambolic start, but there is always time and points in SUPERVIVE on the table to rescue even the most dire of situations.
100%. So we are now in the loading screen. It's going to be unstable portals for game 4. And I think most people, I don't think anyone's kind of changed up their kind of characters in a severe way, it seems. Maybe we might see like one character change on the roster per team, potentially at most. And we are looking at Gridlock with the armors to start things off, and hopefully we can start seeing where that drop line is going to be established and where teams actually want to stop off at. It looks like 2 teams straight off the bat going to Academy, 1 to Frag Isle, 1 to Gridlock, and it seems to be potentially at least SWT and another team.
They want to do some reading, they want to do some learning, and it's SUPERVIVE and Fish, of course. Yeah. Fish with their first top 4 finish of the day in game number 3. Of course, what they're really looking for is that red book, although it's always a bit of a coin flip when you have these split academy drops, whether you want to activate the red book early to gain the advantage in the fight, or back yourself to win the fight so that level 7, level 8 is accessible through the book.
100%. And just in that picture-in-picture, the Shogi's still up, and look, we are seeing in this scenario AT kind of rotating around NFS, if I'm not mistaken. They're kind of dancing around before the kind of Shogi's been unleashed out of its chains. And that fight is probably going to continue to erupt. There we go. Morik actually finds Symbiosis right at the last second. So that's definitely already one pickup, it looks like. And Old are also looking for a rotate. They're not that actually high leveled. I don't think they've got too many mob camps so far, but they are looking for any scraps, any morsels of XP. Maybe a cheeky steal on this Guardian if they're able to get it, but a little bit slow on the gun. And KT end up getting that level 5. So it looks like Old are a little bit, kind of underleveled, maybe continuously here. As a massive hook comes in, Relic. Uh-oh.
Get over here, Velati. Down they go, and one quick win. A team on the precipice of breaking into the top 6 already lose out early to the Hatsuku team. Looks like we're trending south for our ring as Captain Hammered over the Abyss. That's where he wants to be as a Jhin. In the face of 3 Fish players, I don't think so. He's basically doing scouting for the rest of his squad. Whereas one quick win, they've already got their teammate back, but 6 past noon shifts into dangerous territory. Cat Heist with some Vive dunks, some Vive drinks over the Abyss. Milk Honey still sticking around, level 6. Although you imagine that one quick win is going to have level 6 sooner rather than later. No, none of them proc it actually. And so for Hatsuku, they still have the level advantage, kind of egoing this lime green team away from the scene.
Yeah, and I think things have calmed down again, unless they decide to rotate against each other. We are seeing the Unstables, actually summoning now onto, solid ground. It's in about 2.5 minutes, of course, that they're going to last for, as we, see the continuous poking happening between 1QW and Hat. They've lost the high ground, though, which is going to make things more troublesome if they continue the fight. And just on the south side, we're seeing another red team come in. I think it's going to be NFS. We do see a Lemil there, I'm pretty sure, on the Eva at the last second. And unfortunately didn't get a catch. The Guardians on super low HPs, there is, a little bit of extra XP / money up for grabs, which Hat do take at the last second, but they do have the low ground, but the Orb of Argos is full HP, they can keep sending it in whenever possible. So it's like a fourth player coming in with an extra bit of damage. And now they're looking to send it onto Rans where possible. Symbiote with a very aggressive dash in. And we do see a hook win as well. Mado 1 HP, the dagger's already been popped by Cat Heist. And unfortunately, Milk Honey actually gets Symbiote. That's the first victim, it looks like, as we flick over to 1QW now against Calf.
Yeah, it's kind of blown up in their faces. You could see just how much damage they were tanking. The Orb of Argos really doing the heavy lifting. Can't lift no more. Missed out on leg day. Nerf Strike out in 12th place for the second time today. What a disappointing series for them, surely ending all hope of even a finish in the top 2. Missed from the blast off from Rain. Cat Heist last alive on this ship through the wind ring. You've got that Bishop chasing into the ring potentially. It's only chip damage for the moment. Cat Heist looking for a TP back to base. No shot, dude, but will they get a dunk onto Olanox? Oh, that's so dangerous. No, a return or a battle, and Hat Coop Soup, both the red teams fall in quick succession.
And, I kind of appreciate the fearlessness, but they actually played the ultimate price for it, unfortunately, right at the last second. We're seeing Nemo probably getting caught out here, unfortunately, as well. So Aya pick up a nice little free kill there. Casimir's there, and the rest of KT on the left-hand side. So they're going to navigate this one kind of carefully, looking at where their orange TP will land. Hopefully, it's not too far away. Maybe that's the option they actually take in this scenario. The train is there to kind of potentially grief them. And KT are already jumped ship as well. And right at the last second, Nugis tries to go through. Can't get through, unfortunately, because the train kind of scuffs him out. But in fact, actually sticks the train res himself anyway. So it looks like they're going to be back as a full 3-man again without issue. And aside from that, we don't see that many teams kind of close to each other anymore. So I think everyone's just going to try and get the XP now for the next day.
A comical moment there where Snow could no longer bodyguard Hoodis because the portal was in the way. I always find it kind of weird that the train just kind of glitches through. Would be quite fun actually if he was able to destroy the portals on the tracks, but then again we don't have shenanigans moments where you walk out of a portal straight into a train. Certainly lots of movement on the horizon for a bunch of these teams that lie outside of the circle trending towards Machine.
Yep, and we are seeing the soul spawning in around 35 seconds as well, as the pad's already been dropped by Aya. Maybe we're looking for a potential aggressive in onto 1QW. Looks like Sisyphus Noon already dashed, but the hook gets the connection with the summon Napalm. Mega damage coming in. Velati already found dead, and Suncheese is loving to dance between potentially 3 members. Breeves is trying to gatekeep Suncheese for the moment. There goes the Battlegun connection. Suncheese is forward, and maybe a little bit of a window, and actually uses the dash momentum from that kind of shield bash to actually get out of town.
You know what's really impressive as well? The micro in the BB Blukes was actually stopped by the myth, but then they readjust and go for the grab instead and onto the summon Napalm at that.
Yeah, it's
really,
super coordinated.
really impressive turnaround.
I love it, dude. The tier 2 scene is actually getting very good at kind of combining all of these kind of skills and like damaging the damage plus CC combos are just coming in flurries every time it looks like. Nemo already found dead again, and who this? So just have Snow now last alive.
Time to consider an examination for potential arthritis there. You got a real lack of movement, and now that's a real lack of movement onto the Oath. That's a big old chunky health bar, but it is truly and fully eviscerated into the blast off, a miss into the doorway, ding 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 ding, and rebuttled out. Although Abyss Trinity going for the res onto Jobo, no chance, Moawick, and Abyss Trinity, our lobby leaders, are sent packing by SUPERVIVE.
Yeah, and maybe Chris was just an arachnophobe, just sending it into that spider sack right at the last second. Maybe that was the intention. I'm not sure. As the Sky Shock blows up, Dowser has to portal down the south side. It was looking like it was going to be absolutely chunked there, but he did find a little pocket to escape in. The Sky Shock also assists with the other 2 members for the escape. As a nice little hook, and then that massive CC chain combo again with the nice little stun as well. At the last second, Gross Lambert is still down. Vivid Riggs already used his battle gun now too. It's definitely going to be a definitive 2v3 as these guys keep fighting on this bridge for the moment. Have to give up space. Vivid Riggs gets a nice little squid dunk onto iDrive, and the LMBs are just keeping centered by way, and the Singularity gets the connection, maybe making it a potentially slightly even playing field now, kind of a 1v2 as the Piggy goes for the res.
Those who are keeping an eye top right will have spotted Abyss Trinity leaving the game at number 9. That is a very early elimination, and it is most certainly music to the ears of everybody in the chasing pack.
Oh my god, and hopefully the Piggy can make it out of it. Of course, those mountain plays with the shift whenever possible are going to keep coming out here to extend the survivability, of course, with the extended shield as well, as Kazamo is looking for the hook / chase whenever possible, chilling in the bush. I think he may have lost the sense. It looks like at the last second, the hook!
What was that interaction? I'm guessing there was like some sort of TP in effect, and then the abyssal grab was cancelled, and all of that. Lepiggy is able to, in fact, go to market because he survived in the bush.
Oh my god! And I'm sure there's a toy. Was it? Is it Mr. Stretch Armstrong? I don't know if you remember that. We had those really long, stretchy arms.
My goodness, yes I do.
Yeah, it reminds me of that. And we used to see double chonkers being dropped as well, so KT are allowed to get that res off at the last second, you know, due to that kind of temporary bowling alley that was installed there. And we are looking at 20 seconds for that next soul to be spawning as well. We are seeing quite a couple of teams surrounding it as well, so there's definitely going to be contested, it looks like, as well. On Machine, two teams having a little scuffle, it looks like. Just dancing for the moment, but Vortex Charm, it's a nice little two-man connection as we see in the picture-in-picture, followed by the second wind. And as we're looking in the main cam as well, Mystic is also found out shortly afterwards.
Yeah, Kinetic. It's such a shame because in terms of these individual players, we know they could do so much, especially between Mystic and Crocus, two stalwarts of what would have previously been considered tier 2 competitive SUPERVIVE. The game has moved on a lot, and you can definitely tell that this big engagement plan of theirs does have a lot of backbite available if the teams are able to ride the wave, summon Napalm into the Abyssal Breaker. Somehow Crocus still alive, but for how much longer? Here comes the bungee gun. Back you come. No, never mind. Wind ring available, and away they go. BB Bluke's on the chase though. Oh, finds a faceful of ghost ammunition. Here comes the arcane railgun. Burning palm, surely gone. Kinetic finally felled.
Oh, that was crazy. Nice little sequence there as Apex are continuously applying pressure, this time onto Old. You know, they've managed to maintain levels, you know, considering they had that really kind of rough early game. And both Double Relate plus Hoodist, you know, tries to go for a route, but Viper has kind of seen that coming, goes, you know, kind of turns around on the rails, and Old have, you know, fully reunited as a full 3-man now. And we are seeing, you know, looking at the teams overall, looks like there's fighting over the soul potentially between Aya and Rog, kind of on the left-hand side. And Nuke's already been dropped, and Grosslumber actually dies to the Abyss somehow amidst the chaos. As we've seen the picture-in-picture, the Singularity's been popped. The Battle Gun didn't get a connection, unfortunately. There's a nice little TP play, but Lepiggy is still found dead, unfortunately. And the fight is still going on, Relic. Uh-oh, another spike! No, Fish! They're out of 8th place!
Running the alarms until the very end. Fish is gone, leaves us with 7, so a slight adjustment actually. Abyss Trinity out at 10, not 9, which is only 1 point difference. But imagine if they lose, I don't know, the entire series by 1 point. Then you're looking back to this game and you're making questions. That's a big Singularity, catches the Kingpin, another big health bar. Will they be able to get it down in time? Finally, GPA is felled. Captain Hammered is on the way, but not before Monster is felled himself. GPA looking for the res here via Rain. Huge damage onto Captain Hammered, and SweaterVive have just got to call this one off. Captain Hammered looking for the Doug. No way, says Rain.
And somehow GPA makes it out there. They all make it out there. Well, I say that Unlocks might die here and actually lose the Slumber as well. That's actually kind of a big loss there. On the kill feed, we see 2 more kills happening on as well, just subsequently. And in the picture-in-picture, it looks like there's a massive fight between 1QW and Cap at the same time. We are seeing, I think, it must be Suncheese in this scenario, trying to escape there. And hopefully he does make it out of the last second. A death box is being popped in the main picture as well. And we are seeing Wayne with the clean 360s coming out. And an avalanche again on the picture-in-picture, resonating out up for grabs. But I don't think anyone can take that in this instance. Maybe they can actually. They have a pocket of space now to actually breathe and, you know, kind of assess the kind of loot and take their winnings.
One team we haven't seen really is the Apex Hunters. We've seen a lot of ROG who are almost certainly going to be overtaking Abyss Trinity. But what about the Apex Hunters? Well, they are currently getting completely destroyed by Old and Washed. Is this finally the moment where Grandpa stands up out of the chair and declares, "I'm back, baby"? Well, Vaparo is the only one left here for the Apex Hunters. Who dis? There is no such thing as supports in SUPERVIVE. Battle Bunny and Apex Hunters are gone. They don't make top 6.
Oh no, that's really troublesome to see. But you know, that's just how it happens with Battle Royale. Sometimes you look, things are looking good, but then things just turn around in the blink of an eye. We've seen it 100 times before, and of course that's just going to continue happening. We are looking at as well, BCAM Rewind, I think already on the ground potentially. So that's potentially up for grabs, and the circle's kind of pulling to the left-hand side. So I think it was about maybe 2 to 3 teams. We're gonna have to find some sort of pocket of space in that next circle. Hooks have been attempted. Reeves has already made his way over. GPA unfortunately doesn't get the hook connection, and Rog And now, considering what sort of options they have for the future, it looks like Old have also dropped their own little mini E-plat as well. They've, accrued a little bit of extra XP and a couple of armors amidst the chaos that they've unfurled onto various teams as Apex, as we just saw. Velati also level 9, surprisingly, so it doesn't have the level 2 ulti. I mean, it's not crazy instrumental on Saros, but potentially on other characters. But we are seeing a nice little bond steal as well for CAF, and a lot of teams are now rotating in.
Pole Employ, our last positioned team currently, are in the top 6. This is their best finish by a country mile, and they're going after the Be Kind Rewind, so they're going to have a very important tool in their arsenal, considering that they're running double sniper with Saros and Shrike, a very odd composition, this one combined with the Krista. This could be the opportunity to launch them back, to launch themselves back into contention, potentially for second place. You could say the same for 1QW, our highest place runners right now. ROG, you've got SUPERVIVE, who were 4th, still hanging in by a thread, but particularly for Old and Washed and Yasaimeri, this is a huge opportunity to really thrust themselves into the battle for first.
100%, and of course with that extra rewind pickup, they can really make some like crazy plays now. I mean, they don't have something like a KP, but of course they can still bait that kind of extra HP when someone's really low. They pop the rewind, they go back to a potentially safer position, maybe even cause the enemy to use a lot of their utility amidst that fight, and then actually capitalize on it. So I'm hoping that we can, really see that value being acquired there, as it's gentle with the pickup we do see. So. And we're all looking at Orbital Revival in 20 seconds as well, so maybe teams start to rotate that way. But I think ROG are also trying to hold this kind of left-hand side, as we do see a pad dropped by Aya. I'm wondering if they're going to go for an in here.
They've certainly made their way over, haven't they? And that's a big missile breaker, completely swamping Olanox! Blink and you'll miss it! Dragged into the ground with no scream for mercy! ROG flummoxed!
Oh my god, that was just maniacal, crazy plays there, as Velati gets a nice little portal play at the last second, but actually doesn't decide to take it. No, circles back at the last second, trying to avoid getting sniped by Dauda. He's successfully done it, and we are seeing the nice little chilling finale pop by Suncheese to buy an extra bit of time. Now, they're in the domain of SWT. Captain Hammered getting at least one pick here, as the Solid's Embrace is already popped. There goes the stun. Suncheese is found dead. Security gets the pick. Oh my god, and who this is found dead now. Uh-oh.
Once again, who dis? Really should be asking who dat before he suggests maybe we should questions for later. The point now is that they're down to 2. Big damage onto BE Blues. Look at CAF go! This is our team that's currently last in the order, thrown to the winds by Amorius, by the way. That would be a huge pickup for CAF to hit level 15. Wayan versus Trepper. Trepper surely going to win this one. The Summer Napalm will not deny the inevitable. At 6 past noon is the last survivor for 1QW. A lot of teams here suffering with less than 3 players.
Oh, and a really nice timed dash by Breeze there with an extra bit of momentum tech. And he has made his way out onto the mini island just for the second. He's bought himself an extra bit of breathing room and allowed the other 2 teams to kind of have a little mini fight themselves, so he can breathe a bit longer, maybe get some buys in from that kind of shot there on the bonfire. Maybe he's even considering his options on the minimap now, as Hudis tries to go for a stun, but it's nicely blocked away. Air Blast has also been used as Breathe tries to circle around that circle as it starts to close in a little bit more. He's taking a decent amount of damage, but he should have enough space to hopefully get out of there. He's already dropped the E-plat there, and hopefully SWT didn't hear that, but I think they did. There goes the
they got him.
Combo, but he's blocked the majority of it. It's going to be okay. Pops the...
There's no way! And yet there is! Captain Hammered!
Oh, God.
With the misplay of the series! And somehow, Ayaya are back in game!
Dude, I'm speechless, man. Oh my god, Suncheese already found out it just afterwards, so there's just 4 teams left now. I really just need to let my brain just digest what just happened there. Oh my god, but I don't think the game's going to give us any time to breathe here, Relic.
IAR, Old and Washed, ROG, which, by the way, surely destined now for the top of the leaderboard. Oh, and by the way, Pole Employ, our last place team, are also here. And yet, looking at the itemization, looking at the level, Cymeri, they're probably in the driver's seat to win.
might be the case, but you know, only that micro can decide things, or maybe a clean third party. We do see Rog trying to do a hook there on the top left-hand side, unsuccessful. Snow tries to go in for a nice little dunk, but is unsuccessful himself as the LMBs continues to be exchanged. Oh, but there goes the Swift Craze, plus the dunk and the Summon Napalm. Combo, the super duper combo. I think we're playing a fighting game, it looks like now, Relic. Look at these chain CCs coming out, and the Battlecom is also used. Snow now getting absolutely pummeled by Aya, already found dead, and they now have to try and hold their ground against Calf.
It's a really smart play from Calf, though. Again, just waiting so patiently for the third-party opportunity. Olden Wash, Hoodis, they do have that most wanted, but we've seen this player so many times get a little bit lost in the sauce, and they might just do again, but they picked up their lone wisp. Nemo should be res, or are they? Because look at Trouble Town! Oh my goodness! It's the Wild West, but everyone's the sheriff! Big slam, BB Blukes into the ground. There goes Breeze. IAR being torn asunder by ROG, who don't just want to go top. They want to go top and then some. And they will do. Second place minimum guaranteed. It's now first versus last.
Oh no, and I think GPA just blew his whole load basically. He's used every skill in the book.
Wow!
From his Slug Wave. Onalox already found dead in the blink of an eye, and Trepper is looking to continuously apply damage as the Avalanche is used at the last second to provide a little bit of breathing room if possible.
Oh, the res!
Space to get the Wisp res. Unfortunately, they can't do it. GPA has to jump ship at the last second, and hopefully it's got a bit more utility to keep escaping. Picks up the crown at the last second, but it's 1 HP. There's no way he's getting out of this. And hopefully, maybe Rain has enough to bind the crown. I'm not too sure. How many kills are they at? They're 15 kills so far, Relic.
No chance. They're going to get spiked even. They do make it to land, but there's a lot of anti-heal. That's Saros, the Shrike. Snipe Town. Wait, they do get... Wait, no, they don't. Never mind. It's the rewind. It's the rewind. We all got caught out. Everyone gets caught out. It's been happening since Project Loki. Our 12th placed team going into game number 4 just won the entire freaking game number 4. What is this lobby?
I don't know, but I just need to throw my bingo card out of the window, just burn it, because, you know, anything that I had, you know, put there is just not going to happen. It seems like chaos just keeps happening. Any prediction I can make is just not going to happen. It feels like the plays that are looking good just turn up bad, and the bad ones turn good. What's going on?
That is truly extraordinary. Look at the replays, and there is so much to digest, from Abyss Trinity's early elimination, Nerve Strike with a second 12th place of the day, to the SUPERVIVE misplay, to Old and Washed finally looking like them old selves, Apex Hunters back to the mediocrity of the middle places despite strong micro, and then at the end of it all, to cap it off, ROG almost undoubtedly taking the lead of the lobby but failing to pick up the win.
Yeah, this is just so crazy, and so many times, this was like probably the scrappiest game we've actually had, and so many times these KPs have got these extremely crazy hooks, and that just starts off everything, and you know, as we saw it in the last game and this one, the CC chain combo, once they get the hook, is just so perfectly timed now between these teams. I really, really like the synergy that keeps happening. We see it in the tier 1 scene, you know, continuously. In my opinion, it was like 29ers, if you recall, back in the days. I feel like they were the first team that really had that sort of inherent chemistry with the CC chain, followed by the damage happening continuously. And I feel like, you know, in the modern era, a lot of other teams have started to pick that up now as well.
We are talking about the most minute of mistakes that can lead to complete obliteration. We see here, of course, the Fish Squad being felled. Really, this was the beginning of CAF really starting to go on a run. SUPERVIVE, of course, picking up a kill here, but then the big anti-heal onto Mounster a little too far forward, with that support mechanism gone, being forced to run away. They do recollect themselves, but then we have that moment later on down the road with IAR themselves, who get caught in a really difficult position. Hoodis, once again, the most absurd, enigmatic of Alunas that we have ever seen in SUPERVIVE. This game is, like, it's so hard to digest everything that has just happened, and yet there are still 2 more games to go.
Yeah, this is just so much chaos happening. You know, that's why we have the picture-in-picture that just helps us, you know, find out a more kind of accurate story of what's going on in the game. It's been such a nice addition for us in Saturday Night SUPERVIVE, and of course, you know, oh my god, this play with the Abyss Breaker, oh dude. I don't even know if it was the shield bash or something. I don't know what got him to that threshold to get spiked there. It looks kind of weird there. I might need to watch that one again at some point. That was such a weird killed there at the last second. Of course, yeah, we need to see Suncheese getting killed as well. And one really nice call you made there was that the kind of rotation that Caf made, as we're just seeing now, was so nice to see that kind of clean third come in. They really kind of took over Old and Io in this position.
Yeah, the nucleic salvo coming straight out from Trepper. They got that Thunderbolt, of course, on the Krista, which, considering the amount of cooldown buffs that you can add onto this character, and then you've got your Qs and your RMBs that can leave an entire team in a whole world of hurt CC for days. Speaking of CC for days, well, unfortunately for Old and Washed, the CC was the terrain around them. There was nowhere that they could go, and then it was just a case of who was going to come out on top and who was going to be second best. That was ROG on that particular case up against Ayayar, and then once again, Cav just basically waiting until the right moment to strike. It doesn't necessarily get you the most kill points, Cymeri, but it does win you the game.
Yep, and sometimes you can have that kind of strategy. It depends on the lobby, of course, and of course now with the lobby being this shaken up, having those placement points as kind of the main kind of lead, and that being your maybe like your macro strategy overall, that can really get you up there in the leaderboards for sure. It's like definitely one other kind of win condition, especially when the leaderboards are this chaotic now.
All right, game number 5. And I'm going to put my 2 cents out there. Final destination for game number 5. I know we can have we have a randomized final game. It could be Final Destination. It could be Bullet Trains. It's exciting. It's a bit of RNG. It just feels a little bit weird to say Final Destination for game number 5. But Final Destination does invite a very different style of game approach, Cymeri, of course, knowing where you are going to finish up with no gnarled heart of Old, of course, to disrupt what you can do in endgame. It's going to finish here. How do you path? What are you immediately picking out as POIs? How late do you want to leave the rotate? How aggressive do you want to be, knowing what sort of terrain, what sort of area you're going to be dealing with at the end of it all? It is such a unique storm shift, and yet such a simple storm shift that often makes for really exciting games.
Yeah, and it's one of those kind of things where it's like the game typically, or games in general typically obstruct the knowledge, but that one is like, it's giving you the knowledge, it's telling you what it is.
Yeah.
So, for example, are you thinking of E-plats? Do you need that extra space in the abyss to kind of guarantee your survival? Do you need nukes to kind of negate someone else in that scenario? Typically, way back when, E-plats used to be like the golden economy right at the top there, to ensure that you could stay living basically forever. But maybe things change a touch here in terms of like what's the priority. Maybe pads become a bit more influential for this kind of crazy rotates around. It's typically actually the consumables that become the top tier, like a kind of valuable consumable over everything else almost. Maybe only armors is the only thing that kind of contends with it.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, we've seen a lot of just in terms of like consumables in general. We've seen a lot of nukes today. We've seen some really well placed EMP grenades. Like, I'm actually so glad to see teams actually using those now, because when they were upgraded to destroy all armor at any tier, I mean, especially heading into the end game when you're dealing with golds and exotics, it's a complete game changer if you land it right.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the other thing as well is obviously it can actually neutralize bonfires too. So you can get like extreme value if everything is if all the teams are clumped up, or you hit a vortex charm and throw the nade at the same time. It's like X4 value, and then you know instantly you can jump in. And it's one of those things as well. It's like a mind game thing. It's like, because it's such a quick action that can happen. Like you're at full armor in one frame, and in the second frame you're at 0, and you instantly see everyone just become ravenous as soon as they see that there's no armor. And then you can just start hitting the flesh straight away. It's really funny to see sometimes how quickly teams kind of switch up.
Now, I know that some people have been asking, potentially, will we get a score update soon? After game 5.
Yep.
So we will be shrouded in a little bit of mystery, but then after game 5 we have a score update, and of course then after game 6 we have to decide a winner. And a reminder, if you're just joining us, there are 2 prizes up for grabs today. 300 for first, 200 for second. It is as simple as that. Obviously, you want to be walking away with the big mundo, but right now, it's kind of difficult even to see who is going to be in that conversation, because we've just had a topsy-turvy game. ROG have had an exceptionally good game considering the macro context. If they're able to put back-to-back games together here where they're able to hit second or first potentially, then they are certainly in the driver's seat. It's a question of how close can the teams behind keep it, and that's where the kill points will really count. And it's why, with Final Destination in mind, those pathing phases are going to be even more crucial. How do you keep yourselves safe and scaling effectively whilst also picking up KP along the way?
Yeah, of course, the information game is going to be ever important. You're going to need to have like the scans available whenever possible. You might need to be able to like kind of potentially memorize where teams potentially dropped. Although that's a kind of a bit of a wishy-washy kind of idea to kind of continuously put forth. But sometimes it does help you. Straight off the bat, we're looking at Final Destination kind of on the north side, just below Shards of Fate. Imotech has the armors, it looks like, straight up for grabs. One team's already dropped there. Right away, and it looks it's probably going to be Apex there. There we go. So they're going to get that one for free, completely uncontested. We've got one team dropping a Molten, and potentially maybe two teams online. I'm not sure how they're going to rotate around. It looks like everyone's being pushed away at the last second, so Old actually have dominion over it. Key pickup by Lizardo right at this, right to start things off. So that's going to make them get their armors pretty much for free.
Yeah, we've got an Abyssal Beast coming down with some nice gold coinage as well. So the Apex Hunters, as they have often done so far today, strong early game, able to pick their spot. They have the confidence to go into level 1 scraps, except this time there is no one there to contest them. Will that be to the detriment of everyone else in the lobby? As we progress, we already see Old and Washed here on a bit of a chase on Kinetic, who are heading up towards Cobras. Meanwhile, everyone else relatively well spaced out, aiming to hit level 6.
Yep, and of course that zone has, we have seen it revealed already. Of course, it's going up to the north side. Who would have guessed it? But of course, the teams need to plan, as we were mentioning before. I guess E-plats are high value there. Just looking at the islands, there is quite a lot of abyss there. Depending on kind of how it specifically ends up, you could even have like maybe Night 3 and Night 4 and Cobra, which might make things really interesting potentially.
Avalanches and nukes, especially once we get closer to the shards as well, are going to be pretty important, since those platforms are small enough and with not much terrain really to inhabit, especially to inhibit the avalanches. There could be some really interesting bags of loot once teams start to fall. No teams have fallen as of yet, though. Early days, and a bit of caution, it seems, barring the odd scraps and chases here and there.
Yeah, and this is actually the slowest endgame, the day one we've seen, surprisingly, all things considered. We do see a nice little hook attempt by Milk Honey, but it's unsuccessful at grabbing one member of Rock here. And the BM instantly comes out, plus that crazy clean bonus connection, but they can't really follow it up with too much more here. Cat Heist is actually level 3 as opposed to GP is level 6, so they desperately need to get their XP up to at least level 6 to kind of have some sort of comparable level fight. On the outside. Oh my god, look at that. We're seeing pickups in machine, really, really late rotations. Of course, day one zone is not going to do that much damage at all. So everyone can just play the super duper slow game. Just having a quick overview at the scoreboard as well. We're seeing some nice armors picked up by 88 teams as well. General econ check as well for a couple of teams we're having a quick look at as well. ROG reassessing their situation as well as they continue their dance against Hat, but one member has been forced away at the last second. As we look in the picture-in-picture, it looks like there's another fight going on as well in Mana Coils. It looks like it's 80 in this scenario, and I think NFS potentially being pushed away. And I don't know how much longer they can survive here. They're trying a bit of magic, but I don't know how. It's a very, very sticky situation. Now they've been forced away onto those mini islands in their own separate directions. Hopefully they're able to reunite.
Yeah, what have we got here? A Saros, a Kingpin, and an Oath. It's pretty tanky, but it lacks that sort of biting damage unless you're able to get an orb off with the Saros.
Yeah, 100%.
All of the onus on Symbios there then. And they have been able to chip a little bit away at Abyss Trinity. But again, they're kind of just slightly backing off in with the shield bash. But look at this, Jobo's got it covered, and there's Moawick instantly in. Not exactly an Oko, the health bar was already half down, but a response from Mado onto Crystal. The res will come through, and Nerf Striker out of there. Sweat-Survive. Captain Hammered falls to Cat Heist, and I must say, Cat Heist, I think, award for one of the most ballsy players in the lobby going to him. Level 3 up against level 5s and level 6s, doesn't matter. Double RMB, get some damage off. It's all for the flex, really.
And we do see Apex as well, they managed to maintain the armors, apart from Vipera. Maybe he died amidst some chaos and only has a green now, as now they're looking to encroach upon KT's territory. Crocus actually yoinks the Sky Shark, gets the blow up. Looks like he might die in this situation, very likely, yeah. And the Casimir also gets sent into the zone just temporarily, and he keeps being hit by those LMBs, plus the Breda Fury whenever possible. So much damage coming in, and when he gets the E-Plus spike onto him at the last second, completely consuming him. And we're just looking at Mystic now, last alive for KT, but of course, Cobra is not too far away at all. And we're now looking at some ghosts being farmed up. Any last remnants of mobs that are in any of these biomes, of course, going to be farmed up. I'm wondering if Apex want to play the super duper slow game here.
Didn't look slow to me. Looked very proactive, denying the Spectre pickups as well for KT, of course. So denying those level 7 procs. Of course, they are kind of in a rough spot now as day 2 has come, and so that level advantage is going to be eliminated with a bunch of level 9 mobs available on the map. It's not looking too good for SUPERVIVE here, though, is it? Abyss Trinity, having lost their lead, now looking for a bit of a bounce back in a big way, and certainly taking out one of your lobby leading rivals would be a good way to go about it. But they also know not to go too far down the rabbit hole. That bit them hard, of course, if you'll remember, in game number 3.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Apex, they just got a back really far left of the zone, or maybe it was a res, I'm not too sure. I was just trying to mute myself. There's some fireworks going on in the background, it seems. So apologies if anyone overheard that at the last second. You're looking at a potential fight on Brain Grove between a Hat and Fish, potentially a minor dancing for the boars. And decent, well, actually, not too far away, only like 1 level's difference, just roughly. We're seeing a Resin Cobra. It looks like that's going to be happening for free as we flick over. It looks like, oh, the hook comes in at the last second. Uh-oh.
Here's the third party. It's CAF, our winners from game number 4. So IIR get away with it. Old and Washed forced out of the commit. And this Pole employee team, well, I think they've gained a few more fans and a few more cautionary looks after what was by far their most impressive performance. But Abyss Trinity now going after Nerve Strike. Oh, not 12th place again, lads. Come on, you can do better. Surely they're going to go for a bit of a diversionary tactic here, Lumiel, who's gone off the Eva onto the Oath, and I don't think they are going to escape fate here. 12th place again for Nerve Strike, but are Abyss Trinity going to pay the price for finishing the job yet again? IAR, weigh-in goes down, a miss from the blast off by getting the knock. Crystal's influence will be mitigated, and here goes ROG. Abyss Trinity down to Crystal. They've used the ult already. Abyss Trinity, what a collapse of form.
And I'm speechless. Like, they lasted forever. Moik there was just gliding, it felt like, consistently getting, basically barely dodging all of the damage that came his way. And then right at the last second, GPA is being killed now. Wow. Gun comes out. So much damage coming out. Aya having a little bit of breathing, a little bit of a breather. It looks like Vivrix tried to get the hook onto the Whispers, unsuccessful. And now he's going for the aggressive sending to make sure that Wisp cannot be picked up anymore. Ononox has to jump ship completely. Goes in for a little bit of a quick loot on the box. But the Squid connects. Doesn't get the dunk, unfortunately. He tries a little spike nade, but unfortunately doesn't get the connection. And now Unlocks is probably out of dashes and resources. Probably found there. There we go.
Running Thunderbolt on the Oath, by the way. That doesn't feel like a build that most people would usually go for, but you could see the Thunder coming down. It has made a difference. Speaking of, Apex Hunters re-enter our conversation with level 10s and level 11s. They're into double digits. They've got 2 gold shields. They've already picked up a kill on the Old and Washed team, and they're looking for more. Nemo through the stone and straight into trouble with one quick win, throwing down the anti-heal. The orb will not actually touch, but there's a little bit of anti-heal nonetheless. 6 past noon with a couple of little pokes onto Nemo's myth. But here comes the storm now. Nemo's run out of space through the stonework yet again. Back into trouble, and there's Apex Hunters waiting on the other side. Surely Nemo cooks. Lovely R&B into the wall, but it's not enough to take down Shunshis in the end.
Yeah, Apex can now just easily gatekeep 1QW, but they decide to go their own separate ways. Rhapsody is likely to get this kill on Velati unless 6 past nuke comes there. The shield is, the Oath shield is doing what it's supposed to be doing in this scenario, but they're still chilling in the abyss. E+ now dropped by Lizardo. We do see a nice little res in the picture at the last second. Velati taking even more damage. 1 HP, hopefully does not die in this scenario. Gets nice little heal off at the last second. There goes the massive chilling finale by Suncheese, getting so much damage off at the last second, and a nice little wall to extend their lifespan a little bit longer here. But Suncheese is probably going to be the sacrificial lamb. It is just Velati last alive. Oh,
Around the corner. What a shot! Oh, what an unbelievable shot from Lizardo! Goes over the abyss, and they finish off one quick win. Lizardo, I tip my hat to you.
Yeah, that was super nice, especially having that prediction ahead. And Breeze going in with an aggressive Abyssal Breaker, pretty much cancelled there the last second by Milk Honey's nice little dunk, plus the slow wave combo. Aya lost a lot of HP, and a lot of battlegrams are being dropped, but not that many connections, unfortunately, as Aya keep looking to back up, continuously to try and get those heals in, go for a full reset, and at the same time in the kill feed, Kappa outed. Crazy stuff.
And that's by SUPERVIVE. That is crucial KP for a team that really needs to bounce back in a big way. Shout out to the wonderful Chapel. We've had some crazy Aluna plays from Who Dis. And I think Chapel, one of the best Alunas in EU, historically speaking. Thank you so much for your support, my friend. Be sure to go and follow him if you haven't already in chat. 8 teams remain then. IAR, Kinetic, Fish, Hat, Old and Washed. And here we go with SUPERVIVE, one of those teams, a third party. It's ROG, down into the abyss falls Kazumo. It's Olanox who steals away the kill point quite unfairly from GPA. But Kinetic are going to have to go anywhere but here, quite literally living up to the name of the consumable. They're going to head elsewhere on the map. Crocus surely going to be finished here. No. Indeed, they're kind of just stunned by the fact that the teammates just left me. They've left me to die, and GPA will finally get a KP in his name.
Yeah, he's just threading the needle. Surely the combo, the full step.
Unbelievable.
Oh my god, I'm speechless. Just an racist pop, that was excess there right at the last second. But Monster there does, just guarantee the kill either way. It looks like, and Rain is now looking to farm up some mobs. Of course, that we do see that final destination becoming ever more apparent as Captain Habbo looks to try and get the dunk onto Rain, unsuccessful with the connection. Tries to go down and feather down, kind of through the kind of corridor back directly into Cobras. It looks like we're seeing a couple of teams rotating full on the south side. A Boxer's attempt, Dragon Breath round spawning in around 50 seconds on the north side, and that's little defensive hook, if you want to call it that, onto Who Dis. Gets the little heal in the last second. Kinemo has the R&B locked in, waiting for anyone, but it's already popped it now. We're seeing a kind of a train rotate as well coming in from Apex, looking to go into Cobras. This is what I was saying before, Relic. They're going to be playing in Cobras for at least a couple of days here.
Oh! Bye, GPA. Bye-bye. Olanox now on the res. Is there an air blast? Is there an RMB? Does Rhapsody fancy it? The town guards will take you down if they do. The res is going to go through. Meanwhile, outside Cobras, Violence, Cat Heist taking down Nemo as Alden Watch. Look at the rotate from IAR. Look at the rotate from IAR. It's 3 teams going into each other. And Alden Watch, look at Cat Heist, who's been able to go for the ultimate flank. So separated from his team. Jump pad down. A denial of the hook from Milk Honey. IAR have got a shield of their own. Arcane Railgun misses. Meanwhile, Sicky Void is taken down by Gross from Fish. What's happening to SUPERVIVE elsewhere on the map?
Oh man, this looks like absolute chaos now with only 8 teams left now. I think, especially the next circle, if you don't have an E-plat, things are going to be really troublesome. We do see a nice little potential survival, I was going to say, from Monster, but he just get hooked in and downed, unfortunately. So that is 1 down already. Grosslambert trying to kite to it as long as possible, but there goes the nice clean ulti by Rain, taking down Grosslambert, and it's just the Piggy last alive. Captain Hammer chilling in the bush. I don't know if they're going to have their own little isolated 1v1. Is it going to happen?
I wouldn't want to be the Jin. I'm not going to lie. That's there's a singularity here.
I like that little
shift
play.
Push play.
Yeah,
it's actually very smart, isn't it?
100%.
And Captain Hammond must be biting his tongue at this point.
100%. If you got anxiety playing this game and you're chilling in the bush last alive, oh my god, your nerves are going to be running up there. Maybe you can find some sort of pocket space to get into Cobra. There's a crown we can see in there as the Dragon Breath rounds on that Meteor Beast is finally being damaged now by KT as Rog. Maybe look for a potential third party onto this, which has been hooked away at the last second, so that's bought them even more time as we flick over directly into Cobra. Of course, with it being nighttime for at least 10 more seconds. Oh my god. Is it Milk Honey in this scenario taking so much damage? It is, yeah. And their hats have lost basically all of their armors. Apex still looking really, really healthy. The hook still misses as Rhapsody continues this aggressive chase in. Milk Honey trying to go for the dunk, but unfortunately it becomes the sacrificial lamb. The town guards are back now and they have to jump ship.
That was really great awareness from Apex Hunters, knowing the daytime was close. They positioned themselves so that they could rotate out of Cobras immediately, and they had the E platform for backup as well. And they're just going from strength to strength. They basically roll in and steal away this soul from Kinetic, who are not going to argue with that. Rog now. Oh, what a brilliant blink from GPA. That is the Blinkstone in full effect, pioneered by Tom Kick.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw that on the picture-in-picture, but who just got a mega air blast as well, killing at least one. So we do see Chaos and Furling in there in the picture-in-picture as well. And it looks like, I think, at least one member of Apex is double red relicked up as well. So they're looking super duper strong. Oh my god. I would not want to fight Apex in this scenario. They also have the bonfire. It looks like Fish is at least got one res as well, so they're back as a 2-man now, it looks like, as a Crown's been picked up by Crocus, so hopefully they can get out of there, somehow stick that res off for free. I think they've got maybe a small pocket space here, unless Aya want to keep chasing this one. I think they might be chasing it.
This is anxiety alleyway for me.
Yeah.
I hate this place so much, especially with the train on the way. All Kinetic have to do is stay out of the way. They're going to head into Cobras, of course, in endgame. They will always have the safety of the guards, unless there are some forms of, like that, for example. Like that, the air blast who dis back to his old shenanigans. Wow! Rotate from Hatsum Koob that has not gone well at all, falling to the abyss via way, and Captain Hammered going to fall as well. Sikir Void is taken to the top of Cobras to try and rotate, but he's going to get caught out here. Surely No makes it to the ice, finds a landing pad. Mounts is going to make it out as well. That's another fall to the abyss. It's IAR with the kill point. Meanwhile, Milk Honey into the abyss. Who on earth? The kill feed's disappeared. There are so many abyss, so many spikes. Mouncer, how are you not dead? What on earth? You will be dead now to Olanox, who's going to pick up the kill point. Where you are the last alive. Make that the last two die. Via Older Snow, Kinetic following quick succession, leaving just Hat, Old, Sweatervive, ROG, and Apex Hunters are last alive.
Yeah, 5 teams left, and Apex have basically picked up every boss known to man. It feels like, you know, they've filled the Pokedex. It feels like they've done it all now. All they need to do is just leave the game with a first place. The armors are looking super duper healthy. It looks like Rain also, or sorry, Rog. Also looking really crazy with the blink. Of course, GPA can pull off some potential magic here. I'm hoping that he can do that. Similar situation with Old as well. We've seen potentially loads of crazy air blast plays in the past, but of course there have not been that many hazards unless he drops a nuke. We did see it in a couple of games ago with that crazy nuke play and the air blast. Hopefully he could pull off something crazy again. I don't know if they've got a really good armor economy there in this situation. Looks like 60 Void's been pushed off for the last second, taking a bit of damage here, and now he's like to jump ship, tries to TP back onto the mountain. Hopefully he can survive this one.
Oh! That is a jump pad. Doesn't matter how high you thought you could go, Sick. It weren't high enough, brother. Out at 5 is Sweatervive.
Milkony with the crown pick up, 1 minute 20. Old have the E-plat and the bond, so they can guarantee that solid ground, which is a kind of a ideal position. It looks like have to find themselves a kind of pocket of space to get in. That's going to be the troublesome thing to do here. There is the actual island that Final Destination is on. They can maybe try and do that. Of course, Milkony is going to keep opportunistically looking for hooks whenever possible. As Rain looks on the outskirts, as we can kind of look from the free camp POV and look at how these teams are, looking at each other, assessing their own situations. Maybe looking to gatekeep any kind of entrances whenever possible. The bonfire's finally dropped this time by Rog, so they're going to have an extra bit of visibility, it seems. And aside from that, yeah, it's just going to be everyone playing that super duper calm game. Hopefully Hat can get this crown off. I think Milkony, we'll keep looking for this hook whenever possible there with the pad.
You can see there's a tiny, minute amount of space. That means that they should be safe from the ring. Or are they? Is that a bit of a trick of the eye? They are forced into the E platform. That body too bootylicious apparently for Milk Honey, who has 20 seconds left to run on the crown. ROG basically being scared onto this other platform via Apex Hunters. Milk Honey looking for a grab. They got the grab into the slam, and they don't need to wait. No, never mind. Never mind. Apparently Rain is completely invulnerable to being spiked.
Yeah, I think he just vaulted at the last second, which is a really nice, lucky escape at the last second. We are seeing Rog also with a load of armors dropped on the ground as Milkony gets another hook. This one's got to be a kill. That does happen, and oh no, Rog again absolutely thirded cleanly by Apex, taking down potentially GPA very, very shortly afterwards. It might be Old that take it. Hat running out of space rapidly though, as the Summer Napalm's already dropped. The Zoda drops his own E-pad there, but the Milkony, he gets another hook. Nice on the last second by Pero.
Air blast into the avalanche. Oh, it's another miss.
Oh, no.
To the storm and slam! Oh my word! No, Viparo clutches up, but Old and Washed are now in the back line. Divine intervention to save Snow for now. Who dis on the other side of this platform? Old and washed with the perfect rotate. Apex Hunters with the E-plat to keep their hopes alive. Little pokes onto Snow, and now they go for the full send. Here we go. It got an RMB onto Nemo. Summon Napalm onto the base camp. Going after Nemo. It's the first kill. Huge clutch up from the Apex Hunters. Hudis saves Snow for now, but the chase is too immaculate. Apex Hunters with their second game win of the day.
Yeah, that was. I really liked their macro there in the end game. Super duper clean 30s, the third parties happening continuously. Really aggressive sendings as well. I really liked as well what Hudis was trying to do. He was kind of baited to make it look like it was a 2-man, then go with an aggressive dash to try and hit that route to maybe hit like a 3-man stun. That would have really like kind of equaled the playing fields, especially with that kind of armor disparity that we were kind of seeing between his last two teams.
And breathe. What a game, and what a game in particular from start to finish by Apex Hunters. There is not
100%.
a single facet where I can say they made the wrong move, apart from maybe right at the end, where barring a couple of micro misplays, they could have been third party to Kingdom Come by Old and Washed. They ride their luck that they have rightfully earned, by the way, and they pick up a second game win. That probably takes them into the lead of the lobby with one 20-minute period left to go.
Yep, and I think, you know, across the span of this game as well, we saw so many, like, niche escapes happening, and then, you know, someone did die right at the last second, some crazy spikes, people getting caught out, and then people being stuck in really, like, sticky situations afterwards. A lot of teams also managed to recover. We had that kind of Cobra mid-game as well that happened before the end game, of course, in Final Destination. We saw so much fighting in Iron Acres as well, and the train tracks as well. Loads of fighting over Wisps, of course, with there being infinite KPs. You know, there's always going to be hooks happening as well at the same time. Sunchase with that crazy chilling finale. Oh man, this game was super action-packed.
See, like in moments, like I mean, Sunshees seriously has some seriously good play there, but the aura exuded from Apex Hunters means that Velati, and I would argue quite rightfully, is not ready to commit to the idea that maybe, just maybe, they can pick off one or two people here. You expect Apex Hunters to do the impossible. Of course, once we actually hit the shards, it's carnage, it's chaos. People are getting picked off left, right, and center. For example, Olenox here, Mounster with nowhere to go, truthfully. Wayan falling into a couple of teams themselves, Snow picking up the kill point. And before all of this kicked off, Samari, lest us not forget another early elimination for Abyss Trinity, who might not even be in the conversation to get first or second now.
Yeah, it's crazy to just see how these games keep like flim-flamming all the way around. Different various teams are coming through. Of course, Apex having that crazy showing right at the end. I think that was a big kill point game as well, but we won't know, of course, until we get those kind of scoreboard update after Game 5, which is going to be really interesting to see. Oh yeah, of course, Rog getting absolutely forced out here. Milk Honey continuously hitting those crazy hooks. In my opinion, he's probably like been one of the kind of craziest KPs we've seen in the Tier 2 scene, in my opinion. He's always been hitting those max ranges, it feels like. And, you know, you need took down Vipera there, and I'm looking at that replay again. It was a kind of a close exchange.
I mean, Milk Honey was like one LMB away from taking down Vipero.
Yeah.
That's not even like exaggerated. That's actually insane. And that then means that Apex Hunters have 3 rather than 2, which means that they are able to outmuscle Old and Washed, despite Old and Washed having Godspot. Oh my goodness me. Right, well, as I am so told, we now have the randomization process. But before we get to that, for our final game of the day, an update on the scores. And Apex Hunters are not actually winning. They're not actually in the lead of the lobby. ROG have been so freaking consistent across the entire series that they actually lead, albeit just by 7 points. That is nothing in SUPERVIVE land. It is then nigh close enough to a 20-point gap between Apex Hunters and Old and Washed. That does feel like too big a margin to overcome, barring early eliminations for both of those teams. I think that we have our first and second locked in, again, barring the miracles that we know that this game can provide. And so for the likes of Old and Washed, Sweatervived, and poor Abyss Trinity, who have suffered a truly heartbreaking second half to this marvelous play, they find themselves in 5th with IAR 6th, well clear of CAF, who, by the way, great job from them in this second half to rise from last up to 7th.
Yeah.
But really now the story is ROG versus Apex Hunters.
I was just looking at the previous scoreboard update from Game 3. 80 only scored like 8 points in the 2 games, which is crazy.
It's not a surprise.
Yeah, like I thought, I was just looking at it like, oh, surely it's more than that. Hopefully there can be something else that happens. But unfortunately, this is just endless creativity coming from these teams, endless value that they're acquiring, and of course, as you mentioned, these last 2 to 3 teams are going to be going basically head to head. I was just thinking as well, like, we know that Apex always drop on armors, and maybe that's potentially common knowledge between the other teams. And because they're second place, is that something you go for? Do you go for that early fight? Even with randomized names, you can still kind of get a feel for kind of the team's kind of nature. Maybe Apex also swap it up there. You know, I mean, it could be like that.
Lizardo coming in with Caster, chill on the flame, doing good calls, gets called luck. I mean, as I said, you earned your luck, but you were Vipero in particular, you were 1 LMB away from getting killed, and then that entire end game is very, very different. I've seen things that you wouldn't believe, but enough cyberpunking. Let's get to work. Let's get to work with this randomizer wheel. 4 options on the table, right? We got unstable portals, we've got cross country, we've got bullet trains, we got final destination. Mr. Shivam, whip it up, please.
What's it going to be?
I mean, all of them are excellent. Magical.
Oh. Final destination. Oh.
No, it's going to be... Relic always knows his countings. It's not Final Destination because it's Game 5. It's Final Destination because it's Game 6 and the wheel knows. So we're going to be running back then Final Destination back-to-back games. I don't think that really suits anybody, especially since we don't know where the Final Destination is going to be until we land on the map. But Cymeri, one thing is for sure, Apex Hunters and how they approach game progression has been unrivaled today. Even if they haven't had the end game results that they would have wanted, they have also won 2 games. The only team to win 2 games. And so I'm looking at a lot of these teams, and if they can sort of source out who Apex Hunters are, if they've been keeping a keen eye on their composition, because of course there's no team colors, by the way, folks.
Yeah.
They're all randomized every game, and there are no names that you can see in the lobby. So if they can try and identify Apex Hunters and knock them out early, all of a sudden the door opens to ROG.
I think that's what I was saying with the armor drops, right? Because they always drop for armors, and that's why I'm thinking, are they going to swap?
Yes.
Yeah, are they going to swap to a different position? Are they going to go, oh, we screw the armors because it's too predictable, we're going to have to give up the armors and do something else? Or it's the kind of the double play where you kind of bait it and then don't go there, but then you do go there a little bit later on. You know, there's all that kind of macro decisions that you can make. But I think Apex have had kind of the strongest recovery, the strongest amount of resilience, of course, with a couple of early, like rough-ish games. And then just came back absolutely swinging. They found that secret sauce, the secret recipe, and they've just kept enacting it over and over again. They've been getting, big kill points, big games, big placement points. Everything's accrued up to this, and we're in last game now, pretty much. Or is it last couple of games, or is it 5 or 6?
It's the final game.
It is the final game. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah. It's
so much action.
It's flown by, and it's been so action packed. And if you like this, you'll probably like playing the game. Go download it. It's free on Steam. Also, follow Theorycraft Games. There's actually more action later on tonight in a few hours or so. Give it 4 hours, give or take. We got North America's Tier 2 on the way as well. You're going to love that. But I think Cymeri, we both looked at Apex Hunters and we were giving them their flowers early. We could see in terms of the micro, in terms of how they were approaching fights in general in the early game, that there was clearly a squad there. Like, they were clearly a good team, and they just got caught out a couple of times on the macro. They have cleaned that up significantly, and the rewards are there for everyone to see, which is why it is imperative now for anybody else who wants to win any sort of cash prize here today, taking them out early, as well as ROG, who we should not forget. I mean, goodness, they are actually our lobby leaders. We're picking up Apex Hunters like they're the ones who are gonna be the obvious winners, but ROG are there as well. They have been stubborn in their high value consistency. Of course, in modern SUPERVIVE though, there are no names, there are no identifiers, and so that's why I say a keen eye and an understanding of how these teams play in their compositions will be critical to conducting that detective work once they hit the breach.
Yeah, it's definitely a skill to kind of pick up and kind of reinforce, especially. It's become ever more present, as you mentioned, with the randomized names and colors. And just looking at like third place, like Old, they need like at least minimum 26 points to get first to tie with ROG. And that's obviously a monumental kind of game that they need to have for that last one. So what, at least six kills plus first place at the very least. And that's assuming you take out ROG straight off the bat, you know, so that you'd have to be on some sort of you'd have to be like Columbo there with that insane detective work to find them instantly straight off the bat. I don't think that's going to happen. I expect ROG to get at least 1 point, you know, yeah.
Yeah, like, I think it's not controversial to say anyone who is not ROG or Apex needs to win Game 6 if they have any hope of winning. We have seen some huge KP totals. I mean, naturally, unless you've been ratting it out for the entire game, by which proxy you'd think that you won't have the equipment or the levels to actually compete in endgame in the first place, such as the rather vicious nature of competitive. Unless you're doing that, by virtue of getting to endgame, you should have a decent number of kill points in pocket already. In trios, that number can vary from, like you say, the 5 to 8 range to best case scenario, 15 to 20, which is why I don't completely discount some of these teams outside of Old and Washed. I think we can scrap the idea of even IAR getting into the mix. 44 points does seem absurd. I think Abyss Trinity and SUPERVIVE have the most outsidest of chances. They are in another postcode. They're looking to find their way onto the street. But it will also require not just them winning, but ROG and Apex basically getting 11th, 12th, or very low, like 8th to 10th position with no kill points whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking as well, like, did ROG ever have like a consistent early game pattern that other teams could kind of like look up at and kind of sniff out potentially? Was that ever the case?
I mean, they're notable by how uninspiring their early game has been. Like, they just kind of existed, and then they turn up and they actually look pretty good. So, maybe not making noise is as valid a strategy as what Apex Hunters do by going straight after the armors.
Looks to be their potential strategy, and maybe that could do something crazy here for this last game. Game number 6. We have armors on Dawn Caps to start things off. We've got the Codex as well dropping. We have the armors as well, Soul of Fortitude. So there's lots of goodies up for grabs. And Shards of Fate, it's ending there again. Similar position to last game.
That does favor Apex Hunters. If we were running back a little bit of deja vu, but every game of SUPERVIVE is unique. And so into the breach for the final time for EU Tier 2. A reminder, folks, that we do have NA Tier 2 in just a few hours' time, but that's a lot of teams dropping near the heart, mind you. Saimiri, CAF, and KT choosing to go north and take the shorter rotate in.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the kind of, just trying to glance at the minimap for the most part, just trying to get a picture of where the teams kind of want to go for mob farm, if there's anything significant that they're actually looking for, or if it's just general mob farming in general. Are there any people who are doing any sort of targeted scouts, trying to find out where a specific enemy is? As we were mentioning before the game started, Apex already going towards Dawn Caps, it looks like, so potentially there could be a fight there as a ROG, and I think it's Fish in this scenario are relatively close to each other, decide to jump ship, go their own separate ways, level 3s and 4s respectively. SWT do have the high ground with Siggy Void having the armor as well, super duper early. Apex are looking to potentially get free pickings onto Siggy Void, but gets a nice chunky stunning along with the Orb of Argos. LMB beckon, they do get the connection, killing Lizardo straight off the bat, and this could spell danger here. Viper might be the next victim potentially. I mean,
this is it, right? This is it. Oh, but they've got a Sky Shark, and Rhapsody books it. Doesn't matter where, as long as nobody's there.
And just looking at the minimap as well, what kind of res options does he have? He's got like vein growth potentially. There's one kind of close as well, just below. There's a couple of different options, and maybe even just going for Cobras is the guaranteed one. But we do see KT there. Hopefully they get out of town. Oh, he's going for the train. Right in the last second. Clever. It's going to be a nice little free one. It looks like then. Oof.
That was a very, very smart play, especially given there are so many teams rotating up from the south. He would have seen just by the virtue of how many, or how little teams, I should say, were dropping up north. Where is that final destination? Is it on the base camp?
I think it's on Shards, yeah, all the way on the north side again, yeah.
So it's a little bit, I mean, I say a little bit, it is significantly enough further north to change how the complexion of Endgame will look. Less reliance on E-plats, more reliance on the likes of nukes, on the likes of walls, on the likes of jump pads, especially a lot of terrain that can be traversed with a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yep, and I think having that economy, like for example from a Little Cook, is really, really like a big boon for teams if they can manage to find one, because Cook can drop all of those consumables at various different rates. So if they manage to get a couple, that can really, really snowball their consumable lead. As Captain Hammer just find a counter trap, but the Sky Shark's been blown up at the last second. Dowser is basically running on E with no fuel left, as we do see like kind of mini engagement. Gen 2 actually taking the Firebox for game 6 as the Orb of Argos is just completely pummeling him. He has to jump ship now at the last second. Maybe gets a nice little cheeky RMB if possible onto Sicky Boy for a surprise spike. Manages to jump onto stable ground at the last second, gets the RMB but doesn't get a spike unfortunately. Sicky Boy taking a little bit of damage, but is rapidly running out of space now as Captain Hammer looks to get the jump in if possible. Get the TP steal! Oh no!
What a read! What a read from Sicky Void. I do want to give great credit though to Lamech though, who read that initial shift to get onto land with the Embry Bolt, which briefly slowed Sick down. Unfortunately, with such a short gap between coming onto land and then having to go back into the Abyss, there wasn't enough time. They had to look for another piece of land, hence why they couldn't go further out into the Abyss. Rogue, though, now they've lost someone to Abyss Trinity, and they have completely split. Look at that Kingpin going far east. They've got another going west. They're going to be chased down surely by Abyss Trinity, one of the chasing pack. We've got Old and Washed going up against Nerf Shrike, who will be pleased not to be last for a fourth time today. But they are in trouble as 1QW with a third party. They're down immediately to one player here, NFS. Old and Washed though. Oh, we got a Mercury. We got a Mercury Sunshees. How saucy. How wonderful. Got a divine intervention as well. And this game's being turned on its head. Got the blowback there from Sunshees, who returns to the relative safety of the Acres. Valenti, they're going to hook up together now. But the recall incoming as Old and Washed are on the hunt.
Oh, nearly getting the dunk, but I don't think he would have been at that 70% threshold either way. And it looks like 1QW just have to keep kiting backwards and until the kind of chase stops as Aya slowly creep down. This might be potentially dangerous for Old if they keep looking up for this chase. Trying to get the kill if possible in the Abyss. LMBs keep being sent, but a nice little dash away at the last second from Suncheese with that kind of extra momentum from the LMBs. Charged LMB proc. There's a slight level difference as well, but the zone is going to start trickling away at that health pool now. Not much left to go. It is day 2 now, so it is going to be quite punishing very, very soon. As Biblix does get a kill on the kill feed, we do see that. And SWT on the top right side, they've picked up the armors, and they're looking to take another boss, it looks like. So there's extra free pickings, extra value being acquired here. Really good stuff.
Oh, that's regenerative armor as well. It's auto repair. That is absolutely huge, considering their already healthy armor situation.
Yeah.
Completely uncontested too.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? Once they pushed away Apex, they just had completely free Dominion, and there's always like at least about 2 or 3 mob camps down there, so they can continue to just get XP, you know, as the days pass, which is going to be like a real big boon, especially uncontested. But of course, you're not going to get that many kill points if you're not interacting with many of the teams, so there is that kind of a drawback potentially. But just depends on the kind of macro game that they want to play. As who this tries to dash away at the last second, it is successful. There's not that much space to play in there. I'm going to be kind of mirroring just behind it, looks like Old, as they do make it up towards Cobras on that tail. On the left-hand side, we do see Apex as well, just above Old. So I'm wondering if they're going to get sandwiched potentially. It just depends on how much pressure is applied. Ganymede is pushed away at the last second. They have found Apex. Vipero has picked up an Air Blast as well, as the GA as well. That's the kind of typical combo we would see from Vipero. many times in the past. And now they found Aya. It looks like a big send-in. Wayne gets the Fusillade off, but doesn't get basically any value, unfortunately. Summon Napalm does a decent chunk of damage, and they get the clean sniper at the last second. Full sending with the dash as well, right at the last second. Oh no, and they've had to split ways. I'm wondering if they're going to continue the chase, but they decide against it.
SUPERVIVE's looking up the kill feed going, why? Why would you do this to us? Well, you've already, you couldn't finish the job, SUPERVIVE, when it mattered most. The Sky Sharks saving the Apex Hunters. Will the placement points be enough, even if they stay quiet from here on out? Hat going up against NFS. I mean, contextually speaking, this is a bit of a nothing burger of a fight, but nevertheless, it is exciting to see the guards get a little bit angsty over that shim. Cat heist a little too deep, and now the Kingpin in too deep as well. That Wisp will be eliminated, and Abyss Trinity see plenty of kill points that they can now accrue.
Yeah, and we're seeing so many teams again converging in Kova, kind of just the mirror of last game. And I think Lumia was trying to go for the air blast. Oh, he nearly gets it with the dash through as well. That'd have been so crazy onto Nemo. That would especially taken out Old as well. You know, they're potential contenders for maybe a second place. But Apex, of course, already accrued a couple of kills, so I think they're gonna have to fight even harder. Oh no, Nemo actually dies to an air blast at the last second. And the box was attempted here. Lumia gets a nice little push away there. So, oh no, Vipera actually takes that Ranta just afterwards. As we see in the picture-in-picture, it looks like Singularity got a nice little pick onto Olanox, along with Monster actually getting the last hit. So, I don't know, if anyone's not picked up an air blast in the main cam, they should be picking it up, of course. As we mentioned many times before, 15 seconds for the souls to spawn on the top right-hand side of the map. We do see a couple of teams already converging towards it. I think SWT have first dibs again for the next soul already. Oh man.
Forget Bing Bong, try Ping Pong. We've got 50 seconds less than before these guys are going to be all hell breaking loose. What just happened there?
That was a spike, unfortunately, right at the last second. And hopefully that doesn't keep continuing to happen, as who it is, surprisingly this time, doesn't have air blast. Lumil, close to the edge. And the picture-in-picture, we do see the Hot Wings also being used at the last second, I think, by Suncheese. Nice little TP up onto the north side. Hopefully they can escape in this scenario. But things are looking a bit troublesome in this scenario for SWT, it looks like. Or maybe 1QW and SWT. Mystic taking that monster at the last second. Oh, Udis nearly being air blasted in by Ferret in the main cam. And Sticky Void takes down 6+ Noon, as we do see on the kill feed. Some R&Bs are coming in from Rhapsody. Unfortunately, can't get the knock in either. And we are seeing one person finally killed. 1QW are outed, unfortunately. And that's one less team on the battlefield.
They fall to fish, and now it's Hat Soup Coup who are on the prowl, although they're not going to chase too hard. They lack a lot of vision. And there are a lot of teams out there. SUPERVIVE, though. Ooh. Oh, dear. Look at this. Sicky Avoid. Wait. Whoa. How the hell did you survive that? Not for too much longer, of course. I was just impressed about it all in the first place. It's a pickup of points for Nerf Strike. And now the Kobayashi guard has fallen. And it's all about Apex Hunters who clean up Old and Wash. It's all about the new guard now, baby.
And what we need to see right now, so ROG is still in the game, and of course Apex, who just saw them to get even a couple more kills. I want to see like how ROG are doing. How many kills do they have? Because of course having placement is one thing, but having the kills as well on top is going to be another thing. You know, those combined points are going to be the deciding factor for this last game. They are having a mini dance, it seems, against KT, and hopefully they can make it out of this one. Looks like we're looking at day 4 mob resets as well, so hopefully they can accrue a bit more XP when possible. We're also seeing Apex as well, maybe potentially being gate-kept by 18. Azada on super HP, hopefully can escape as Crystal keeps sending in this LMBs, and they've lost a member already, but they've made their way back into Koba, looking to stick that res before the zone closes. Hopefully they can do it as well. We are looking at BCam Rewind spawning as well, as Hat and Aya having their little mini fight.
It's Breeves in the center of all of it, somehow surviving. That big Oath health bar doing so much heavy lifting. In goes the nuke. Hat eliminated. BB Blukes scrambles, mantles, gets out of the way as ROG pick up the pieces. But Aya potentially picking up the soul here. Is that combustion? It's Brilliance. My eyes do not deceive me. Of course, Brilliance with LMB, plus 15% skill damage, so non-LMB damage. Going to be useful at the very least for, I don't know, maybe the Bishop, kinda?
Yeah, you can somehow get value from it with a couple of swaps around with the perks. Looks like everyone's going to be hopefully good in that scenarios. AT also look to stick the res. They're going to have an open pocket of space to kind of play in. But SWT may be looking to guard it as well. They've got the bonfire there, so they may be able to notify that each other, if someone does jump over. But I think they've actually dashed across to the right side. Kind of a smart play because SWT were kind of guarding the left-hand side, it looks like. They're also having their mini-fight against ROG. It looks like they've already dropped the Dreadstar as well in the picture-in-picture. We do see that. So that's one kind of less bit of utility that SWT can use, especially against ROG. It seems like they keep kind of having clashes whenever possible, but nothing's actually become a decisive fight just yet. Flicking up on the top side, though, it looks like Symbiosis is already found down, and Aya are looking to maybe get a full chase here. This is looking a bit dangerous for NFS.
Yeah, they've been running away. They do have a gold shield with Lumiel. In goes the Ghost. In goes Wei In. We're going to get a great Vortex Charm, actually, from Mado here, who finds the Wind Ring, but is then eventually taken down. And surely it's only going to be a matter of time before Nerf Strike is eliminated from the game and indeed the lobby. Worth keeping an eye on how all of this is going to... Never mind, managed to get away, find the bush, and nobody knows the wiser. But with Old and Washed out, that was the closest challengers to ROG and Apex Hunters gone. And given that we're now into the top 10, Cymeri, I think for the likes of SUPERVIVE and Abyss Trinity, I should say, I think it's a little bit too far to climb now with the placement points that undoubtedly Apex and ROG will be picking up.
Yeah, and we do see a crazy Abyss Breaker. Oh my god, but the return Fusillade plus the bonus connection actually did a crazy amount of work to buy Fish. Potentially, hopefully, just enough time to escape because they got absolutely chunked there at the last second. Wayne continues to send in those LMBs with the dashes, keeps getting those connections as well, which allows the resets, and Drive might be the next victim here. As the LMBs keep going in, there's Drive, that's the next victim, and AI are going to be really happy to get this couple of kills as GPA tries a little hook, but Breves has got the shield reaction just in time. Hopefully, Limo can make it out of this one. We are seeing a potential pick here at the last second. AT might be losing one member. Jobo already found down. Can't even get the Wisp Mantle, but Crystal's already sticking that res. They're going to be back as a full 3-man. It looks like Lumiel is looking to pick up the crown, just standing right on top of one, if I'm not mistaken. We're looking at Emoria spawning in 35 seconds. We've seen Lumiel in about 3 or 4 different characters as well across the span of these 6 games. Gone from like Eva to Oath to now Ghost.
One of them's got to work, right? One of them's got to work. And unfortunately, well, Piggy has lured out Rain into the Abyss and they've picked up a kill point. This was the first time really that we've checked in with ROG proper. And I gotta say, I wasn't impressed with their itemization. Their levels looked okay, but imagine if that one kill point is going to be the difference. Because one thing is for certain, Apex Hunters have had the much better Game 6.
Yeah, 100%. And we do see ROG as well, chilling on the outskirts. Lepiggy is managing to survive against Bitterblux for the moment. And they both actually have Air Blast, surprisingly. But Lepiggy's already used his now. Basically, nothing left in the chamber. Already used the TP as well. And they pops the Singularity to try and buy a little bit of extra space. Keeps popping the shift, but it's not enough. Fish are outed. And we're now left with only 6 teams.
Yeah, NFS dropping just before them.
Yeah.
And so, we have KT. We have IIR. We have SUPERVIVE and we have Abyss Trinity. These are the upsetters to the throne. Although they might not be in with a chance of winning, they still have a chance of determining who the winner is. Chase down, SUPERVIVE will no longer be in that conversation as Oyan eliminates the Forest Green team.
Yeah, and I think the main thing that's going to be that ROG have to be careful of is trying to find an open, safe space because there's so many teams. They're being surrounded, basically. GPS trying to hook on the left side to try and buy some space. And now Rain is also trying to have a little mini fight against KT. They've already split resources and directions now, ensuring the survival hopefully unlocks. Manages to not get hit by the Roga by Kazamo. Hits his own one, in fact, right at the last second. Just as we look on the top side, AT also getting pummeled a little bit by Aya. Wayne sends in a couple of enemies, decides against the full dance. And hopefully now these guys can, find that pocket of space. There goes the avalanche.
Terrifying moment for ROG. Terrifying moment. And it might still be a nightmare lying in wait. Isolated. Olanox is felled by Weian. III are ROG's worst possible scenario right now. A miss. RMB. Rain. Blast off. ROG down to 1.
Aya just keep getting kills over and over again, but now it looks like KT looking to try and get some free pickings as Aya. They actually get a nice little circle around Bitterblux. Chilling for is also dropped as well, plus the Abyssal Breaker just provides just enough time, but one dies. Crocus manages to get enough space, buys enough space for his team at the last second.
ROG!
Surprisingly outed! Just 4 teams left now, Relic.
And It's Lizardo! Lizardo with potentially the death knell that sees ROG lose and sees Apex Hunters win. Now they're going after Kinetic. Summon Napalm. Second Wind will not catch Kazumo, but Abyss Trinity will. Collapsing in on the pink team. Rhapsody with another kill point. Mowick takes down Mystic. Apex Hunters on the precipice of glory in Tier 2.
Oh my god, and I think they're just going to continue applying pressure. They've really found their kind of ground now, how they want to play. They've really refined it, feels like, across the span of these 6 games, and they've continued to execute really nice plays over and over again. This time, they're plummeting 80, it looks like. Baby Brooks has picked up a crown, around 50 seconds left. He could be that kind of chaotic modifier that changes everything as Crystal tries to apply a bit of continued pressure, it looks like, actually, in fact. Punching him into the zone temporarily. The punches return, puts the ulti combo. Who's going to win in this scenario? He pops the ulti, nice to air blast, it's not enough!
Abyss Trinity versus Apex Hunters. It's a replay of Game 3. Double it is Game 6. Will it be the same outcome, though? It's looking likely. Mowick falls. 3v2. Vipera around the corner. A miss from the Haymaker sees Crystal back up. We've got a potential res. We've got an absolute res. But Mowick will not live for long. Followed by Jobo. Crystal! Well, you know what crystals are formed from. They're formed from the soil. Sometimes they start out rough like diamonds, but then they become a shining, glistening example of what you can do in SUPERVIVE. Apex Hunters, we await the final count, but surely are the winners of Saturday night SUPERVIVE.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's 34 points. I just calculated their points right at the last second, of course, plus the first place. That is a monstrous number for any other team to basically climb. I think they've got it in the bag, Relic. But of course, we do need to wait for the official scores to see what is going on with the other teams.
My words. So, I guess the real question is just, I think there is no question about Apex Hunters. I think we're pretty confident there. I think the new question is, did SUPERVIVE, and in particular Abyss Trinity, did they do enough to overhaul the 33 plus point advantage that ROG had over them? Because we were saying throughout that game, ROG, they're a little bit quiet. We don't see them in the kill feed. I don't know how many kill points they did get in the end. I'd wager it wasn't more than 5.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the deciding factor, of course, as we do look at some of these replays. So many and really nice, clean fights, actually, and a lot of nice chasing, actually, from Aya. I feel like they've been in this situation. We've seen many clips of this where Aya, especially in the last game, were just continuously chasing and just getting those LMB connections continuously on other teams. Every time it felt like they're doing it. There they go. There's another one straight off the bat. Look, and the Fish have just been forced away. And I think they pretty much execute at least 2 members here, getting at least a couple more kill points. There we go. Oh man, I think I actually had a surprisingly good game for Game 6 as well.
You gotta love the lore. Shout out to Manai, and great to see you, my friend. The storyline, he says. The storyline of GPA from ROG, of course, losing against the team that he coached.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's coaching for them in 5VU camp, essentially. Him and Baruf are coaching, so...
Oh, I love Baruf. What a great dude.
One of the best.
I love so many of these players. Like, it's actually like, it's so cool that we have now, for example, like Snow and Nemo, who have history going back to the prologue. And yet, today, we see potentially new stars of SUPERVIVE rising to the fore. Like, whatever the fate of this game, man, you're writing your pages into the book regardless.
100%. And I really actually like Mowick's kind of in and out plays. Somehow he manages to slither continuously in every fight I see him. He somehow manages to get like clean R&B, survive with 1 HP, do some other kind of magic. I got to give a shout out to him. I feel like he's pulled off some really nice plays in these 6 games for sure.
Agreed completely. And I got to give another shout out here to one of our top 4, Kinetic, who I think whereas Apex Hunters were able to take their underlying performance and actually elevate themselves to what was ultimately just the 3 victories, I should say, in the end, I think Kinetic didn't quite make that next step up. On another day, I think it's a very different series for them. I think that Abyss Trinity are going to be lamenting Game 4 and Game 5. If they have the performances that we saw from every other game from them, including this one, in Game 4 and Game 5, very different looking table.
Oh, 100%. But It looks like everything's been set in stone. The scores are rapidly being counted up in the background as we get, look at these a final glance at these last fights that happened and that last Arcane Railgun that did seal the deal, along with Rhapsody getting that last kill point. And here are the scores.
Here we go.
Wow.
Well, it is confirmed. Apex Hunters with a lead of 14 points take home the $300, the lion's share of our $500 prize pool here today. ROG did, in fact, do more than enough to cement second place, although, as is always the case when you are second in a two-tiered prize pool, they will surely ask what could have been. Abyss Trinity do rally at the end then to pick up third place, 5 points ahead of SUPERVIVE. A tie between Olden Washed and Ayaya, both on 87. We then have Kinetic, who do pick up 7th place, and so that consistency was there. Like I said, the performances, you can see by the gap, 87 down to 48. That was a huge margin of points that were left on the table. CAF then were last at the break, 8th on 42. Hat ended up with 39. One quick win with 36. Fish with 27. And sadly for Nerve Strike, they finish bottom of the pile with 17. But I think that for every single team here today, there was a highlight of some form. I think that every team can be incredibly proud of how they approached this tournament. This was by far one of the most even, I think, tournaments game to game that we have seen post 1.0. And I think for the likes of Apex Hunters and ROG, fingers crossed, man, that they can see a step up to tier 1 in their near future.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just getting some additional stats as well from our lovely stat counters. So Lizardo ended up with 26 kills, total kills. Rhapsody had 22. Wayne had 23. GPA with 20. I think there's some nuke damage scoring occurring as well for total damage. So Lizardo ended up with 120k damage. That has to be nukes involved. There's no other thing. There's nothing else that could be happening there. Rhapsody with 102k. Wayne third with 87k. So really crazy stuff. And somehow Breeze managed to end up with nearly 40k healing. Crazy number.
Vipero with almost 40k. I mean, what was that?
Yeah.
Like just over 100 points of healing behind Vipero. Consider me a fan, Apex Hunters. Consider me a fan. I'm really excited to see where you guys go. I'm excited to see where this entire field goes. And listen, chat, I'm excited to see you in a few hours' time, because we get to do this all over again with different casters and with different players and a different region entirely. North America on the horizon, so Mary.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing. I've casted for it before. I've seen what sort of talent is on show. Really, really beautiful stuff that these guys, it's a different meta, of course, to EU, but it's still great nonetheless. So, stick around, guys. It was not too long for that NA tournament coming up.
Right, let's give our thanks and appreciation to everyone around the room, to our wonderful producer, Shivam. Thank you so much for providing all the pretty pictures to everyone. To our wonderful observers, Main Jam and Tsunani. Tsunani doubling up with stats. We had, of course, Kaya and Izuna in the background with helping out with both the clip show, all sorts of admin, making sure that the players are in the right place at the right time, wrangling them. And to be fair, though, they have been all excellent and well-behaved, so I've been told. It's Christmas soon. You do want to remain on Santa's good list, of course. So thank you to everyone in the background. To Man Magical, who should have been hosting here today, sadly ill with an upset stomach. Please send your love to him. He is missed. And to all of you out in chat for joining us. It has been a true privilege. And on a personal note for me, thank you for having me back. It is good to be back. As I said, more SUPERVIVE on the way. So if you haven't followed Theorycraft Games here on Twitch or indeed SUPERVIVE or YouTube, I should say, already, please do. It'll give you a notification. You can join up. It should be in just over 3.5 hours, I believe, before we go live again. Obviously, when it goes live, it goes live. Don't listen to me. Sometimes I lie. Unreliable narrator, they say. Why am I in commentary? But be sure to be there, because NA Tier 2 is a treat. Absolute bangers guaranteed. And a final thank you to you, Mary. Any final thoughts as we wrap up here?
Nah, it's just an excellent 6 games, man. You've been amazing to co-cast with. I love it, man. I'm hoping we can get some more in the future. But that does, I think, wrap it up for today.
Absolutely, right back at you. The king of EU scrims here, Mr. Mary, providing so much coverage. A delight to have you alongside me. Who have I been? I've just been Relic. And from all of us here, folks, it is very warm. Goodbye!
Peace. escape with 1 HP, but gets hooked at the last second. And Milconi actually dies amidst the exchange. Cat Eyes goes in with the fuselage, but gets basically no value, unfortunately. And another kill, so K-Nemo taking that Ranta. It is just Fish.
They're going for the hook. Metaphorically speaking, of course, no Kingpin in sight. Summon Napalm down, second wind. Oh, manages to get a good readjustment as a pair, just kind of leaving this that Bishop, sorry. You know that you're going to be able to get out of there, lickety split. Hat go down to 1 quick win. And now plenty more damage to be done here on SUPERVIVE. 2 caught in the singularity, but they get back in with the grapple. They can't find the kill, though. They do eventually get 1 knock onto Wei-An. Party, Kinetic onto AT. 4th party, kinda. It's just Nemo, but there's Rain. They got the most wanted, but look at this Nemo caught in a hellstorm of fire. The old and washed are winners of the first qualifier round. They are out with still a huge slew of teams left to go. Plenty of kill points. Placement points not so good. Abyssal Breaker down. This purple side, Apex Hunters torn asunder. Such a great start. It's not how you start though. It's utilizing every single tool in their arsenal. Kazumo, can you get away? Again using that dash. Reeves, the Abyssal Breaker, catches up to them. The slow is enough to finish. Will work from Mounster, one of the only EVA believers. Well, you can only be a believer if you try, as the lyrics go. And BB Blukes is now caught out with ROG on the chase. There's 6 past noon. BB Blukes completely surrounding him. Sick and Void into the abyss. There's the grapple. And
well, in fact, 1QW, actually, it feels like it's almost like 2 teams fighting 1. Oh my god, 1 person is sitting in the last second. Uh-oh.
Singularity catches 2, maybe catches 3 from multiple teams. It's Obliteration Nation for Sick and Void, who does go down, but is insta-revived. Into the depths goes Mounster with a little sachet into some demolition derbies for themselves. 6 past noon, last alive for 1 quick. Unbelievable on this EVA. Primal Slam, Slug Wave, denied. GPA's gone. Surely it's going to be the end as well for Olinox. What a cleanup from SUPERVIVE.
Being absolutely pwned, but gets a nice little R&B at the last second. Hopefully Rain can be a nice little follow-up along with GPA. 1 more LMB just seal the deal. Nemo is found dead, but the ulti's would have been dropped. They can kind of exchange this Snow absolutely demolishing Olinox. It's now just a 2v2.
The 6 Dragons strike. Oh, but GPA!
Very, very quickly, Lizardo and Vipera. No, they got outed. No way. Okay, but I don't really know how much time you think it did to buy.
It is truly tumultuous. Sun tantrum from a bunch of these teams, but still, so maybe we have 9! Not for long! Misses. Summon Napalm. BB Blukes onto Crocus. Big Q. Haymaker. Blast up and hurts into the train. It's Wei-An from AAR who is finished. It is AAR who is finished. And now there's a nuke. SUPERVIVE further into the train tracks they go.
The obscure gamers, a nice little crazy play comes through at the last second. The Singularity comes through. Oh my god, it's just Captain Hamid last alive in the blink of an eye. Maybe AT can take this one. They would absolutely turn this around. No, super long HP pops the R&B.
Oh my words.
What can you do in this situation? Unfortunately, not enough. And AT take game number 2.
Abyss Trinity. Oh, they were so... He wants some more armor repairs to get those shields up as Ayayar is out at 12. Keen and Vipero going after Caf here. It's just Trepper left.
Oh, if not already. So I'm expecting that to happen very, very soon. There goes the dagger connection instead. Never mind. Get the chunk down. Oh, punished by the Overborgos at the last second. Rain also super non HP. Manages to dash away, but a nice little clean spike. Captain Hamid actually found dead, so it's now a 2v3.
And they've not got their singularity either. Wasted at the beginning of the fight. It's not often that you see Sicky Avoid not getting anybody. Back into the ring they go. Olinox, that's going to be a Santa is still getting res potentially. Someone's got to touch the wisp. 1QW are out courtesy of Apex Hunters. And now here's Abyss Trinity like a freight train through the town. Old and washed are getting washed up on.
He is playing on a very, very fine small line.
Oh, the stun.
This might be it potentially. Uh-oh.
On and off, no mercy. Arcane Railgun. It's stolen the work. A lot better for them. and looking a lot better, even more so as they aim to eliminate another team.
Plus the Viridis Fury. That's the ulti at the second on the north side by from Grusman Bear. Plus the TP. Unfortunately, they don't get Grusman Bear, so he's likely to die to the zone, unfortunately, as the Singularity actually gets one pick. Oh, the last second. Super bonus as well. Can they do any more damage? Drive is actually going crazy, but it does die at the last second to Rhapsody, and now he's looking to get Piggy if possible. That's still not quit the last second with the upper cutlass. And a TP.
Oh, they got him!
But the hook comes in. Uh-oh.
About Fish up against the wall in the tank. Here comes the cat.
Oh my God.
Looking to pounce. They want their dinner. Here's Abyss Trinity 2. Viridis Fury unleashed into grass. Oh, Crystal's on the other side.
Oh my
Blast off. Here's one. Here's two. Here's number 3 surely on the way. Fish eliminated, but a valiant effort.
Nuke's going to be potentially really good on these small islands too.
Oh, ROG caught in between a rock and a hard place. They're in no man's land. They're going to have to traverse the abyss the hard way. Olinox is surely going to die. The overheat takes them down, and GPE cannot save them with the emergency platform. Second wind, summon napalm. Good chip damage onto Apex Hunters, but it's just that.
Chip across the last second dress to go for the ulti play to get out, but unfortunately,
shot, dude, into the. They're dead. They're dead. It's the end. Bye-bye, GPA. No! Finally, it's done. But because they checked, the regen drive won't save anybody except Jobo, who goes right into the middle. Look at the wildfire drive, though. The chip damage. Avalanche onto the train. Mowick with barely any health to speak of.
Oh, no.
The entire team. There will be no final kill, though, not on this occasion. 3 exotic shields, 3 exotic players, 1 exotic win. As
first victim, it looks like, as we flick over to 1TW now against Cat.
yeah, it's kind of blown up in their faces. You could see just how much potentially is only chip damage for the moment. Cat Heist looking for a TP back to base. No shot, dude. But will they get a dunk onto Olinox? Oh, that's so dangerous. No. There. Real lack of movement. And now that's a real lack of movement onto the Oath. That's a big old chunky health bar. But it is truly and fully eviscerated. Into the blast off. A miss into the doorway.
Delivery gets the nice squid dunk onto High Drive, and the LMBs are just keeping centered by way, and the Singularity gets the connection, maybe making it a push. I think he may have lost her. The center looks like at the last second the hook.
What was that interaction?
It's nice little 2-man connection as we've seen the picture-in-picture, followed by the second win, and as we're looking in the main cam as well, Mystics also found out shortly afterwards.
Kinetic. It's such a shame because in terms of these individual players were alive, but for how much longer? Here comes the bungee gun. Back you come. No, never mind. Wind ring available, and away they go. PB Bluke's on the chase though. Oh, finds a face full of ghost ammunition. Here comes the arcane railgun. Burning palm. Surely gone.
Connection, unfortunately, is a nice little TV play, but the Piggy is still found dead, unfortunately, and the fight is still going on, Reddick.
This game, and you're making questions. That's a big Singularity. Catches the Kingpin, another big health bar. Will they be able to get it down in time? Finally, GPA is felled. Captain Hammered is on the way, but not before Monster is felled himself. GPA looking for the res here via Rain. Huge damage onto Captain Hamway, says Rain.
And somehow GPA makes it out there, but they all make it out there. Well, I say that Unlocks might die here and actually lose the Sombra as well. They're also trying to hold this kind of left-hand side. As we do see a pat dropped by Aya. I'm wondering if they're going to go for an in here.
Certainly made their way over, haven't they? And that's a big missile breaker completely swamping Olinox.
Wow, they're in the domain of S3T. Captain Hammered getting at least 1 pick here as this the Slits Embrace is already popped. There goes the stun. Suncheese is found dead. The gets the pick. Oh my god, and who this is found dead now.
One
hear that, but I think they did. There goes
the they got him.
Combo, but he's blocked the majority of it. It's going to be okay. Pops the
There's no way! And yet there is! Captain Hammered!
Dude, I'm speechless, man. Oh my god, Suncheese already. Oh, but there goes the Swift Craze, plus the dunk and the Summon Napalm combo! The super duper combo. I think we're playing a fighting game, it looks like now, Relic. Look at these chain CCs coming out, and the Battlecom is also used. Snow now, he absolutely pummeled by Aya, already found dead, and they now have to try and hold their ground against Calf.
It's a really smart play from Calf, though. Again, just waiting so patiently for the third-party opportunity. Olden Wash, Hoodis, they do have that most wanted, but we've seen this player so many times get a little bit lost in the sauce, and they might just do again, but they picked up their lone wisp. Nemo should be res, or are they? Because look at Trouble Town! Oh my goodness! It's the Wild West, but everyone's the sheriff! big chance they're either going to get spiked even. They do make it to land, but there's a lot of anti-heal. That's Saros, the Shrike. Snipe town. Wait, they do get. Wait, no, they don't. Never mind. It's the rewind. It's the rewind. We all got caught out. Everyone gets caught out. It's been happening.
Actually, yoinks the Sky Shark, but gets the blow up. Looks like he might die in this situation. Very likely, yeah. And the Casimir also gets sent into the zone just temporarily. And he keeps being hit by those LMBs. Plus, the free destroy whenever possible. So much damage coming in. Oh, and he gets the E-plus.
Oh, not 12th place again, lads. Come on. You can do better. Surely they're going to go for a bit of a diversionary tactic here. Lumiel, who's gone off the Eva onto the Oath, and I don't think they are going to escape. He's going to pay the price for finishing the job yet again. IAR, weigh-in goes down, a miss from the blast off by getting the knock. Crystal's influence will be mitigated, and here goes ROG. Abyss Trinity down to Crystal. They've used the ult already. Abyss
consistently getting basically barely dodging all of the damage that came his way, and right at the last second, GPA is being killed now.
Wow.
Comes out. So much damage from Aya, having a little bit of breathing, a little bit of a nice little res in the picture at the last second. Velati taking even more damage. 1 HP, hopefully does not die in this scenario. Gets back to heal off at the last second. There goes the massive volley by Suncheese, getting so much damage off at the last second. And a nice little wall to extend their lifespan a little bit longer. If Suncheese is probably going to be the sacrificial lamb. It is just Velati, last alive.
Oh, what an unbelievable shot from Lizardo! Goes over the Abyss! Surely No makes it to the ice, finds a landing pad. Mouse is going to make it out as well. That's another fall to the Abyss. It's IAR with the kill point. Meanwhile, Milk Honey into the Abyss. Who on earth? The kill feed's disappeared. There are so many Abyss, so many spikes. Mouser, how are you not dead? What on earth? You will be dead now to Olanox, who's going to pick up the kill point. Rayan, the last alive. Make that the last two die.
Taking a bit of damage here. And then now he's like to jump ship, tries to TP back into the mountain. Hopefully he can survive this one. Uh-oh.
Oh! That is a platform via Apex Hunters. Milk Honey looking for a grab. They got the grab into the slam, and they don't need to wait. No, never mind. Never mind. Apparently, Rain is in.
This one's got to be a kill. That does happen. And oh no, Rog again, absolutely thirded cleanly by Apex. Taking down potentially GPA very, very shortly afterwards. It might be old that take it. Hat running out of space rapidly though. So some of Napalm's already dropped. The Zola drops his own E-pad there. But the Milk Honey, he gets another hook. Nice on the last second by Pero.
Air blast into the avalanche. Oh, it's another miss. To the storm and slam! Oh my word! No, Viparo clutches up, but Alden Washed are now in the back line. Divine intervention to save. It got an RMB onto Nemo. Summon Napalm onto the base camp. Going after Nemo. It's the first kill. Huge clutch up from the Apex Hunters. Hoodis saves Snow for now, but the chase is two. Immaculate Apex Hunters with their second game win of the day.
Yeah, that was. I really, really like their macro there, heading out of space now. As Captain Hamid looks to get the jump in if possible. Get the TP steal. Oh no!
What a read! What a read!
Maybe potentially being gate kept by 18 Izardo on super HP. Hopefully, he can escape as Crystal. Keeps sending in this LMB.
All of it somehow surviving. That big Oath health bar doing so much heavy lifting. In goes the nuke. Hat eliminated. BB Blukes
picking up on the top side though. Looks like Symbiosis is already found down, and Aya are looking to maybe get a full chase here. This is looking a bit dangerous for NFS.
Yeah, they've been running away. They do have a gold shield with Lumiel. In goes the Ghost. In goes Way In. We're going to get a great Vortex Charm actually from Mado here, who finds the weed. Will be picking up.
Yeah, and we do see a crazy Abyssal Breaker. Oh my god, but the return Fusillade plus the bonus connection actually did a crazy amount of work to buy Fish. They got absolutely chunked there at the last second win. Continues to send in those LMBs with the dashes. Keeps getting those connections as well, which allows the resets. And Drive might be the next victim here. As the LMBs keep going in, there's Drive, that's the next victim. And AI are going to be really happy to get this couple of kills. As GPA tries a little hook, but Breeze has got the shield reaction just in time. Hopefully this will work.
And unfortunately, well, Piggy has lured out Rain into the Abyss, and they've picked up a kill point. This was the first time, really, that we've checked in with our...
And they both actually have Air Blast, surprisingly, but Piggy's already used his now. Basically, nothing left in the chamber. Already used the TP as well, and they pops the Singularity to try and buy a little bit of extra space. Keeps popping the shift, but it's not enough. Fish are outed.
The Upsetters to the throne, although they might not be in with a chance of winning, they still have a chance of determining who the winner is. A Nightmare lying in wait. Isolated. Olanox is felled by Wayan. III are ROG's worst possible scenario right now. A miss. RMB Rain, blast
Oh, no.
off, ROG,
Looking
down.
to try and get some free pickings as Aya. Oh no, they actually get a nice little circle around Bivrix. Chilling is also dropped as well, plus the Abyssal Breaker just provides just enough time, but one dies. Crocus manages to get enough space, buys enough space for his team at the last second.
ROG!
Oh, surprisingly outed! Just 4 teams left now, Relic. Uh-oh.
And it's Lizardo with potentially the death knell. Let's see. Now they're going after Kinetic. Summon Napalm. Second Wind will not catch Kazumo, but Abyss Trinity will. Collapsing in on the pig team. Rhapsody with another kill point. Mowick takes down
Modify that changes everything as Crystal tries to apply a bit of continued pressure, it looks like, actually. In fact, punching him into the zone temporarily. The punches return, plus the ulti combo. Who's going to win in this scenario? He pops the ulti, pass to Everlast, it's not enough.
Back up! We've got a potential res, we've got an absolute res, but Mowick will not live for long, followed by Joba. Sometimes they start out rough like diamonds, but then they become a shining, glistening example of what you can do in SUPERVIVE. Apex Hunters, we await the final count.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Saturday Night SUPERVIVE North America edition. I'm Zik. I'm joined by the wonderful, the talented Tsunani and his cat. What's good, bro?
Yo. No, now he's coming over here. I'm excited for another day of SUPERVIVE. What about you, Zik?
Dude, I'm always excited to watch some SUPERVIVE, and I got some morning juice in my system from watching the EU Tier 2 event. It was so good, bro. There was so much just like carnage, and I just like personally love watching Tier 2 because you get a little bit more of that Fiesta style, and they were just banger games, bro. It was so fun.
Oh no, I was observing, so I saw all of it too. I guess firsthand, boots on the ground.
Perhaps the closest view there is.
Yeah, but no, I love T2. T2 for EU and NA is just super exciting. I do think, no shame to the NA players, but EU was looking pretty good. T2 players were looking pretty good. So
this is coming
we'll
from
see,
an NA player, guys. This is coming from an NA player. Better listen up.
Yeah, at the very least, though, hey, we got some T2 teams today. Okay, we'll see if they can step it up. You know what I mean?
Dude, that's something I'm excited about because we've really seen, so coming into the event today, this is Tier 1 for North America. We're going to have a 6-game set, pretty much like normal, playing for $500 cash prize, as are the normal Saturday Night SUPERVIVEs that we are moving forward with. And it's going to be $300 cash prize to first place, $200 cash prize to second place. We're going to have bans at the halfway mark happening after Game 3. Top 3 hunters picked will be banned going into the second half. And I wanted to bring up what you were just mentioning, Tsunani. We have this very kind of solidified group of maybe 8 or so teams in North America that are looking really strong. There's another group of like 6 to 8 Tier 2 teams that are starting to really scale, look really strong themselves, and are really trying to like claw their way into the Tier 1 group. And we're going to see a bit of that clashing today with some of those teams kind of coming in at the bottom, looking to make a name for themselves against the best here.
Yeah, and I have actually, I can't say I've done too much, but I've helped them with coaching a little bit of macro. We'll see how the rotates are today. We'll see how the gameplay is. I'll make sure to personally VOD review some of it if they make a mistake, But but jokes aside, I think a lot of the quote unquote T2 teams have like really risen up in the past month we've had tourneys. I feel like this like gap there feels between like the top of T1, right, BAP, TLD, and then like the top of T2, S&T, Squaw. Like I think it's shrunk like a moderate amount. Like they're definitely able to take the fights, right? It doesn't look like one-sided, taking toddler away from a candy by beating them up. Taking candy from a toddler by beating them up. But I think one of those teams is going to surprise us today. Dude, I feel like they could top 6. I see it. Maybe even the top 4. We'll see them.
Dude, I would love to see it, bro. I'm like, I honestly can't wait because we have seen all these guys like scaling quite a bit and looking pretty dang good, playing against each other. And we've seen some of them in scrims and stuff scrapping against some of the best squads. Tsunani mentioning, kind of the mechanics starting to really be there. And for everyone, just as a reminder here, we are entering the second week of our clip competition. So stick around till the halftime break after Game 3. We're going to get to see the beautiful edit put together by Zodag, all the clips collected and organized by Kaya. And that is now a new kind of additional cash prize event we're running alongside the tournament. So for the weekly clip contest every week, it's going to be $150 for the first place clip, $100 for the second place clip, $50 for the third place clip. And these are basically the most hypest, funniest, best clips that come from the tournament series itself. So if you're a player, if you're a viewer and you're seeing really cool plays and you want to clip it and submit it, there is a clips channel in the Discord, but that is like I'm really excited for everyone that didn't get to see it during the EU event to check out the little shorts that Zodag and Kaya put together for us at halftime with the winners from last week. And just wanted to remind everyone, clip your stuff. And if you do it from your own POV, you're going to get a little TC coin bonus as well, because multiple POVs let us edit it into better content. So yeah. And we've seen, we have a few clip monsters in this lobby. I mean, Michael Munch is here. We know how much Lemur can hit a clip. Dude, yeah, we do have a lot of them in this lobby, actually.
Yeah. But we'll see. I think, I'm thinking of specifically of the EU tourney So last week or 2 weeks ago. But I just remember the Shichi 1v3 onto Shy.
Mm,
like no
dude.
one was expecting Shichi to 1v3 Shy on Shrike, you know what it is? So
Yeah, dude.
hopefully we see some funny moments like that. In general, the T2 tourney for EU today was like giga hype. A lot of teams were hitting clips on top of each other, so I have high expectations for today.
Yeah, and we get to see, like, going into tier 1, you get to see a little more of that, like, calculated macro strategy in play. But a lot of times, like, the micro, like you mentioned earlier, the micro from these tier 2 players is like really scaling up. And so we're not only going to get to see the enhanced kind of macro side of things, we're also going to get a view into the clashing of the micro between tier 1 and tier 2. As we mentioned earlier, a couple of those newer tier 2 teams going to be in play today against our top squads. Speaking of our top squads, Tsunami, let's just call out some of the big ones that we're looking at here. Who do you really have your eyes on? Who are the normal culprits for North America that we got to be keeping an eye on?
I mean, everyone here knows the usual suspects. We got TLD, we got BAP. I mean, everyone, they've been around the block. They've seen the seasons change once or twice. Definitely top 3 teams expected to play, among the top 3. And then almost every tourney is just a question of, who will be third, who will shake things up. Last tourney I played in, which was the big money one.
The Turbo Cup.
Yeah. LC was a very strong contender. They were looking good. Toilet, Jet Ski, Misfit. So we have Zeph, Brawl, Shiv. Unfortunately, Brawl and Shiv have seen their fair share of nerfs in the last patch. Brawl has been losing HP, and then with the durability patch, with the overall minus 15% damage, along with the change where we actually used to. At one point, it was called the LOVD combo, the Lord Vader combo, where if you don't know, there's a mechanic where Shiv, when she gets 2 shift charges, right, when she presses ult. So if you press all your shift charges fast enough, you can input another shift so you input the shift while the bullet's in the air, which gives you a shift reset before it connects, right? Or when it connects, you get another shift reset. So you can continuously keep 3 autos in the air if you're really fast. It's where the burst comes from. And Misfit was actually one of the best at doing it. Unfortunately, he just got nerfed. So much for knowing that, because that got removed. Now it only resets the cooldown. But LC have been doing
with some of the niche mechanics seems to be, cool but potentially unbalanceable for some of them. So we have seen some of the cool stuff get removed, but hopefully moving toward a more balanced game state. But I love the shout out for LC. That's definitely someone I got my eyes on. Another squad I think definitely worth keeping an eye on is Ban. You mentioned Micah Munch earlier, a clip farmer in his own right, but alongside Protofo, we've seen them doing crazy things. You played against them in the Turbo Cup you mentioned. They were also kind of popping off in their own way, a lot more around these kind of creative plays. Micah Munch with the air blast into whatever lethal objective on the map. Protofo just doing all kinds of crazy stuff with the Bebo. And now this week they have Krillo alongside of them. Much more of this, like, known as like more of a carry player, like a ranged carry player. So I think it's going to fit really nicely alongside that Aluna Bebo kind of combo they have. And I'm really excited to see what Ban can put together today as well.
Yeah, I mean, part of me is like kind of hoping they do a little worse because I played with them in Turbo Cup. So like obviously when that means that someone else is playing and they do worse, like, what does that say about me? But jokes aside, Krillo, very strong player in his own right. I think when he was making his teams around Hat and Nutty or Nut, he was known as the IGL. So hopefully his stronger game sense than mine, I'm not afraid to admit it, will bring them forward. Proto and Micah really just agents of destruction and chaos, and to see if Krillo can direct them into a top 3, even a top 1 or 2. But another team actually to look. Oh, sorry. What do you want?
I just want to ask, because you were like in comms with them last tournament, and they're such a creative team. Like, what's the vibe in the comms? Like, is it very much just like having fun trying to incite the chaos, or is it like pretty serious?
Oh no, they're goofballs. The comms are so unserious. It's like Micah saying, "I'm going in," and then you hear the TP sound, and then you hear a kill sound, and it's like not even on your screen. You're like, "Oh, okay." I mean, Micah killed someone. The heart was unfortunately like within a TP radius, and they must die. Like the biggest grin is on both of their faces the second the bullet train loads in, right? But no, it's so fun.
That.
Like BAP TLD comms. I scrimmed with TLD at one point, and I'll keep bringing this up until the game is gone. But I scrimmed with them once, and their comms very intense. Okay, they're like, that's not like too intense, but it's like it's locked in. But Ben are there for the hell of it, man. They're so fun.
I
was
that.
really glad that I got to play with them.
Hell yeah, that's such cool insight, bro. Thank you.
I will say though,
there was another team you were going to mention.
Yeah. The actual underrated team that people maybe actually technically there too, but real quick, okay. There is DDM. So it was originally supposed to be Diamond, Dylan FPS, and then Munches. But Munches had to set out. We have Encord. If you see that little string of Chinese characters, don't worry, I got you guys. That's Encord.
Yeah,
yeah,
not
he's
doing
subbing
us
today.
any favors.
Yeah. But what's funny too is that the name change cycle came up. I fixed my name. I used to be completely Chinese. I've returned from the motherland back to NA. Like I'm normal again. But I even mentioned it to them, but they were too lazy to change it, so it's fine. And the other Chinese name is Skedaddle on Gay. They're playing with Pamu and Afro, another underrated team. There are actually a lot of strong contenders. Like before bans kick in, like anyone could be top 3. Like anyone, right? DDM and LC and Gay. Like Gay has won a scrim set. DDM have done. I think
that's
top 2.
actually, I hadn't seen that team together, but that's Skedaddle, Pamu, Afro. Yeah, that's a scary team.
No, they're demons. I also scrimmed with them. I think when I scrimmed with them, that was the worst pluck they did in the week. so only up from here, right?
That's hilarious.
In my defense, Tetra got nerfed. If you know, you know.
Yeah, this man's been on the Tetra grind 100% since she came out. So, just from your perspective on that point, how has the shift from her going from kind of like a burst character to more of a bruiser with the changes? Do you feel like she's still viable, or you feel like that combined with maybe the TTK changes now that hit this patch hurt her pretty bad?
Oh, it was funny too. So the very first iteration of Bruiser Tetra playtested on PBE, and back then there was no cap on the stacks of her passive. There was no ICD either, and I clipped it and I sent it to TC, and they were like, "Oh, okay. Well, some devs saw that, and let's just say they added 5 stacks for a reason." And that was really fun. Obviously, it was nerfed, and then before this patch, last patch, it was really fun to play Tetra. I really like this melee smack people around.
Yeah, she's a cool archetype for sure.
Yeah, Taekwondo, and then they removed her ankles, and then they removed one of her arms. So it doesn't feel as good. But I was one of the chief complainers actually about the change. She used to be infamous for pod racing. They gutted that. She used to be infamous for punching really fast. They gutted that. Fair enough.
About those.
Sucks. But I was complaining a lot, but in the past few days I've been spamming her a bit more in arena. It doesn't feel good,
It's just and it's also great, tough. But it's tough when those changes are combined with something like the overall TTK changes, where they're nerfing a character, but then there's an overall kind of balance adjustment, and that plays out across the entire cast as a whole. So I think those two things together definitely she was definitely had maybe too much burst in the beginning, but we'll likely see some continued touches on Tetra. Just for those of you that are watching, we are experiencing some technical difficulties with our observers at the moment. So we are just trying to make sure our stream connection to Kaya is good before we load in here. But we do have a full lobby, and we are looking like we're going to be loading in very soon here. So hold on to your butts. We are going in.
Doing our best. Oh, we also have one EU team today. Just to mention that.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, we got ABS. It's Baroof, Sprokane, and Ash. Wait, yo, that's actually goated.
Now, so what? Baroof is Oath, Sprokane is Saros, Ash is KP.
Yeah, I think so. I'm excited to see the EU Oath make a showing in North America, because we see, I guess Lemur and a couple people have been playing it a little bit more recently, but we've seen a very significant difference in the amount of Oath and KP played in EU versus NA, especially across the course of these tournament series over the last couple weeks. And I'm really excited to see Baroof being arguably one of the best Oaths in the world, has stuck with this hunter through thick and thin, extremely practiced at utilizing the Oath effectively. I want to see the Baroof Oath causing a little mayhem in the North America scene.
Oh, if we're gonna be honest here, EU Oaths are a tier above the NA Oaths. Basically, NA, they love Assassin Oath. Defensive oath. No, that's too hard. Okay.
It's arena oath.
Yeah, like jumping onto someone, pressing on, one-shotting. That's the NA special, right? So Supervive being best oath NA, or best oath EU, best oath world. But we'll see. I've played with an EU oath. It was disgusting. He just walks at people and they run away for some reason. But we're into game. We'll see how it plays out.
Let's
As
go.
we get to see the drop. So we have a gold Areno Armorino there in Dawn Caps. Looks like Soul of the Hunt will drop in Prisma, and then a Yearbook and Underrot.
Hell yeah. Game 1, normal weather. Let's freaking go. Gold armor up here in Dawn Caps. Like you mentioned, Sonny, at least 3 squads out early for this gold armor drop. A couple of these other objectives you called out looking like they're going to get contested as well.
Yeah, I will say low-key, some teams, I think, like playing for the souls a bit more than gold armor, but NA known for hot dropping on top of gold armor, and we can see Gay and BAP squaring off right now.
And BAP is really one of these specialists. Afro in instant with the level 3 C's to level 1 Pine. And this is not Kai's fault. Sometimes he rips us to another time. In the meantime, the soul is stolen by our Knicks here. A kill getting locked in for Gay.
I think they sent it the second they realized that Pine was level 1. He is not fighting back. The Gay are just going to send it. They steal that gold armor that Pine was so generous to donate over to them, and now I think all teams have grabbed the golds, and they'll make their way to sources of EXP. I assume they'll be spread around Mage Bog, you know, left frag a little bit, or shards to the left of them, etc., etc. Actually, shards and storm, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. And it was funny. I was literally about to say BAP is usually so consistent on winning the gold drops. Literally right as I was about to say that. Afro shifts in. Gay continuing the violence, though, as Pamu takes the bungee forward on a North America oath representing here. Let's go.
Yes, sir. I guess one thing to note, Afro, I'm sure a name a lot of people are familiar with if you played the game really at any point in the past year. But Afro is known as one of the best jewels NA, and she is on the Shiv this game, which is pretty interesting.
Hell yeah, very exciting. And we know Afro very much as this jewel, this one of the best jewels to ever, you know, kind of be behind the sticks on that character. And she has been playing the Shiv more. I think, you know, part of the reason being the jewel kind of balance issues and her struggling against like certain hunters. But the little bit I have gotten to see of the Afro Shiv looking pretty clean.
Yeah, I also will say one of the cool things about I just remembered one of the problems that Gay has had recently is the power level of Wukong. Because the damage nerfs affected the way his playstyle is. So but I mean, you know, Oath is Oath at the end of the day, and Pamu is definitely an accomplished and experienced Oath player. So I'm not too worried about how they'll do as we see LC squaring off against Abs.
Apologies. Quick drink of water. Baroof looking for the engage on the Oath. Ash getting really chipped away here by LC. LC, one of these teams we were mentioning at the beginning, very kind of dominant look in the Turbo Cup. Jetski getting some nice poke out on this Ghost Toilet looking to recover. It does look like Misfit is going to find Baroof. So LC does have the front foot in this fight, putting ABS, our EU squad, on the back foot. We do have to keep in mind, Tsunani, these boys playing with a little bit of ping diff.
Oh, that's what they'll say when they die, like Sprokane there. I would have lived if I had ping. Nope, you were dead anyways. Jetski, my boy, he's got you dead in sights, man. And Ash trying to rat with the EU special. BAP are on him.
The EU special is going to get away for a second here, shown in bush. Would be really tragic to go 12th here. It looks like that is going to be the case. Just game 1, though, so still plenty to play here for our EU boys. But yeah, kind of getting cornered from all directions there.
They're getting used to the ping. I can already hear it. I can already read the chat. No, I'm joking. This is all good fun. There's no real NAEU beef. We just like to troll each other. But here, ooh, Gay now sending it on to BAP. There's no respect now that name tags are off.
Dude, and like Gay, like in that first initial engage we saw in Dawn Caps against BAP, yeah, completely unafraid. Like, I think very much more just looking at levels. I think based on comps and stuff, a lot of these players, because they do scrim against each other a lot, have an idea of who it is. Like, if you see this bunny that's orange, like, you probably figure it's Micah Munch and Ban. There's going to be a Bebo lurking somewhere. But definitely... Good.
The real hint is it's a bunny in your heart. That's the real giveaway.
True. And the main thing that's not giving Micah away is there's no air blast in hand yet. Beautiful root though, connecting with the dash onto DDM, putting a ton of damage pressure out onto the Saros here. Remind me one more time, this is Encore.
Encore.
Thank you.
Encore, yes.
Encore here with DDM.
I think this game it'll be kind of obvious. Encore will play range, Skatata will play melee. Like that's just how it's going to break down. But now another route is connected. The card following up.
Ooh, Dylan like barely almost not getting that mantle because that pillar was there. He does end up finding it, reverses it with an Abyssal Breaker, and then they get the spike onto Proto. So beautiful turnaround here for DDM off the back of that play from Dylan and the homies backing him up. It's going to put Ban all of a sudden very much on the back foot looking for a res of their own.
Oh, and another underrated, and this is why DDM is actually pretty hype. Diamond, if you've been watching comp for a bit and you don't recognize the name, it's because he has, I guess, asylum himself to Korea for a few months and has returned. So after that boot camp, definitely looking to pierce a few people on the myth. He actually hit some pretty crazy clips in Korea. I don't know if you saw any of them.
I didn't see the Korea clips, but I saw him hit some shots in the Turbo Cup 2 weekends ago, and like he was very much impressing me. A couple disgusting myth ults connecting from like super deep, and just really consistent on hitting the autos, which is really the bread and butter of this kit. Here we see Micah Munch sticking it out on the heart res, is going to get the squad up, but only level 7 against this level 9 team they are fighting against. Diamond, like we were mentioning, just chunking Micah. Micah doing his best to get the root, trying to sidestep that damage, but like you said, Diamond just not missing on the myth.
Oh, and it looks like Proto was able to squeeze his way on out of there. Might be able to get that res and Prisma with the bomb, or at least is able to try, or is he recalling? It looks like he might be recalling, actually. Okay.
So able to reconnect here with Krillo for a sec. They have a little bit of space, but it is Squall lurking to their south, trying to kind of play that edge of circle strategy. Meanwhile, to the north, it is TLD finding multiple knocks onto DDM. Meanwhile, Gay trying to hunt the last member of DDM who we saw split from that other fight. And after they were putting the pressure out onto Ban, all of a sudden it's DDM that find themselves wiped.
I think I'm sensing a pattern. Every time we hype up a squad too much, they die.
Dude, we have too much power, bro.
Yeah, these teams, I can't see their names too clear. These teams seem to be looking at each other, and maybe we should just not say any names this entire
we just like not cast, just let people watch. Everyone would be better off.
There's this guy shooting at each other, and he throws the thing that did the thing, and the other guy is thinging, and
so many things going everywhere. But it is TCS versus TDO. Couple of our newer names, but definitely some people we recognize as scaling. Some pretty even trades back and forth here. Miri shipping it in on the Shiv, a little wide on that ultimate. Clyde holding up the Bright Shield to negate a lot of that damage. It does look like TCS going to back out.
Yeah, and then I think off screen we saw, TLD kill someone. It looks like Ban have gotten their res. Micah Munch back from the dead here in Underrot. SVI trading very heavily against LC. SVI team that hasn't played in a minute. LC here to give him a warm Saros welcome.
Dude, I love SVI.
Oh, they have no Saros. I lied.
It's a laser welcome from Ghost. It's poke either way. But I honestly love seeing SVI back in the mix. One of my favorite teams to watch. Big fight breaking out again to the south. TDO versus TCS. It's Destravis down. We saw TCS trying to get out of this fight earlier. They are right back in it. Clyde Cash now down numbers. Really doesn't want this. It's Miri with the spike on the Shiv. Going to connect on that second kill. Leave just one member left for TCS. Got to be careful though to the north. Tsunami going to run right into the full force of BAP.
Oh. We actually technically did mention TCS, so I think we're not beating the Caster Curse allegations. And he got punched in a very compromising position. Trying to weasel his way through.
A weird spot.
With the emergency bubble, maybe not going to escape the clutches of RTK, who will pull him back in. The portal, not quite missing. He'll take the death into the abyss, and now TCS have gone 9th.
Yeah, and Ralph RTK on that Nyx, connecting the reap, like you say, bringing them back. Really hard to escape. Nice fight, though, from the side of TDO to kind of cause that initial sequence, putting them in a rough spot. TDO looking to continue the violence, now looking at QA. Tornado Boy shift forward, going for the slam. Is going to be kited out with a shift traded back.
Yeah, and I think something you'll notice here is like 4 of the best teams here, BAP, Gay, TLD, and another team I can't think of. Maybe it's 3 teams are going to highlight this Nyx. I really loves going in, and the Nyx might be in for this fight as the taunt doesn't quite connect here from SVI. Gay forced to play back. Are there 3 Nyxes or 4 Nyx? I swear I counted 4 at some point. Can I not count?
Let's just say you're right for now, bro.
Oh, and Mirror Vigil just exploded.
That is a tragedy into the spinning pillar. And they find QA on the other side. So TDO all of a sudden in a really rough spot. We're having a couple really nice fights playing kind of up from the Scav Bay area. But after that, third party coming in from QA, it's going to leave just Legendary. I love the way you spelled that. Legendary. I wonder if normally a Jin main.
Oh, you know, he likes Jin, but he does play a lot. Also, I stared at the teams. There are 3 Nyxes in this lobby. But regardless, Nyx is an extremely strong character, and maybe we'll see it highlighted in the endgame as Goroy falls here to Lemur.
Oh, look at this level difference. It's actually brutal. Level 7s versus level 12s. We did see Squaw kind of starved for farm playing this edge of circle spot. The downside of that is that experience difference. The Reap connecting for the side of QA now in this battle against BAP was looking pretty solid for them, but Pine with the portal getting a full reset. Height back in on the Brawl. Going to burn that iframe, get a lot of kind of damage. Cooldowns blown. Now the second wind blown for the side of QA. Actually really even fight here so far.
Yeah, and this is, again, one of the benefits of Nyx, and now I will see that this is actually the 4th Nyx, and TDO have been eliminated, as we see the Brawl maybe a bit too deep here. Height being picked up. Now Legend, fishing forward, doesn't grab the hook onto Pine, and eating a lot of damage here from the bomb. Ooh, luckily the Oath absorbs it.
Yeah, nice save there from Wubby to protect the Legend from that trade from Pine. But yeah, I think like we saw the ult get blown from Height about 10 seconds before that. So I think a little bit of an overcommit on the re-engage, getting caught in that crowd control. Big shout out to QA for kind of winning that, you know, pretty even 3v3 fight against BAP. One of the certainly like best mechanically skilled squads in the lobby.
And I think one of that part of that can be attributed to the great equalizer in the game, which is Nyx ult. You press your ulti and Brawl gets no way to deal with that. And boom, gold armor, no armor. Which is
finally, wait, finally there's an answer to this Brawl character? Is that what you're telling me?
Dude, everything's an answer to Brawl at this point, bro. He has no HP, he has no damage. He's like Jin like 2 months ago, man.
So tragedy finally striking our good friend Brawl after all these years. But we still see him getting picked up by a decent amount of players. We know Height being kind of one of these main guys that is extremely proficient on this Hunter, even in, you know, questionable states. So we'll see if we did see, I think in the Turbo Cup, Tsunami, Brawl made his way into the ban phase for North America. Very likely not going to be the case today.
It's definitely not going to be. I think Height's the only Brawl in the lobby, actually. Jetski's not even on it, who was known as one of the other like prolific Brawl players.
Yeah, that's actually very surprising.
But I think it's because they've practiced different comps. And at the end of the day, LC are still a strong team. Like they don't need the Brawl to play forward, right? Misfit will do that for them. And True. Ghost is in a pretty decent spot. Like Ghost still does damage. And while Banner level 9, and while LC are 12 and 13, looking pretty rough as Krillo is forced into the abyss here.
Yeah, like pretty early on, we saw Ban on kind of a poverty run, just trying to recover off multiple reses. They did get that heart res very early on, but it put them in a spot where they were not able to really contest any camps. Same thing for Squaw here. They got a couple more levels since the last fight we saw when they were 7 against TLD. Got some 10s at least, but they are very much just playing this edge of circle strat, not knowing that all this land nearby is taken by other teams, as we can confirm here looking at the map.
Well, Krillo is scouting. I guess he's giving a lot of info there to Ban. Guys, there are 3 teams below here. You can't help me, but there are 3 teams here. And I will say, though, Ban are definitely one of the best teams at turning like a poverty run into a successful one, right? Like a single Bebo cart, a single hard TP. Like fate can change in an instant, and Ban are masters of manipulating it. Here we can see this storm pool is pretty interesting. There is not a lot of land to go around.
Yeah, and we have like quite a few squads kind of just like trying to hold ground or hang out in Abyss on the south side. So we're going to get like 5-6 teams kind of moving up here with this next shift, like you mentioned. They're going to be a little bit of space to play for still. 2 squads find each other on tracks, though. It's Squaw versus QA. Got to be careful with the third party from LC to the right. All of a sudden, disaster for Squaw. Beautiful second win from Toilet, connecting onto 2. Meanwhile, on the left, it's TLD crushing into the side of QA. They get 1, they get 2. It's all 3 from QA down.
Ooh, and LC swooping up Squaw as well. And 2 teams gone in an instant. Land looking a little comfier as less people are there to contest it.
Bro, literally, the power you hold, it's like you say the shift's looking a little sketchy. 2 of the teams right there trying to make their way in, just getting crunched on both sides.
I mean, the biggest problem too is like they're not on comps that are great at pushing people away. You know, QA actually have a pretty good like stand your ground comp, but like Squaw had Eva, Mercury, and Saros. Like that's kind of like hopefully, yeah, like hopefully we don't piss you off too much. And then if we do, you know, hopefully you don't try to kill us. And then if you do, hopefully we live. You know.
It's like that's like you're really leaning into trying to get out as much damage as possible, chip away all the armor you can before you get engaged on. Easier said than done, surely though.
Okay, and SVI are actually like just amazing at finding some way to get top 3 every game due to positioning, and part of that is a Bebo ice stalling, like basically infinitely in the abyss, as we see on the side of Ban. Actually, 2 Bebos, pretty interesting. Nuke comes down here between TLD and Gay. Looks like they're contesting a Morius. Touch of Life, pretty valuable here combat-wise.
Yeah.
Oh, that pull didn't connect onto Afro quite through the wall. Did that get stolen?
I think Phenom got it with the spin there. Not 100% sure, but pretty sure with the 15s. I didn't see any XP on Gay. Now looking to trade some damage. Bright Shield getting chipped at a bit. Very much expecting Phenom to look for an entry here against Gay after they get a little reset. But got to be careful because it's Ban to the north, just like you were saying. They find the opportunity. It's Protofo isolating the Eva and taking her down. So they look for that Whispers, but TLD has to know.
Yeah, now LC a bit in a weird spot as SVI able to push forward. This Bebo on the it's very hard to resist. As Jetski might be caught out, shoved into a locker. Whoa, full healed by the second window. He might be able to get out. Oh, the train! Woo-hoo.
Dude, that was actually a crazy sequence. Like a beautiful defensive napalm from Jetski there, putting it right on top of the homie, forcing them off. But look, it is chaos ensuing over the abyss on the breach. BAP to the north, Gay to the left, TLD to the south, and in the middle of it, it's LC just doing everything they can to survive. Gay goes out to the north, so TLD, Phenom split from the team, finds the final kill onto Afro.
This is the problem too, right? Like when Ban holds this island, how do you push into an Air Blast, a Luna, and a Bebo?
Yeah.
But wow, right now, Bat might be the
like
ones
this,
forcing them out, and Caster Curse has hit once again.
Exactly like this is how you do it. Just do huge amount of damage with the Saros, ship it in with the Face Steel Chain on the Brawl, and then you got the Nyx to follow it up with the Reap. But somehow Micah Munch living actually not surprising anymore with what we've seen from this guy over the months, and keeping Ban in it once again for now.
Look, this guy has no mana, no HP, no dash, no cooldowns, and now has committed the dash trying to swipe through past height. Oh, but there's nowhere to run, unfortunately. And Protofo on his lonesome, building this little ice island. Pretty hard to, not too easy to push, actually. He can chill there for a good minute. Maybe throw a bomb onto the train that's swinging by, maybe?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough angle for Proto. Maybe eyeing the shop for a crown buy or something like that he had to his south, but not many options to play for. I love the call out of the 2 Bebos with Thank You and Protofo, and how they do kind of play like pretty different styles. Like you mentioned, the kind of defensiveness of SVI, like the Bebo much more playing for like space control around the Oath. Whereas, you know, we much more think of like Protofo as kind of this like playmaking, like chaos inciting Bebo, like you were saying earlier.
Oh, it's simple. Okay, Proto will throw himself at you no matter what, like through the sky, under the ground, really fast on the ground, right? And Thank You will throw everything else he has. He'll throw the car, he'll throw the bomb, he'll throw 30,000 Zeeps. Like that's basically like the spectrums of Bebo right there.
Gotcha. I love it. So we got both sides of the spectrum in play, and I think Thank You's playstyle really benefiting with the Oath. Protofo doing everything he can to live. Beautiful E-plat on the Bola ground there. In the end, it's not going to matter as SVI actually finding that snipe, taking it away from Ban.
Yep, and now BAP in a really weird spot, pushed away by TLD, now forced away from SVI. See if they can find any sanctity at the bottom of the map, and there are LC there to chase them as well. RTK just looking to stall time. Hopefully TLD will let him push through the win rings, but it's hard to say confidently as now LC want to make a little bit of noise. BAP now returning the pressure back onto LC. High trying to turn with him. The second one coming through, pushing RT away as they full heal the Shiv, but it's not looking so great. It's TLD come in for the third party. LC now forced to confront a little closer to SVI.
Yeah, that was like looking extra sketchy for BAP, but somehow they live a second longer, but maybe not too much longer as TLD, massive damage from Lods, connecting 2 shots onto RTK. He is down. Same time, LC getting pushed from the north, crunched into TLD from the south. The spike comes through, LC in shambles. It's also just high left, BAP out at 4th. Now LC down to 2, Jetski grabbing crown here and Toilet to the south, but Tsunami, they have a full squad on each of them.
Yeah, I'm not seeing if... Oh, no, okay, so TLD actually shouldn't punish LC here. They should leave LC alone and start fighting SVI. And now Jiatski should be able to recoup here with Toilet, full heal, and now they full pinch onto Monza. Gonna swing the tempo here onto SVI. Thank you, has no mana. I don't know if he can play this. Getting run at here by Lemur and Phenom.
Reap connecting there from Phenom, making sure Thank You stays in it. They lock down that kill, just like you're saying, pressuring SVI, not LC yet. Now it looks like the moment to move on to LC. 50 seconds on the crown. TLD want to make sure they're able to confirm these kills, but also have to cancel this heart res. So a bunch of things to play here all of a sudden for TLD.
Jetski, be careful. Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, he almost stepped in that anomaly. That was instant death. But well, he might have a more prolonged death here as TLD swing in.
Bisselbreaker is going to connect for Lemur. Jetski down. They still have 1 member left for LC to the south, though. Can they work a miracle res? Meanwhile, speaking of miracles, SVI, Berserker, last member left, sneaks the heart res. Now SVI back at full force, wanting to answer back against TLD. Grapple in, but traded back by the Lemur shift Bright Shield, pushing them out. Nice connection on the Reap from Phenom. Going to go through that portal. Follow now in the 2v1 on both sides. Thank you. Tonk through the wall, dragging Lods through as Phenom rewinds back. That rewind, bro, coming in so massive.
Wait, Toilet.
Phenom here. He
gets the res.
But LC.
Wait, they could turn. Oh, Phenom's so low. Jetski, hit the shots. No, you got batted back. Nice second win there from Toilet.
Dude,
wait, TLD can't recoup. It's playable.
Such a wild sequence here, LC.
Good avalanche.
Are they gonna find it? Beautiful mega avalanche to give them time to reset. This
Let's get
really screwing Lods on the reset. Lemur trying to get one as well. Now Phenom in the 1v3, just trying to buy some time for his squad. Very likely that rewind gonna come back up very soon. Nice Reap connection, pressure out into Misfit. Holy Tsunami, what is happening?
Well, LC have the power of Zeph right mouse button, and TLD have the power of money. And it looks like both teams trying to recruit, but TLD definitely have the advantage there with the armor repairs in the shop right next to them. Phenom, sticking from behind, has the invis. Will he find the angle into Jetski? Not much armor left to break, so he's more so just looking for a good pull to fall into Lemur, who will send the ulti onto Toilet, find the stun into the bomb from Saros. Thunderbolt proc, finished off in the charge Sunfire, and it is looking like a wraps here for LC.
Crazy Bola to follow it up too. It's going to be Misfit fighting for his life with a sliver of health, is eventually going to go down. Phenom with the soul grab, going to scoop that Wisp up, leave only Jetski left on the Oath against the full force of TLD. I think really well fought in the end here for LC, but not quite able to climb the hill, fight against the Titans of TLD, the level 15, the Mountain of Gold, just so strong and unstoppable in game 1.
Oh, they all have 7 kills, funny enough. But yeah, LC able to just fight with a 30 extra health bars that Zeph is able to provide for them. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do when you're that behind. I'm sure, I mean, it actually was winnable at one point. So I'm not going to say they were happy with taking second, but that is definitely a good showing and promising look for LC with the rest of the series on the horizon.
Absolutely, and same thing can be said for SVI, like finding Berserker, finding that clutch heart res after they were put down to 1 member, and after TLD was focusing them, and then they had to switch to LC to stop the crown. Berserker finds the window, gets the heart res, brings everyone back, and honestly, just a really kind of close and exciting final 3 in the end. It is TLD coming out on top.
All I'm saying is SVI are the masters of taking top 3, but the problem to SVI, and obviously SVI have taken a break for the actually a while, I think it's like 2 months. The problem is navigating these top 3 situations, which are very, very like hard to like time well, because the biggest thing here is that BAP were very cognizant of the fact that if they full send onto LC, that left them open to getting jumped on by SVI. So they took that time, let that crown chill, right? Jetski was getting pushed, and then BAP immediately take that window to full send onto Monster. Take a really scrappy fight. And to be fair, right, in a later stage in the tourney, if LC are like 2nd place contenders and you want to defend 1st place, you definitely send on to LC there. But when you're playing to win, you always want to focus that stronger team first before you eliminate the weaker team, unless it's completely free to kill the weaker team just for those resets. And BAP played it wonderfully, right? Or not BAP, Sorry.
TLD.
TLD.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, they play the same comp. It's basically the same thing. But well, actually, no. Titan Brawl. He'll switch to the Oath, probably. I think at this point, because Brawl in these types of end games just doesn't have as much sticking power. When Oath is already tankier and everyone does less damage, versus Brawl, who is squishier, doesn't deal as much damage.
I mean,
and then we get to let.
Sorry, we only have a 1 game sample size, but I think BAP goes out 4th here. Yeah, we see Height go down. I don't know how many kills they had at that point, but very often we see BAP entering into the final 3 here. I love the call out on like, it's so hard to play this out or to practice this, because the only way you can practice this scenario, Tsunami, is like getting here in scrims or in tournaments, and just doing that is difficult, right? Like to even get to the final 3, to practice playing out the final 3.
Yeah. Well, to be fair though, I mean, SVI, LC, and TLD are no strangers to top 3. They're all very strong teams. They've all gotten here before, but 100%. You know, and also to be fair, TLD were very, very strong coming up to this point. So having those extra resources makes it just, you know, much higher like odds to emerge as the victor. LC tried their best. Unfortunately, the power of money was just a little too much for them. No armor, no repairs. I think if they're able to full repair their armor, and lemur if the terrain was a little more ideal, LC could turn this. Like there were 2 points. Mods was super low. If he got jumped on by anyone, he would have died. Lemur was like in deep 1v3, and you know, Phenom 1v3. But I mean, this next character, kind of hard to
dude, I was about to say Phenom been making the Knicks look extremely strong. I was actually watching him play some ranked arena, I think last night. And dude, like in arena too, especially, she just looks disgusting with the amount of, and like almost like remember the way Brawl could just like box Wisps for free? Now it's like, now it's like Nyx can grab them and be unstoppable. And not only do you get the kill confirm, you get this like extra kind of punishing uncrowd controllable movement for a few seconds after you do it. And I think there's something to be said about the power of a hunter to being able to take the Wisp completely out of play.
You know what's funny too is actually and Skataddles complain about this, the other like prolific Nyx player, is that Nyx in arena is basically RMB press R, RMB R. Oh, you walked up too close. No armor. And he actually complained about that. He was like, man, it's too optimal, but it's also too boring. But you know, in BR, it's a much different story. I think in BR, the precedent is shift max, so you can play a bunch of crazy engagers through the walls and fish for the hooks to hook someone through a wall, even if the angle's right.
I haven't gotten as much time as I normally do to mess around on her, like with new hunters. I actually have barely got any time, but I was like just playing around with her a little bit in practice tool, and like it seems like you can get some pretty good kind of movement off of the LMB shift combo together, and like and then like being able to do that through walls, like you're saying. Like there's actually I think a lot of power for the BR specifically with the shift max. They were talking about the R&B max though in arena, actually, now that you mention it. Yeah,
because R&B is just gross sustain. It's a 6-second cooldown. You heal like 300 HP. It's a free pot when you press your button. So and with how much you fight in arena, it's just too good, right? But in BR, the shift max enables you to traverse like much thicker walls than you normally would be able to, or at least much more consistently, because there's some moments where you need to run away. And if you like you could be a millimeter off the outside, but if you don't pop through, you teleport all the way back. That could kill you. And shift max is just so good for that. And then especially with the LMB nerf to her, I think Nyx is now are favoring Wildfire Drive for the shift cooldown also, because you know the little pulse of fire helps break armor in case you sour spot your ulti anyways. So she is just hacking and slashing, and the shift bug fixes. She used to have this thing which my friends used to call TC gift, where if you got like any like impulse change or any momentum change, when you press shift, it would just cancel it. And then there was a problem where like the shift cooldown was like tied to itself. So if you had 2 charges, right, one was about to finish regenning, and then you shift, both of them reset, and then both of them are sent on full cooldown. That was terrible. Gotcha. So now you'll see Nyx moving everywhere, like everywhere.
She definitely, I mean, she looks fun. It's a really cool archetype, and throwback, like her kind of original design, or some amalgamation of her original design was this character called Death Knight, and that was like the very first main I ever had playing SUPERVIVE. But that was like, I don't know, like 3+ years ago probably. But she was wicked cool, just basically a bruiser with a giant two-handed sword that was able to like lifesteal. And so Nyx has like definitely elements of that, definitely a little more modernized and brought into the current cast, but like a pretty exciting hunter, especially when everything gets like kind of fleshed out and balanced. Definitely going to be one that I'm training up on. I unfortunately have not had time to do that yet.
I'm actually curious what the next hunter is going to be. I've been like, I know it's like, oh, Nyx just came out. All right, give me the next one. But I just like new hunters. I mean, maybe that's like a league brain rot, but it is what it is. And while we have some downtime, I want to talk about comps real quick. Well, technically, I'm the guy that does bans, I'm the guy that pulls the bans. So I'll be able to look at the numbers once we kick into the break after game 3. But from scrims, at least, what I know, generally Saros it's like Saros, Zeph, Oath, maybe sometimes Nyx are like usually the ones that get banned out early, because Saros is so good in the hands of somebody that like is able to fully utilize all aspects of his kit. I know everyone sees him as like an R&B poke button because he is. But for the people that are able to position aggressively with the shift, hit the kick, get another shift, throw the bomb at you, use the portal for your team, right? It's super oppressive. And with how much Abyss there is on the map and how much less damage other people will do to you, it's actually really easy to play the Saros. So a lot of the top teams really, really like it, right? So literally every T1 team has somebody who will play Saros. I mean, you saw it. Like Krilla was playing Saros, Monza was playing Saros. These are people that you normally don't see on Saros, right? Krillow's synonymous with like a bunch of characters: Bebo, Kingpin, Ghost,
Ghost,
even. And then Monza was known as a myth player for the longest time, at least when SVIL played together. But now they're playing Saros. Why? Because Saros is so good. I actually think part of it might be they're trying to induce the ban. Because
true. Yeah.
TLD and BAP are two of the best Saros players in the game, between Lods and Pine. So Pine dropped 200k damage in scrims yesterday, and for context, second place was 100k. Like, that Saros character just farms damage. That's 200k damage over 6 games. Okay,
I mean, like first Pine farms damage, and then Saros farms damage. So you put them together, that's insane, bro. Like, what disgusting.
Like, if you don't want to do the math off the top of your head, that is more than 30k damage a game. Like, on average, 33,000 damage a game
in a lobby like this. Yeah, in a very competitive lobby, by the way. Like, it's not easy at all to do that.
Yeah. So maybe we'll see a Saros ban. Maybe Nyx. 4 Nyxes is like a decent amount of Nyxes. I think that's around the same as Oath we're seeing. So then once all those go, maybe some more shivs, maybe some myths. Myth is actually really nice right now when basically every hunter that does a lot of damage and didn't like taking too much damage benefits from dying a little slower,
right?
Or not getting bursted as quickly. So and especially because it changes too, because like Shiv can't burst anymore without the one-shot combo. Brawl can't really one-shot now with the HP change and the damage change. So it's just a lot more comfortable to play these range carries. But Nyx exists, Zeph exists. So someone runs at you and you just find that it doesn't matter how much damage you do, they're just a raid boss. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm excited to see at least the Saros ban though, because before then it's really just everyone gets an island of your choice and we'll shoot at each other for 2 minutes.
I mean, we definitely saw some Saros is getting punished by the collapse, like you were saying. But when teams have multiple of those characters, like the Nyx and the Saros side by side, like you were mentioning, for the likes of map, for the likes of TLD, going to be very scary and tough to deal with. But we are diving into game 2 of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE North America Tier 1, playing for $500 cash, and this is Bullet Train Tsunami.
I can hear the whistle. Magical isn't here, but it's back of my head, it's ringing. And that's not my schizophrenia speaking. So we see LC here have landed. I actually don't know what they're in Heart for. I don't see it's the Hunt is. Is that Hunt or another one? I can't really tell based off the icon alone. But I mean, that's a ways away. I'm not sure what the sentiment for the drop was. Also, something to note here is Cold Fang Keep, far bottom left of your map, has the golds. Don't know if any teams decide to grab the cars at the top right of Desert to go there, and it doesn't look like it. Actually, that's kind of interesting. I would expect to see more teams.
We do have this happens pretty rarely, but it looks like we do have the spectator
never
bug
mind.
happening where no, we only have view of the team we started on. We can see here our spectator just looking for anyone else to try to see where they're at. We see Vault getting taken to Machine, Fire getting taken to
Oh.
I have been in this seat as the observer. It is pretty troll. I think we probably restart this if I'm being real. Or swap the numbers if that's possible.
We got the second observer, which is chill. Oh no, it's no, now we can't see TLD now.
Apologies, guys. We are having a few observer issues coming into play here. It looks like our first observer DC'd, our second observer has the bug. So despite our backup plans, we are on a bit of the struggle bus for game 2 here. But we're getting a little deep into this, Tsunami. It's looking like we maybe just let it play out at this point, and it's going to be up to our hero spectator to just try to find the action in the darkness.
Yeah. Wait, numbers DC'd? Like that's confirmed? Or
it looks like Kaya DC'd, and we are on numbers at the moment. But we do it looks like we can get some vision of other teams, but it's like when I had this bug happen, it's basically the vision. It thinks you're looking through the vision of a single team. So like when you open the map like this, it's not showing you any more detail. And even if you pan to another team, like we just saw there, it doesn't like lock onto them. But it does look we have a couple now with a view of LC, view of ABS. So doing our very best here, guys. Just hang with us for game 2. It's not a good tournament with a little bit of scuff.
Huh, that's funny. This actually happened in game 2 of the EU tourney, so I can't say I'm too unfamiliar with it. I mean, the worker, I don't know if there was like a numbers is the one that's bugged, and then Kaya can't restart. I see.
We're just going to do our best here, guys. Hang with us for bullet trains. Well, maybe we just follow the trains mostly, and those guide us to the kills. We do see BAP locking one in on the kill feed, and meanwhile, TLD find their level 7 near Heart here, rolling into day 2.
I mean, to be fair, this is what the players say, and the players can make a lot of decisions, so we will do our best to act on it.
Yes, it's player POV, casting and spectating, guys. We cannot react until the players are able to react. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, we saw that LC hit the scanner or the Oracle, and they know that A team is walking towards them. They don't know it's TLD. The second they see that TLD are level 7, probably not too interested in fighting, and looks like they recalled anyways for reposition. I mean, LC are chilling. Oh, no, they have level 7 from the Ghost. They were able to snipe some on the top left. TLD not going to recall. I guess one thing to note here, since we don't have full observer POV, so we don't have full coverage of every team everywhere. One thing that you hopefully... Oh, and TDO get wiped here by ABS. So ABS really turning it on after getting wiped last game.
Yeah, I mean, nice kind of confirmed there, taking a squad out at 12. We can tell a little bit what's happening fighting wise by the swords in the bottom left, guys. So right now, QA and Ban somewhere are poking at each other, doing something. We don't see anything on the kill feed yet, but we do know, okay, they've disengaged. Currently no fighting, Tsunami. Everyone just farming up here in night 2.
This is like what, radio baseball?
Dude, it's like blind radio baseball. In
we
2025.
We get like clues every. Oh, this reminds me of the first. Was it a 5-cam tourney? I forgot. One of the tourney at the cast a few weeks ago, where my feed that I could look at was like a slideshow. Like I would get a different picture every 5 seconds, and then try to cast off of that. So this is so chill. This is so chill.
I can I can just tell Numbers is just trying so hard. Here we go, a recall. We got action on the screen, guys. It is DDM recalling to these level 9 camps in day 2. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is most teams would rotate in posture for camps right before, 10, 20 seconds before the day cycle changes. So we wouldn't expect too much fighting. And that was where TDO got wiped. So that's an exception. Otherwise, most teams just recall to their base camps in prominent zones to then play for level 9. And then that can smoothly transition into taking the bosses that will spawn right before the storm moves. And this storm pull is what we're going to have an eye on to end game. It'd be interesting if it's Chaos. Chaos is always the spicy one, just because it's a thermal suit check. If you're poor, can't really fight too well. Not much like walls to play around. It's just a big open brawl. But Ion's very interesting because it can host a lot of teams in it. A lot of grass, a lot of ratting, a lot of walls.
We also still have the potential for a bullet train Koba's endgame here, which we saw a banger of that in the EU series, bro. Like what, like 9 air blast kills or something crazy over the sequence of like 2 minutes.
And unfortunately, ABS, we've seen Ash has now fallen to Mr. Ducks, roughly 44 of them.
Roughly,
TCS.
not exactly.
Yeah, and then they traded now onto Sprocane as well, and ABS getting wiped here. So much for the tempo they made against TDO. They will be put 11th. We'll blame that one on ping.
100% ping diff right there. It is BAP locking in those kill confirms though, so scaling up their placement as well as kills on the board. Fighting, breaking out to the south here. It's LC.
Ooh,
beautiful bola from Misfit connecting onto 2, gets the full stun. It's Destravus with a single HP left. Jetski able to follow up. Meanwhile, TLD just stomping across the lobby. 3 kills going their way. RTK on the side of BAP finding one for themselves.
So TLD have squished down, I think it was Gay, or was it Squad? Kind of forgot. A lot of people just died at the same time. So
we're not exactly sure who. A lot of people just died.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell. We actually can't like see it happen. And then when there are like 5 of them on the screen at the same time, but maybe I'm just coping. So Gay now have gotten their res, and I think they were the ones that died to TLD on the right side of Heart. LC not with a similar fate, have chased them all the way here when they saw the beacon res, now looking to punish them as the Knicks able to get through the wall in time.
Yeah, LC instantly kind of turning on that Knicks engage, looking scary all of a sudden for a second there, but they are able to shift out through the rock, like you say. LC getting a little reset, very much kind of feeling like they're ahead of tempo here. Tsunami playing very forward. That's the 3rd squad we've seen them kind of just face check.
Yeah, I mean, LC are just very, very comfortable playing aggressive, and that's really just like having a super aggressive Zeph, right? Like knowing your limit, and they've played aggro for and they've played many scrims. And Squad actually Squad killed quite a few teams actually so far. Squad seem to be having a better game.
Let's go. I'm a huge Squad fan. I've really enjoyed watching these guys since they kind of started off in the Moonlit training grounds, and since then, like, you know, a couple of the guys, Goroy kind of being one of the main ones, really making a name for themselves on these hunters. Dylan as well on the Mercury, being like very consistent with, you know, we see, I think, only Mercury out here, right, Tsunami?
Yeah, I mean, no one else wants to touch that character, so Dylan has his own affliction, I guess, to play it.
That's how we're gonna call it. Not affection, affliction.
I mean, you know, T1 is pretty like meta to fight. I mean, we're not quite EU where at the height of Oath Myth everyone played Oath Myth, but also to be fair, you see the Saroses, you see the Nexus, and now LC playing W Key Gaming once again here into ban. Krillo is pretty dead. That's not much to be said about that. Couldn't quite sneak into the portal, but there's not much selling that would have happened there. Anyways, TCS get eliminated by BAP. I know BAP have been going on a rampage this game. Been seeing a lot of kills. Micah Munch, I don't know what happened there. I would have expected a dash away sooner. Looks like he got a bullet, and that was all she wrote. And whoa, wait, BAP just got elimed.
Ooh, from Gay. Okay, that's the fight we saw at Gold Armors at the start of last game, and we saw him duke it out a couple times last game as well. But I wonder what happened to them down here. Perhaps a third-party situation as they definitely got thirded.
Yeah, they got thirded by SVI.
And
there's no other way.
Really nice kind of opportunity here for really the rest of the lobby, right? To contest BAP for, like, BAP is very much contender for first place in every tournament they're in, pretty much.
Yeah, and it's looking like that. I mean, there are so many teams in this lobby that are scary threats, and now the Knicks. Oh wait, he was blocked by the Oath. Now if we're trying to kite forward, Pomu slamming down the Abyssal Breaker. Can they find any damage? Berserker is able to dash back and heal right through that. I saw a Thunderbolt proc. I don't even. No, yeah. They have 2 Thunderbolts on the side of the ice. It was from Pomu. Berserker trying to deny the jump pad as Zephyr takes that dagger back.
It is the Thunderbolt Oath with the Grabby, and stacking that with the Thunderbolt on the Bebo. Gonna have some lightning coming down for sure. And you mentioned Gay at the beginning, bro. Looking pretty dang strong. Like, being able to contest BAP over multiple fights, finding the third party on them for the very likely the killing blow right there. Take them out of the lobby at 9th, I think. It's going to leave them in a battle against SVI. Afro shipping it in, trying to get some poke out. Beautiful shielding there from Pamu. And they're looking for a quick reset on this fire. Going to be buying some repairs, look to patch up that gold armor.
Also, it's so crazy too, because we saw QA res, or not QA, Gay get res and then chased away from a beacon, no armor on anyone, and then they kill Bap a minute later. And that really just goes to show like the nature of playing smart in BR. Right? Yeah. You see a Lemur is taking down Dylan somewhere out there. But like no game is truly doomed if you have just like the guts to fight through any opportunity you get, and Gay were able to lash their teeth on and actually take out Bap as a result of that. So
I love that kind of call out, because it's just like, it's one of the things that makes SUPERVIVE so fun to watch. Is it's there are certain elements that are extremely competitive, but then you have this very visceral element of RNG just in your face, right? Where you could be the best player ever, you could do everything perfectly, and if some things just don't quite go your way, it can spell your demise. And like you were just saying, the other way around can also happen, where if everything is looking completely doomed and you find that perfect angle and the RNG is in your favor, you are able to come out on top still. Nice engage here from TLD though, onto Gay, looking to take out this squad that took out Bap. Phenom in with the shift, huge damage onto Pamu, just instantly deleted, trying to isolate the enemy Nyx on the wall here. Encore fighting for his life against Phenom. Nice heal for a second, but is gonna get taken out. Reap, Wisp collected. Berserker trying to get some intel for SVI, but beautiful fight from TLD, finds 2.
Yeah, and that was Skedaddle. Skedaddle not really able to fight back too well from that angle. You're good. That's his fault. And then it is kind of funny because TLD are like, you don't get armor. Like, Lance has armor shredder, Phenom has ult, and now, ooh, big fight here starting to break out as Protofo trying to cart away. Phenom hot on his heels, might walk into Micah Munch, who has Abyss Specialist and Air Blast. Interesting.
And a bit of a weird spot here for Ban. They got jump pad down, but...
Wait. No, I see the TP. You see the TP? I see the TP.
I knew that's what you're looking for. So Micah Munch lining it up. Does have that Abyss Specialist in pocket as well with the Air Blast. So care Micah, guys.
Phenom, you see it too. Hey, back up. It's right there, bro. Oh no, Phenom. Oh no, Phenom. Come on, man.
Dude, it was kind of hidden in Storm. I don't know if he did see it. Would have had a really.
We've played these games before, old man.
If you're pushing Micah Munch, you gotta be like, just have that thing in the back of your head saying something weird could happen here. Lo and behold, heart on your head, Phenom gone.
It's actually comical too, because we started talking about it like a good 20 seconds before it happened. Anyways, QA spotted out of the bush there by SVI. Berserker. Very, very aware of his scenario. And now Micah Munch next to Heart. I think this is the safest place on the map for Ban.
He's just like also so good at like baiting it. Like, look like, oh, I'm just a helpless bunny. Chase me.
Oh, you hit me with so much. Oh, no.
And then just like, boom, there's a giant heart on your head. You're gone. And so all of a sudden now, okay, so TLD do find the res, and now they're playing for Orbital Life, kind of right in the middle of everything, Tsunami. A pretty sketchy position, actually.
Oh, wait, another TP. It's to the left here, so it'll TP right in that shop. If anyone runs... Oh, and Micah Munch is looking to set up. Off screen, we have LC wiping down squad. We'll see if Micah Munch can find anyone willing enough to share. He's trying to do it again to TLD, bro.
There's no way Lemur is not like, guys, do not chase this bunny. Like, just do not.
No, dude, you can literally... Like Phenom, like, jumped over. He sees the TP. He sees the heart. He's like, wait a second.
We're going to think twice about chasing again here. So TLD do opt to just move to the south away. I love how Ban is able to command space, though, with these creative strats. Ooh, on the kill feed, we see LC taking out Squaw. After you called it out earlier, the final member going down, LC finding that full wipe down to 6 here in game 2.
Oh, and Skedaddle last there for a Gay, barely able to cling under that bush, but the Storm will be moving soon. That spot might be ripped open as SVI hold down that island on the left. LC now want to make that rotate here through the bottom right. Gonna push away QA. Don't really have much armor on the way of their on their bodies. Sending just a breaker, but the Bolo will cancel that.
Shows on Webby there, just getting instant. All 3 members pushing him across the gap. chaos ensuing to the north now. Ban, all of a sudden, their position kind of surrendered with this shift, having to move into the middle of all the squads instead of having that kind of dominant position to the right. We do see E-Plat out for Micah. Ice getting formed by Proto, looking to fight this off, but Phenom ships it in with the ulti. Gonna break all the armor. The double, the Zeph nade connects from the south. Ban in a rough spot here.
I mean, it could be rougher. I mean, they could not have the TP that is suspiciously placed in the middle of the abyss.
That's true.
Oh! Yeah, and speaking of which, I swear Micah can hear us, bro. I swear he can hear us. And now they hit a big root into Air Blast into Storm. Oh, and there goes Misfit.
Holy Ban, just making the move. Second heart kill in a row, just baiting him into it. Really ruining LC's game plan, ruining their day for game 2, because it's leaving Toilet in a position where he's just fighting for his life as the last member left, trying to get this heart res through, but it's not going to be enough in the end. Toilet goes down at 5th off the back of that miracle heart play from Ban.
Dude, it's like it's the great equalizer, bro. Like I talked about this game on, like TLD respected it. Like you saw Phenom jump on the tire just to verify that the heart was next to him. He's like, no, and TLD are like, okay, the comms are just we'll avoid that guy. Oh, and the TP is actually going. Was that? Are they trying to steal it?
Yeah,
I think TLD are trying to steal it away.
Yep. I think they maybe got,
and they got
it right
it
before.
They got it. Micah couldn't get it. And Micah wasted
sent
TP
it
for
into
it.
Storm, like so they couldn't bring it back very likely, especially if they can't do it before this next shift with the teleport used already. So we've seen TLD do that before against Ban at least once. So they take it to him again. We see Heart top right. Ban not going to be able to utilize that anymore. So you're going to have to fight more of a face-to-face kind of game here. We do see QA to the north, our only squad not at 3 members. Mike out or Nuke out for Micah Munch.
Does he get their blast? No, he gets. Oh no, he gets it. Oh, and then he dies to the train!
Right after, bro! We thought he gets it, but instead the train gets him, so all of a sudden, Micah Munch is gone. Ban now.
Wait, they get it. They get the crown.
They snipe the crown! Beautiful hit from Krillo! Brings Micah right back.
Oh, and they're trying to pop, but the refractor will just keep canceling as long as Monsa can find a shot. Now our top 3 is going to start out with TLD running onto SVI again. Phenom trying to break the armor, smacked immediately into the wall, should be able to cut away and heal just fine. SVA not great chase potential there as Lemur tries to make some space there for Lotz, who finds a big double bomb. Saurus is on both sides, looking a little weird for SVI, but now Ban take this opportunity to now pressure TLD, who are very scared with that armor shredder. Now TLD pushing forward, they'll find a big bomb pop there onto Krillo, and Micah Munch has no heart. Protofoe's forced to cart away as Berserker now chasing Micah. No TP in sight.
Oh my god, dude, all these members from Ban so low and just taking so much damage from every direction. SVI, TLD chipping away out of him, leaving those 2 teams left. TLD wasting no time, try to find the engage. Pretty even match, but the beautiful crowd control from Lemur, trying to follow it up with the Mega Avalanche coming through from Lods. Not quite able to do so. Abyssal Breaker out from Lemur, shifted by Monster though. SVI just trying to find a little bit of space for a reset before they have to refight this against TLD.
I mean, basically, it is not a favorite battle of time here, because no matter what, you're always going to get your armor eaten by the Nyx. You're always going to get shredded by the Saros. You got to find an angle the second you recuperate. And now a TP has been placed. Is this attempting to put someone into their terrain? I don't know. Phenom playing for it is now Tax Monster, who once again has no armor. Lods, low on the mana. Doesn't get the bomb. Bit low.
You really do see the value of that Nyx ult, like especially in these endgame situations. It's deleting the armor. We've seen a couple EMP grenades go out as well. Nice pressure from SVI onto TLD though, forcing Lods into Storm for a second there, taking big damage. Really want to eliminate him, get those Dragon Breaths out, but they isolate the Oath. Beautiful knock from the people there. Thank you. Trying to follow it up with the taunt there, puts himself in the Storm, and then Lemur finds the shift into him. They trade for Lods though. It's 1 for 1. Who can go for the res? It's Thank You on the bomb, trying to play for it. They cancel it still in the 2v2. Abyssal Breaker out, avoided by the box, but Berserker does go down. So the Wisp res confirmed for TLD, not for SVI. Leaves Monster last member left, and the train rolls through to guarantee, but TLD find game 2.
Oh my god, Lods clutching it with the skin of his teeth, able to stall just a bit longer to trade kills there onto Thank You. And that almost came down to a touch of life diff, simply. The res speed was so much faster once Lemur was able to get the stab. Thank You just barely denied off the bomb res. That was a really, really close fight.
Yeah, and like right there just goes to show like the value of taking that Soul Warden. We saw like how much TLD was positioning around that while it was in play. While Micah was messing with them with the heart teleport, they were very much prioritizing sticking to that ward and getting those orbs. And like you called out, coming in huge for them in that final fight. Honestly, a really nice engage from Berserker, like around the right, kind of flanking them, pushing Lods into that corner. Definitely had a window there where it could have gone their way, and trading in the 1-for-1. But yeah, that the kind of Wisp, the way the Wisp played out after that, very much going in TLD's favor.
Yeah, and one thing I will note is that SVI were able to navigate this endgame, not quite into a first, but positive trend, able to take a nice clean second. I think if we had the leaderboard right now, we'd see SVI are actually very, very high up, and BAP surprisingly low. They went out super early this game.
Yeah, very kind of good call out there, because SVI with a third and a second and likely some kills to back it up, going to be looking pretty nice for themselves. And, you know, another team that could be making a run for those spots is Gay. And one of the teams that's really been contesting BAP so far, maybe part of the reason why BAP is struggling a little bit is they've had a couple pretty brutal confrontations with Gay thus far. And it's been pretty like, besides TLD claiming first, it's been a little bit of unexpected kind of placements.
I mean, I think this is also just the nature of having like surprisingly like an ultra competitive lobby where there's 6 teams that at any point could like wipe out a first place team.
Right.
And this is like actually this was one of like the selling points of EU back when EU was like able to have consistent scrims in games. Like I think like the beginning of like 1.0-ish. And now we've reached a point in NA where like all these teams have like really, really strong players. We're able to utilize strong characters, play them well, navigate them well. Everyone has macro experience now to navigate these end games. So I mean, you know, some people might make a few silly decisions. You know, one of those games might happen today, and at the end of the day, it is what it is. All like these end games are very, very close, very, very scrappy, and part of the, you know, also durability patch, you know, it makes it a little more exciting because you have a little more room to make mistakes. It's a little harder to just outright wipe someone just because they walked on your screen, and we've seen the meta reflect that to a certain extent. I mean, to be fair, SVI have played like the same comp for like the dawn of time, since the dawn of time, really, but TLD making the most of it here with really almost like the 3 best characters of the patch, right? Like Oath is one of the strongest characters in the game, simply due to how tanky he is, how much value he has with the shield. Sorrow's one of the best characters in the game because he's so hard to kill now. Super long range, super high value with the new level 4 abilities, right? Like the bomb plus 50% range is crazy pressure. And then Phenom on Nyx, right? One of the best Nyx players and one of the best drain tanks in the game now. Like when you think about it, Nyx is just better Felix, right? Like just Felix, like if he had util and mobility and no boop on his shift and actually sustained in his kit and actually did damage and now that I say all this out loud, it feels like there are a lot of things that Felix doesn't have.
That's hilarious, bro. I mean, it's maybe a little bit of that new hunter, the new hunter swag coming into play, making some of the older hunters feel a little left out. We'll likely see some love in that direction in the future. I love the call out for the combat does feel more like conversational, like with the TTK changes. Like one of the things that I've really liked is like when a mistake does get punished, it doesn't mean the end of the game for that squad. Like very often before it would, like with the TTK being lower, like one little mistake could result, with the amount of damage coming through, could result in that full squad wipe. And we see like the fights, I think, looking even a little closer because there's a little bit more kind of like margin for error, margin to live. And the other thing that TTK does that's interesting, the TTK change, like bringing it up a little bit, is all of a sudden the value of healers kind of comes up a little bit, and we're seeing that with the likes of like the Toilet Zeph, right?
Yeah. Also, I will say though, where the TTK does feel nice, but the map doesn't. One of their chief complaints of comp is we've shrunk the map by 25% and then additional 10% with this patch. And I'm not sure if that's 35% or 29.5% or whatever, something like that. But regardless, right, like it really does feel like you get choked out like really easily if you don't set yourself up well, unless you're a Bebo and you could send the Abyss for 10 minutes. But like otherwise, it's really hard to recuperate in these games and find access to farm unless you third party. And it actually makes comp like a lot sweatier. Like fights are a lot longer, so you have to play well, right? Or better teams make more of a difference. And I'll continue this later. Let's look at the hot drop right now. It looks like Gay have stolen away the vault. BAP denied 2 of those gold armors and not finding any more, as Gay have actually found 3 of them.
Dude, this is the rematch of what we saw in game 1. It's literally Gay versus Bap here, except that time it was Afro finding the level 1 shift onto Pine, getting that kill confirmed. Bap going to be forced out again. Gay coming out superior in the gold zone against our gold zone owners, basically, for the second time. Holy.
Wait, this is the formula to counter Bap is take their gold armors and then they can't win the game.
Bro, I feel like that's been known for a while now, but no one could contest the golds. They almost always get the golds. Meanwhile, three-way fight breaking out to the south. Nice damage onto Clyde Cash from the side of TLD. He's going to get forced right into the arms of SVI. Nowhere for Clyde to go. Is it going to go down on the oath? Now, TLD and SVI looking at each other, really trying to fight over this hatchling coin flip. Who is going to lock it in?
It's TLD. TLD got it.
Was it TLD? Okay, I did see the level 6 on Thank You. Was that already there?
Yeah, they farmed beforehand while TLD were fighting. They went from 3 to 5, and we see the alley-oop right there on the Berserker with no shield, getting wham bam thank you mammed right into the combo there for TLD, getting their level 6 on the chase. I mean Monster can't run away if was that Booper? Whoa, that knocked the Nyx away pretty far, and Caster Curse, I guess. Never mind, he gets out.
Yeah, and they're gonna get cash back up as well at the heart, so TCS gonna be just fine. But however, you mentioned like with the map, like one of the hardest things in a kind of sweaty lobby like this is finding this farm. And if you get put behind, especially by making an early mistake, it's recovering and being able to play for biomes that still have farm left. So like once you're already behind of tempo, like not only is it harder to contest teams that already hold that ground, it's just like there's such few amount of camps or biomes to even play for, especially coming into like day 3. So definitely makes it a little trickier. We got a fight breaking out to the south, LC versus TLD. A little bit of damage traded, looking like TLD wanted to back out for a second here.
And LC, I mean, they're moderately strong with armors, but like there's nothing else too significant. There's no crazy relics or anything going. Oh, and Phenom actually dashed in there at the end, so that exchange might be started. The charge sunfire there from Monster will mildly inconvenience RTK, knocking him out of the car.
Somehow BAP find 2 gold armors anyways on their way out here. They are still down a couple levels, but they got 2 6s, 2 golds in hand, so able to scrap their way towards something here. A couple teams posturing around our Vane Grove Ghost Camps looking for that level 7. One of them being Gay, who do hold all 3 gold armors from that early start. Looking for the engage on the TCS, who have been trying to recover after that res. It's going to be Clyde, maybe getting isolated again. Gay looking to pull off, now fight the 2v3. Big damage on the Destrovus, has to shift back. Elk as well. Pamu really trying to follow up and find that damage. Skedaddle as well. Going to get the kill on the Destrovus with the Nyx.
Yeah, I will say one of the unfortunate realities of being a tier 2 team and having like a recognizable tier 2 comp is that when a tier 1 team sees you, they will say noobs, 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 and then W key. Unfortunately, that is simply just, dare I say, optimal gameplay.
I've been on the other side of that, bro. I understand.
So it is what it is. To be fair, though, you know, there is such a thing as overchasing. Maybe it would have been in the better interest of Gay to set up more appropriately for farm on day 2, and it looks like they'll be able to get up Heart and the left of Magebog. I wish there were more names for biomes. Like I wish there were just like more names.
There are some. There are like a bit of like, because it did get spaced out a little bit. There's some areas that feel a little unnamed, and there were some names that went away. Like we remember like Site 38. Like that's not like for some reason that's just not a place anymore, even though it still exists as a place. So I like the call out for a little more lore names getting. I have heard, you know, them looking to position like more kind of land in these spaces of a heavy abyss, like instead of it being mostly dot islands, potentially looking at adding some more like real biome type terrain in these like big gaps you were referencing.
You know what they should, you know how you could like buy stars, or like you could get like a certificate for a star. What if we could like buy islands on the breach? You know,
like you like donate some amount and the island gets named after you.
Yeah, like or you could spend some TC coins on that. You know, I've gotten a few from casting. Like I'll take an island there in the heart. Like I don't mind.
I would love an island. For the record, I want in on this.
Yeah, like I mean, wait, we came up with the idea, so like we should get a cut. You know, like that's...
I think there is one. Or I think it might have gotten like removed or changed with the map changes, but there was an island named after Major Pleasure in the south at one point.
Oh, really? Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
We see. Anyways, back to the game here. It's bad. Push away DM from the heart. They were going to make their rotate down, and they might find ABS or sitting inside the bush. The nade connecting there onto Diamond, but a lot of return damage there from Munch. Oh, and Munches is back. They don't have Encore subbing for all the games, it seems.
Dude, DDM is blasting here. So much damage coming out of ABS. All of a sudden, they're going to get pinched by Squaw from the south. So ABS in another really rough spot. But DDM sure to follow with the fourth party from Band coming in from the right. Matches is down. Diamond is down. And ABS Sprokane gets eliminated by Goroy off to the side.
And the root.
Connection
Oh my
on
god.
double crowd control. Dylan trying to get the concoction for the res. He reses on top of the wall. Sunfish finds the kill on the way out to get a health reset. I have no idea how Squaw is alive here, Tsunade.
Oh my god, and more teams are dying on the map. We just saw QA face off against LC. Ooh. Now, after playing forward, finding Proto, we get the bola and the bomb. Oh, the grapple will connect onto the bomb, and Proto is out of there.
Yeah, Proto, one of the masters of that Bebosh movement tech. It looks like continued pressure from Gay, even though it's just Pamu kind of by himself. The rest of the team looking to follow up now as Skedaddle shifts it in, really trying to finish off this Squaw team who they think they have advantage on. Squaw doing a nice job trading that damage with this poke. You mentioned the Saros and the Mercury doing a really nice job there negating the entry.
Yeah, and it looks like they've gotten their wits about them here, able to push away one of the scarier engaged teams there in Gay. So hopefully they'll be able to maintain that sort of play style. I don't know where I'm going with that. I couldn't think of a better word.
I knew we all knew we knew what you meant. We knew where you were going.
Keep doing their thing.
Keep doing their thing. There we go. Oh, and TCS eventually is going to get caught. We did see them get a res after that initial. It looked like Clyde got out, found a train res. In the end, it is not going to be enough. They are going to get taken out. It looks like at 11th here. Still 10 squads left in game 3.
You know what? That is what it is. They put up a good show. They've had a few fights. I hope they're able to learn from this. And here, BAP walking towards QA, trying to take advantage of this amphibian. To their left is Squaw, who hear the noise, maybe are a little interested in looking, and it's a Saros trade off here as the Mercury throws a few mortars into the mix.
We really need to see a big game from BAP here, Tsunade. Like, if they don't have a big game here, they're almost like out of that contention for the top of the scoreboard, especially with their main contenders, TLD, taking the first 2 games. Like, it really has to be a swing in momentum for the side of BAP. Nice grab, though, but gonna get reversed. Nice shift in, deletes the armor with the Nyx follow-up for BAP. All of a sudden, health bars on TDO very, very low, looking for a quick reset.
Ooh, nice snipe.
Finds the snipe on the Saros. Beautiful.
Oh, and he immediately throws the bomb onto Dylan, who throw the hover wings, trying to chase the rest of BAP with the ulti that I forgot the name of.
It is BAP looking to continue the pressure. They do have TDO now lurking to the south. They got that res on the Wisp, so fully recovered. Got to be careful of that third party. Meanwhile, it's Gay and Ban duking it out over this hatchling. Micah Munch looking for the root entry. Nice bright shield from Pamu, going to kind of negate things there. Give them room to claim that hatchling for themselves. Nice kind of momentum from Gay again here, holding on to those golds from the initial start, using that to roll into more objectives across the map. The main strategy we normally see from BAP.
And SVI here, looking at TLD. I mean, just a lot of like skirmishes around here on the map in the nighttime as all the camps are gone. There's not as much land to settle for, as the Oats will shield bash into each other, but a Berserker merging with a broken one, losing in that portal, immediately trying to add more tempo. Phenom swings it with the car. GTA engage looking here as he's trying to pressure there. Monsa, getting spiked, and Berserker doing his best to run away, will flee through the rings, but TLD hot on his heels. Looks like they aren't willing to flip too hard there in the abyss, as Thank You has long departed.
I love the need for speed in from Phenom, finds that flank on the Sky Shark. They get the kill, not able to find more than that. So it looks like SVI going to be able to recover. Meanwhile, it's Matches trying to recover for the side of DDM. Diamond's still alive to the south, but it's Matches versus all 3 members of LC. Misfit finds another kill for the LC squad, continuing to rank them up the scoreboard.
Yeah, and BAP here with a rotate. They're actually BAP are a little behind the EXP curve. That looks like they haven't found much farm here on the day spawns. And unfortunately, that's just how the storm is. There's like basically no far. Oh, and there's a suspicious looking heart where it shouldn't be. I wonder who is in the water.
It's certainly not an invisible bunny with a Vivo. There's no way.
Oh, invis indicator, heart and prisma. I wonder what team is here.
And they are posting up walls as well, looking to dominate this final fight. Meanwhile, to the south, it's BAP versus QA. Nice second win traded, but isn't going to be in time. Pine is to the back, just chipping away with this anti-heal and damage from the Saros. RTK trying to get away from the restart. The legend goes down in the chase, but a spike is traded on the other side. SQA finds the killing blow onto QA.
Right above them, there is a fight here between Gay and Ban. It looks like not so good here for Afro. Doing her best to Kai will be able to hide behind the Oath. Another fight there below as well as Squall hold their island. Protofo has now fallen to Skedaddle. BAP make their rotate now. Trying to trade blows as... Oh, big ulti here.
Dylan cooking with the golden beam. Somehow not quite able to find the last hit point there onto RTK. There, it's finally found by DDM from the south. Squad got to be careful now with this third party coming in. Want to not kind of overplay their position, but really putting BAP in a rough spot.
Height has been taken out. It's left to just Pine. But Gay now. Afro will fall here to Sunfish. What an island held here by Squaw.
Yeah, Squad doing a great job kind of playing their comp. Oh, and Pine just so low. What? That snipe goes wide. In the end, does get taken out. Gay, what? That's crazy, bro. BAP out at 9th in game 3 after, I think, not even finding a top 3 in games 1 and 2.
Yep, 4th was the best they've gotten. Hopefully not for the day. We'll see them maybe recuperate. Oh, thank you. Getting spiked there by DDM is just so tragic. Dylan now playing forward and trying to make space. Dodges the Abyssal Break there. Visual Breaker by him parried by, or not parried, but just blocked by Berserker as well. Skedaddle playing forward. Doesn't quite land the tax through the Oath shield, and have now taken over the island as DDM follow SVI back towards the storm on the right.
Yeah, Gay really just like commanding their space here. Got to be careful with the TDO bush play. Are they going to get caught out? Hook goes barely wide. The Bright Shield was up there from Pamu. Either way, they're going to force TDO out of their position. But Gay really just moving on to any land they want to claim, forcing everyone out. Really, the only squad we saw contesting them so far was the sketchy band, Invisible Heart players over there in the water.
You know, it's funny too. Micah hasn't even unleashed the full extent of his abilities. I know a heart tech that he has, and if someone dies magically, I'll be able to explain. But until then, maybe we'll keep a little suspense there for the viewers. I mean, if you watch Micah Munch, you'll know. But let's just say he does have a few tricks in his sleeve.
Let's go. I can't wait to potentially find out about that. Portal away. It looks like SVI just...
monsters.
Oh, this storm is just cooking. This is so rough. He's going to walk right into this fight with no health. Actually just can't get out of the storm. It's just cruising too fast. Meanwhile, Carnage to the right. TLT down a member. It's DDM taking it to him. Phenom has forced to kite out with barely any health left. Lemur just doing his best to kind of live in the middle of these squads. But Squaw find another opportunity. Third party that fight. Goroy finds the kill.
Ooh, Squaw having a good game so far. Nice fishing for a few kills. I mean, that's the benefit of playing poke, right? When other people are too busy fighting, fishing in troubled waters is super chill. TLD now step in the bear and have the jump pad just in case, but it looks like DDM are not too interested. It looks like Protofel has fallen there to Afro. Does the toilet last for LC?
Yeah, just biding his time with his own jump pad. Knows TLD is there, waiting for his own turn at the res when they leave. Speaking of turn at a res, it's Micah Munch not getting a turn of their own, taken out very quickly, it looked like, by Gay there. Gay really kind of continuing their tempo run on this lobby.
And Dylan was able to parry the bomb running away, but Lemur gets the Abyssal Breaker off first, trying to shield bash forward, but it looks like Phenom should be able to suck him back in. Oh, he's going to glide right past. Nope. And now Skedaddle has taken his place. Oh, and Skedaddle will not chase him as well, and Dylan is on out of there.
Nice schmoves by Dylan, keeping himself alive, able to reconnect with DDM here. Looking for a little bit of armor repair. They're probably going to play up to these shops. It's Toilet taking his jump pad north, seeing the writing on the wall to the south, knowing there is way too many squads, way too much action to make something happen. And now through the portal, DDM looking for the collapse on the TLD. E-Plat out. Maybe the saving grace there, but TLD a bit split. Phenom to the south. Will he find the flank here? Shut down by the Bright Shield, almost spiked with the ground there. Phenom just gets deleted with the fourth party coming in from Gay. Gay absolutely smashing into the side of this fight. DDM in tatters. DLD down Phenom as well. The Lemur trying to play for this Wisp. It looks like they are going to get it.
That was a platform of death. Holy crap. So many people died on that single E play. Jesus.
It's true. Dude, it's like the amount of like carnage that could just break out in a single spot and then just like all of a sudden be over. I just like, dude, I love watching this game, bro.
It was so crazy how the portals from TLD and DDM just lined up to the exact same spot, so they just had to fight. It was like a train intersection, and they were just locked on course into each other.
It looked like DDM was ready for it while TLD was not. I wonder if that was like an intentional play there from matches on the stars. Oh, but gets caught in the portal going back into Storm. But Squaw may be getting caught now with the engage from TLD. Third party to the right. Going to put Sunfish in a really weird spot. Trying to just kite it out on the Aluna. TLD forcing Gay off to the north as well. Kind of claiming this land for themselves.
And now Lod's on the chase running to go after Sunfish. Doesn't quite take the same anomaly and goes to Sunfish. Will tell the tale for, will live to tell the tale. Toilet has found another bush. Big chillin'.
Big chillin'. Sometimes do what you gotta do. Oh no! In slow motion, Diamond just looking the wrong way. Looked like he had an eternity there. It does not have the time with the amount that he saw the train to react. So without bullet trains, train claims a kill.
Unfortunately, I don't think I can put that one on ping. Diamond isn't playing from Korea. He is back in NA. So, you know, what can you do? It happens. Another train will swing in like a minute or so, something like that. Or no, like 45.
We do see it happen to the best of them, though. Like the mental stack is just so deep, bro. Like there's just sometimes you just lose track of that one thing, and if that one thing is the train, can really turn things around. Down, Dylan Spike with the mortar, beautiful from Squaw.
Oh no! And now Toilet gets to walk up a little bit. Squaw, don't turn around. Don't turn around.
Oh my god, Dylan. Or I mean Toilet.
Oh my god. Did Sunfish notice? Oh my god, Sunfish just barely noticed.
Dude, he was kind of like late on the recall. Nice Pangu from Toilet trying to fight off the bunny in the supportal combat 1v1. It looks like he is going to be able to do it.
Sunfish, I mean, hopefully leaving Toilet alone. Toilet is praying, but Sunfish sees blood. Dylan also last.
Uh-oh. This is such a funny spot for both Toilet and Dylan. Dylan's like, what do I do here? There's literally two full squads to my right, a solo Zeph to my left, just trying to hide in bush for a second. But it looks like in the end of all that, he is going to get kind of singled out by the likes of Squad. Nice Abyssal Breaker, though. Gets him a bit of space. Meanwhile, Toilet to the left. Beautiful res.
Oh, Toilet is so clutch. Oh, unfortunately, Lemur's on the other side. Send the Abyssal Breaker. Big damage here, but they should be able to heal. Why is a heart here?
That's what I was thinking, bro. Band's got to be somewhere nearby, but they're actually not. They are back at the lobby screen, so it is a rogue heart in play. Maybe TLD's heart this time. LC just getting crushed. So much Saros damage coming through. TLD follows up off of that initial Lemur engage. So much damage pressure hit the side of LC after that really nice play from Toilet to find the res. In the end, it doesn't matter. Dylan able to outrank them as the solo member left for DDM.
How is he still alive?
He had a crazy like gap he played through to the south, somehow still living against the full force of Gay trying to push him. Dylan just doing some really nice kind of oath moves to keep DDM in it.
I saw that guy getting chased down by Squad. I thought he was dead. I wasn't even watching. And now he's going to slink past Gay. Wait.
It looked like the jump pad didn't even go off for him either.
Yeah. Oh, but now it's not looking as comfy.
He has literally no land to play for. Maybe a tiny spot, throws the clown emote to just maybe buy a little bit of mental space here for himself. It is the full force of Squad continuing to look at him. They're trying to tree prison him in with the Aluna tree prison GA. So somehow still alive though. Dylan just finding his space perfectly.
Wait, he's actually going to be able to weasel his way to the left. Squad have no real reason to punish him. I mean, really too, it's an oath. It's like really annoying to chase.
Yeah.
With the putter, and the movement was executed very nicely as we see Lemur trying to do something similar, find an engage angle as Phenom plays forward. You notice that the Nixes aren't too interested in hitting each other. Oh, well, Skitado is eating a lot of damage there from Lodz.
dude.
Ooh,
These
Lafro
snipes
snipe,
coming
dude.
in from Lods. Lods not missing on his Saros. Holy. And so after a monster performance, Gay, their tempo shut down with the squads from both sides. Third party going to result in them going out at fourth, and Dylan FPS for TDM ranking them up into third here. Now it's the battle between the full four squads. TLD looking so strong, just really punishing this ranged comp from Squaw. We see like once TLD is on top of them, there's almost nothing they can do. And the whole time it's Lods just chipping away one armor bar at a time with that Saros poke.
Wait, no way Dylan will outlive Sunfish here, right?
Dude, I think he's got the momentum on his side. I think he does it, bro.
Wait, TLD should just stop fighting and let them 1v1. Oh, and he's gonna eat the EMP nade in the portal. Oh, okay. Well, TLD maybe aren't big fans of that idea.
No respect for the 1v1. Actually, that route from Suncheese catching both Dylan and Lemur, keeping them locked in battle to the south there. So Dylan does outrank a couple squads, but not Squaw in the end. Sunfish trying to find their way, does find their way to second, now trying to find their way to first, but has to be a miracle here. Tsunami and the dunk from the Lemur Abyssal Breaker, putting him down into the abyss. TLD take 3 games in a row. What the heck?
Wait, these TLD guys might be kind of good at SUPERVIVE.
Bro!
Won the Turbo Cup. I mean, it's looking pretty convincing today. I don't know, man.
And they usually like have a little bit of like a scale up where they like to create this really nice kind of like storyline where it's like, oh, we're maybe not that good, we've lost our edge, we're struggling in the first half, and then the second half is super exciting because we come back because we're so good. But right now it's just like we're super good from the start, and before the bans happen, TLD take all 3 games. Holy.
TLD saw the script and decided they didn't like it this time, so they're just gonna go all out from the beginning. No build up, no plot. Just full gas, and hope maybe with the bans we'll see it changed up. At the very least, Lemur will be forced off of this extremely potent Oath pick. I've seen him on Zeph, but
it's got to be Oath and Nyx out, right? For sure.
It's Oath and Saros out for sure. Not so sure about the Nyx. We'll see. Any teams listening, hey, just slide a Twitch for. No, I'm joking. But. All I'm saying was okay, look, if I need to defend my integrity, we had a scrim, it was a 4-way tie, I just happened to ban my teammate out. Okay, so like
there we go,
nothing under the table, don't audit me, TC. Okay. But I think it'll be Saros, Oath, maybe next, and then TLD. I don't know if they'll probably whip out a Zeph. Lods is really good on Zeph. But he could also play a Myth, he could play a Brawl, even if it comes to it.
What do you expect Lemur to switch to?
Lemur could Zeph, Lemur could Bebo, might Celeste.
I'd love to see the Celeste, bro. I always love seeing the Lemur Celeste in the action. I don't think we've seen a single Celeste in lobby so far.
Oh, you know what would be right? It's actually not great for SVI if Oath gets banned. Like that Oath is a pretty important part of their comp.
Yeah.
So we might see SVI getting nerfed. Gay might also experience a little difficulty. Pamu won't have access to the Saros or Oath. Might have to play the Wukong, really good at the Monkey, but the Monkey isn't so good right now, so maybe he's Myth. Skedaddle, no Oath, no Nyx, also pretty harmless, probably Ghost. And then Afro will just keep playing Shiv. No problem there. DDM
this is like
stuff to change.
You really start to see like the problems of like getting really good at like a meta comp, like when you're playing in a tournament with bans, because it's like all of a sudden halfway through, the amount of things that like kind of change, the amount of like variables that change just based off team comp, like really kind of like mixes things up. Like it forces these players to have a significantly deeper hunter pool, because you need more than even just 2 hunters, right? You can't just have like the meta hunter and a backup hunter. Like you got to have at least a couple to be able to play around the comp of your teammates, right? Like the stuff you're calling out right now.
Yeah, and also part of this too is like all these top teams, very few of them are like tied to one character. Most of them are tied to like 3 or 4 really good characters, and part of that is just their longevity, right? In the scene, they've been around for enough metas. They've had to pick up different characters as the game has gone on, and also just by nature of playing the game for so long, they've learned a lot of different characters, even just for fun or even just as a product of different experiences they've had to been in, different tourneys, different metas. So we'll see as we'll have to find the bans.
Let's go. So right here at the halfway point, guys, we are going to head into a quick break. On the other side of that, we are going to see the scoreboards. We are going to see the bands. We are going to get to see the winners of our clip competition from this prior week, from the tournament last weekend. And don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, my friends. We are back after halftime for Saturday Night SUPERVIVE North America edition. Had a beautiful showing from our Tier 2 players in EU this morning. So far today, Tsunami, for North America, TLD just dominating.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of looking like hopefully T1 will look against KT today and League of Legends World Finals. You know what I mean? Yeah, T1 on top, baby. Let's
go. So right before we get into that, guys, we are going to kick things off after the break, just taking a look at our clip competition. So this is a weekly contest we are running as part of the tournament series. Basically, what this entails is if you are a player, capture your clips not only from the stream POV, but also from your own recording POV, if possible. The top 3 clips from that weekend, the best, the funniest, the coolest, whatever it may be, are going to be voted on. And then those are going to be paid out cash prizes. So first place going to be pulling down $150, second place $100, third place $50. What we are about to witness is our very first iteration of that contest. Clips from last weekend, a beautiful edit put together by Zodag and Kaya in collaboration, kind of pulling this thing together for us. So big shout out to those guys. Let's roll the short and see who our winners were from last week.
Here are the top 3 plays from our first weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our third place goes to...
Train.
Pensado.
So when they engage, I'm gonna TP heart on them. Right side. Got 2.
They're going against QA. They've dropped their own E-plat. Oh my god! Oh, they lost 2 members to the team.
Did they get the kill?
They got it, and they're there as well. Oh my god!
Second place goes to Deathbrick.
Though I'm very likely to die.
People here?
Triple punch?
Oh,
My god.
massive.
Up north towards it, a little too late from Deathbrick. So, but a huge punch! What the hell was that?
And our first place goes to Wash Quasar 85.
A little bit easier, but the structure drones all use the dodge, dodges it pretty much for the second. Oh, there's a big clean in with the squid play by Wash. Gets 2 kills.
I'm just being honest. I've definitely seen this guy miss more dunks than he says.
Oh, right when you say that.
Caster curse.
Oh my
Caster
god, right
curse.
when you say that. Oh my god, that was surgical execution. S&T are outed and shortly after, he gets another kill on the rails.
Just had to give him the oh my god.
The kill on the rails again. And
Oh, number 4! Count it! Put him on Sesame Street! Where's Count Dracula?
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
I am muted. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I just said big shout out to our winners for the clips from last weekend. Reminder to all the players to be submitting their clips for this weekend. That's in the Clip It channel of the tournament Discord. Make sure to @Kaya if it's an official submission. And looking forward to seeing what you guys put together. I mean, Tsunami, we've already had some banger plays from tier 2 this morning, and then the first half of tier 1. So going to be equally exciting next weekend.
I'm laughing at the Wash Quasar clip because the like snarky voice that was me. I was blaming him a little because I was observing and I was just like
Tsunami behind the scenes. This is unfiltered. Tsunami
yeah, no, I was like,
observing.
I was just trying to start. I was like, I mean, this guy has a head of Duncan, and then he pops off, and I'm like, oh man. And then I'm like, I guess I gotta send this to Kyle.
It's the power you hold, the caster power, bro. It goes both ways. All right, so moving on from that, let's get back into this set of games specifically. We were talking about the dominance of TLD 3 games in a row. Now we get to take a look at how that plays out on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are telling a story, as you can quite simply see. TLD topping the leaderboard, monstrous 108 point.
More than double.
108 points. Right behind them are LC sitting a nice in comfy 49, thanks to Toilet, able to scrape by a few placements in game 3. Right behind them is Squaw, and as I was saying, hey, someone T2 is gonna top 6. Hey, hey, maybe higher, hey, maybe top 4. Hey, who's a prophet? Okay, anyways,
I like that, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, but Squaw with a nice 43 points. SVI right behind at 42, so very, very close. SVI fortunately fell a little bit behind in that last game as well. Gay sitting at 38, and Ban running out our top 6 at 36.
That is like there's a couple things that are expected, a couple things that are not. Squaw being slotted in at the 3rd place position there, very, you know, kind of surprising, like coming up against the likes of some of these other dominant squads. But we've seen Squaw scaling. We've seen them put together a couple of really nice performances, getting some nice kills through from this kind of poke comp they've been playing, and it's working out very well for them so far. So taking a look at the bottom half, this is maybe the most unexpected thing of the scoreboard here, Tsunami. BAP, number 7, 28 points, not even in the top 6 halfway through. Following them, we got DDM at 22, we got QA at 19, TDO at 7, ABS and TCS both on the board with 2.
Yeah, I mean, BAP 80 points behind TLD. I mean, is there a world?
Brutal.
Is there a world that BAP dropped directly onto TLD's face, drop 20 kills, go first place, and close the gap? Maybe. Is it the world we're currently living in? Probably
We'll
not.
see.
But we'll see. Hey, BAP, out of any team that could overcome it, they're probably the best.
And one thing that is going to mix things up is we have the bans in play now. So it's going to be top 3 hunters picked throughout the first 3 games. Going to be leading us to this situation, Tsunami. Saros is out, Oath is out, and the brand new Nyx out as well.
Yeah, let me explain. So bans work based on the 3 hunters I don't want to see. No, okay. Actually, it is 27 picks of Saros here. So really crazy. Over 6 games, like over 4 people pick Saros every game. We're on average 4 people pick Saros every. Wait, that's how math works.
Don't even math it.
Wait, 27 divided by 3 is 9. I don't know where the 6 came from. Okay, anyway, sorry. 9 teams played it. 9 teams played it. That is crazy. And then Oath at 21, not too far behind at 7 teams on average per game. And then Nyx sitting comfortably at 4, the 4 faces we mentioned earlier that we saw in the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. And those rounded out right behind them with Shiv sitting at 9 and Bebo at 6. So it wasn't that close, truth be told. And these were our meta-defining characters. These were the characters that were on TLD, right? This is the TLD comp that just got banned. So we'll see how they adapt. I mean, we talked about it a little bit in Game 3, TLD. Very, very versatile comp. Players and can offer very versatile comps. Hopefully other teams are able to recoup as well. We saw Gay had the Nyx and the Oath. QA also had the Nyx and Oath. So a lot of teams are going to get shuffled up a little bit here.
Yeah, and maybe I'm like a little biased for it, but I just like want to see the Afro Jewel. And like with Shiv not getting banned, like she probably sticks with Shiv. But I just like, she's like so fun to watch on the Jewel, but definitely a little harder to make happen. And that's like these burst characters, right? Like the Jewel also kind of suffer a little bit more in a higher TTK world. So that definitely, you know, kind of adds up why she isn't rocking that. But Ban's definitely going to mix things up. Like you said, we're going to see a completely new comp from TLD. We know these players have champ oceans, as Phenom would say. But you know, like what exactly are they going to put to work here? What are they going to go with? What are they going to choose rolling into the second half?
I will say, I mean, first inclination here for TLD is, I assume, well, Phenom's probably not going to play the Felix, but maybe like a Ghost game is like the most.
I would love to see the Fox, honestly.
You know, for the people, as they say, but also, you know, for the money, maybe it's not the Felix.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, and then Lod's could play the Myth, Lod's could play the Zeph, Lemur could play the same thing. You could play Biba. I mean, you know, they could play whatever. Right behind them, LC. LC didn't get touched. Yeah, LC didn't get touched. They could play the same comp if they wanted to. They could perform similarly if they wanted to. They might even scale from here, as there are less Saros Oaths to deal with. Right behind them, Skla. Gore off the Saros is pretty rough.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true.
So maybe the rest of the team will be able to step it up. Maybe Gore has a pocket pick that I'm unaware of, and maybe they'll even do better, but we'll see. Right behind them, SVI. Yeah, we talked about this. The Oath being gone could be rough for SVI. We'll see, though. I know Blaz has some other characters in the pocket, but that is like a large part of how they want to play, I think, is with these rotates.
And like the combo with Thank Yous Bebo with Blazerker on the Oath, like they work really well together. So we're going to have to see kind of which way they decide to transition to. We do have a quick DC in lobby, guys. But as soon as we get that, we're going to roll right into the game, and here we go. We are into it. It's match 4, Unstable Portals, North America, Saturday night. SUPERVIVE, let's go.
Ooh, BAP have a Pine on Myth, and then Height on Ghost, RTK on Brawl. So,
okay,
they want kills. I mean, that's a kill people comp, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, interesting to see the Brawl handed over to RTK and Height taking up the Ghost. Height also insanely cracked at the Ghost. RTK obviously can pilot the Brawl, but we very much think of that as a Height hunter. I'm excited to see the Pine Myth, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, we for the longest time we didn't get to see it simply because Spades was the one that piloted the Myth, but Spades taking a sabbatical, RTK now in, and Pine can play the Myth. I'm actually, to be honest, I'm surprised he didn't play the Zeph. I figured Zeph is the sweatier character for their comp. So it'll be interesting. I mean, he's been playing it in these ranked arenas we've been having recently. So it's been pretty good, but we'll see if he can pull it off. I didn't see too many of the other comps.
Yeah, we'll get a look here as we go in the game. There we go. Afro on the Jewel. Let's freaking go, bro. And I think, is that Skedaddle on the Firefox as well for Gay?
Oh.
I think I saw Fox, bro. I think I saw one.
Yeah, I saw him post in our group chat. I saw him post a picture of it, and I thought it was trolling. But no, he's oh wow, that's a Felix. Yeah, that's a Felix.
Let's go. Let's freaking go. So we do see TLD making this early positioning around the hatchling. It's TCS showing up, wanting to contest. Gay is here as well. So the Fox in play. Nice pull coming through from TCS. Is it a bit early? Can they find this final stagger? TLD pushing up for a huge nade, isolating them off from the TCS Ghost. Very well played. They snipe the kill. Plot Gay and TLD against each other at these low levels. Now TCS on the north lurking. Clyde really wanting to look for a re-engage.
Shows that TLD and BAP have once again gotten a very similar comp to each other. Huh. They both have the Myth Ghost.
It's almost like they know what's strongest.
Yeah, it's almost like they're playing meta. But here, oh, Afro the pull. Oh, trying to dash back. Can we stall in the abyss? Not getting spiked here by Destrovis.
Dude, she's doing it. This is why I love watching Acro. Doesn't have the shift up. It barely gets it up in time. Otherwise, would have surely reset it on Destrovis there. But look at that. Afro, beautiful kind of outplay in the isolated 1v3 over abyss, gives her team time to show up. And they find a pick against the team that was kind of ahead of tempo against them.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, Afro duel. The duel Felix, I'm still not too convinced about. But
hey, we saw a highlight to start it off, bro. Just hang with me.
Oh my god!
Triple nade! Insane from Gay. The connect is real. Can they follow up and eliminate TLD? Are winners of all 3 games so far. They really, really want to hear Afro aggressive shift out. TLD on the full retreat. They find Sky Sharks. Now they maybe want a piece of this Afro action. Afro not slowing down at all. Phenom stepping off, maybe calling for a relook. We can see the rest of TLD doesn't want it. Very undecisive here. They are going to eventually call it off. Phenom now sticking around, wanting to steal this Guardian. This is actually so intense. They are going to refight it. Lemur sticking on the Sky Shark, giving Phenom a way to escape, is going to finally bail off the edge there. Gay really need this stagger on the creep, so they're going to get that XP, the gold pile, even up the level, Tsunami. This is heated.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it doesn't matter what character you play. If Palma can hit a triple nade, doesn't quite get it there. As After tries to drive the car, and we'll get the R&B onto Lemur. The stack's almost putting up. Oh, double car explosion. Palma is now dead.
Bro, like the same exact thing happened the other way. The grenade connects on two, but then, yeah, the double car GTA explosion there going to send everyone flying. After the aftermath, it is Skedaddle and Afro left on the retreat. TLD still at 3.
Nah, but if this guy wasn't playing Fiat, no, I'm joking. But well, I mean, I guess Felix isn't even. I mean, I guess with his Fs and. No, I still wouldn't play Felix. No, I still wouldn't play it. And yeah, he's dead. Yeah, no, any other character wouldn't be there, and they would have lived. But oh no, he wanted to die for Beacon.
Yeah, intentional throw here. The Fox still viable.
I'm only ribbing at him just because we both complained about Felix enough.
Yeah, it's all in good fun. We know it's all good.
Yeah, I was an arena like Felix at best. Skedaddle's always been the BR guy.
Yeah, and he's been one of these people that just like kind of Afro on the Jewel, just known so much for repping the Fox, even with no one else picking up this Hunter. Skedaddle like very much continuing to rep Felix out on the breach, and that's like I love players that have that kind of commitment to a Hunter. Same thing with Thank You Bebo, Proto Bebo, Micah Bunny. Like, you know, there's a lot of players that really have that one pick they just cannot give up.
Okay, but to be fair, Micah plays Bunny as a vessel for the heart nowadays, so I feel like that one counts a little less. Oh, and Legend sneaking through that portal. We'll eat the second win following up, trying to shift away. I don't even know how he ulted. Okay, that's how he got to that side of the trees. Toilet looks like he wants to not chase. He's going to call it there, and Legend should be able to res on the train that is swinging through.
Nice recovery for the side of QA there. The Legend very likely going to get that. DDM riding out on the Sky Sharks as we take a look at BAP. Here we go. Much more of our normal BAP start. The level 9s, the gold armors, looking like they are ahead of tempo rolling into day 2 here. We can take a look at the map. Everyone pretty spread out so far, kind of claiming their own biome to get these creeps on the day 2 turnover. TLD finding the better of them in the south here. Already have that level 9. Nice nade connecting from Lods, pulling in Monster, but they are going to peel out.
Yeah, and Monster actually did use 2 dashes there. Unfortunately, TLD don't have characters that could send it super easily onto it. And Lods prepping that gust. Where's he going to go? It's going to cancel with the dash. Ooh.
TCS maybe in trouble. Adaptive Elk getting chipped away by DDM. They have a squad on both sides. So 1v3 for both members of TCS. And it is going to result, it looks like, in their eventual demise. Adaptive Elk lives with literally 1 health somehow as 4 other squads fight on the south. Misfit trading nice damage with the Fusillade to buy him the time to dagger out there. LC getting a quick reset, but they have a team bottom left, 2 teams to the right. We got like 6 squads here, Tsunami.
Whoa, and actually, I just noticed also. Oh, okay, big double Felix heat shield. The overgrowth maybe blocked him a little bit as we send the fly to the Firefox trying to gap close. Ooh, oh, Pano getting spiked, but Afro is able to trade a kill on the way through, and Monsa getting spiked as well.
Nice trades there. Afro finds 2. It is going to leave SBI with 1 left. Holy, got to be careful on this suicide res. It's called that for a reason. Skedaddle trying to kite out on the Fox here, completely on fire. The one time the Fox does not want to be on fire is that glider field. Jet ski back to the brawl, finds the slam.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Felix, no dashes, dies. Kind of expected.
I love the Tsunami confidence in the Fox is just unreal this game, bro.
I like Skedaddle's my boy, like he's the GOAT, but like man, there's too much of best for this Felix character, bro. Like he can't do anything, man. Like literally yesterday I was trying to cook up a shift max build with Wildfire Drive and it feels terrible. Anyways, DDM getting run down by DDM.
The Fox DDM may be in line for some love from TC in the future.
I hope, man. I hope. I like playing that guy, but oh man, does he feel freaking terrible?
Oh, the action continues though. Like so much kind of fighting. A lot of teams realizing they got to catch up to TLD on the scoreboard if they want a shot. Big damage out onto the side of TCS. Nice flank from Misfit. Finds 2. Just pumping with these shift resets on the flank of TCS. TCS with that really strong start, finding that early hatchling. Now it's going to be just Clyde left, trying to find maybe a miracle res unless LC calls us off.
LC might be a little more concerned about their storm positioning at this point, rather than
you're right.
chasing that guy into that random base camp. But I mean, for what it's worth, also, oh, and the heart has mysteriously shifted. I wonder what could be the cause. Oh, there's another TP setup. Yeah, it's traveling.
It's such a reliable strat for him these days. I love it, bro. And you have to like, if you want to contest them, like you have to have your own teleport and try to like steal it from Micah. And you have to not chase Micah, and you have no idea like what kind of trap he's setting up. They are going to leverage it to fight out the hatchling on the north. Meanwhile, it's TLD fighting for this hatchling on the right. Gay showing up to position. Afro super aggro shift in. I think expecting the stagger there, maybe snipe from someone else, forced to ult shift back.
Oh, I was thinking about it too, and I think one of the big differences that we're going to see in these games is there's no oath, which means fights are going to be a lot more explosive. Like you can't stall for just as long as you would like to, and Gay will fall to QA as LC, or no, actually, Gay kills you. Oh, and the air blasted the heart. There goes Diamond.
I was about to say, we're definitely seeing the explosiveness in the kind of action here. Right as I'm about to say that, Micah finds a air blast into the heart, getting a delete for them. This hatchling's still alive, though. They move the heart to a position around this hatchling. It's living with 4% health in the storm here. LC shows up to maybe try to contest. And it teleports, and they do snipe it, LC. That's tragic for Ban. Meanwhile, TDO, squad wipe TCS.
I wonder if Jin just got a double dunk, and Lods has taken out Dylan. Matcher's trying his best to juke and drive, but maybe nowhere to go as Afro will connect to the surge.
One of the things that impresses me most about Afro is like the way she plays Jewel over Abyss. Like we remember Jewel just being turbo with Abyss Specialist, and Afro makes her look still very good even without that, you know, kind of power in play. Just really good at feathering, really good at that kind of like height control, and very unafraid to like aggro shift forward, just like knowing the depth of the kit.
Yeah, and now, oh, Berserker is on the Ghost. So it looks like that is the SVI answer, as Palmer's died to Ralph TK. And now shimmying in, playing for the third. Monster knocked out there by the summon Napalm from someone.
Monster up over the top.
And blows up.
It's gonna get taken out almost in the skybox there, not quite. TLD and Ban now posturing over the boss. It does look like TLD sniping that one through. Tiny level advantage here in this fight against Ban, but Krillo unafraid pumping on the Ghost.
Oh, Michael Munch for a nuke.
Nice nuke. Power shifting through, maybe looking for the root. I think going wide there, I didn't see it connect. Bit of a reset with the heal. TLD actually fighting this really well position-wise. Ban maybe a little bit of an overcommit, has to burn the ulti onto Proto here, not wanting to let up the tempo. Big nade from Phenom, peeling a little bit. All of a sudden, they're stuck. Nice crowd control, following the second wave into the bungee, or the nade. Beautiful connection. Double nade from our Phenom Ghost there to really win that battle against Ban.
And nice, and thank you took that time to get a bomb res, so SVI now have recouped, gone back together. Okay, you know what? To be fair, I've watched Micah kill too many people with heart today. I forgot a Lunac and res wisps. So Ban can still fight.
Also a support, by the way.
Yeah. Forgot Micah's also pretty good at getting people as well. I forgot he like started playing the game as like the Air Blast of Luna. Like he pioneered the playstyle there where you could just never defend a wisp. That's
I love that. Like that's such like good use of you know, relics to play around your hunter. And like you mentioned very early on, even before the shift to relics, we saw Micah Munch like kind of making a name for himself, always being able to grab a wisp by forcing people off with air blast.
Yeah, I think that was when he made his like 1.0 solo queue climb, and then you know, height standing at the top of the ladder is height. So #1 spot has been claimed de facto, but I think he climbed all the way up to #3. So
that's awesome, bro. That's so cool.
Yeah, I mean he's really perfected the art of picking up wisps in that era at least. And then I guess 2.0 was heart migration as QA pressured on this island here. Protofa sending the car will not get the stun, but it looks like Webby Bay has nowhere to travel. Mike Munch trying to lay down some pressure there on the 44 Ducks as the Vortex Charm will stall Krillo for a brief moment so they can make it rotate out as Gay coming for the third party after looking to spread the static, does find it, crashing down to Micah Munch. Now everyone forced to axe. Krillo getting spiked by the surge, and now Ban forced to leave. Micah Munch cannot pick up that wisp.
She's just like so precision on the dashes and the R&B, almost never missing those two parts of the kit. Makes Jewel just so kind of strong, and so often she starts just shifting forward, knowing she can get a reset with the orb connection. And it's like
the
looking,
car.
oh, nice tonk from Proto trying to defend Ban's honor here, still fighting in the 2v3. Can they finish off? Afro clutch heal coming through.
Micah
last minute, barely keeping him left. Micah looking for one more auto attack, and another R&B comes
and she
through
dashes
with a
in.
heal. But the root Micah somehow finally finds the kill. But Ban has to be careful. The full force of TLD is here. The second win connects on the one, punching into Protofo as well. The spike with the damage coming through from Phenom. Proto cooks the storm. Tragic third party for Ban.
Wait, it's crazy. Proto almost lived. If he had like 20 more HP, I think he lives with the grapple bomb. Unfortunately, and right after him will be the legend 1902. Can't quite escape into the storm as TDO looking really strong here with the Jhin.
Yeah, we've seen a couple. We saw 2 Jhin knocks earlier for a squad wipe, third one there. So TDO, you know, I love seeing the pocket Jhin pick up. Super fun hunter to watch. Often like underestimated, even when players at this level are playing against it. Oftentimes just even unaware that he's there. So quick at finding those dunks over Abyss. And it's BAP finally kind of back on their normal tempo. Have the levels, have the armor, now positioning around Amorius.
Don't have too many kills though. I only see 4. I also will say one thing about these top teams is they're always doing objective when there's free time instead of taking a random fight. We saw TLD taking a soul while Gay and Ban were having their face off. BAP having the Lava Baron, have strengthened themselves, hopefully have set themselves up nicely for this end game that doesn't have a heart in it. Wait. Did it get moved again? Wait, no.
Double check. Wait. Oh, we do have a corrupted. Yeah, or a gnarled heart. Thank you. Corrupted Storm in play. So our unstable portals game turned into Final Destination here. I wonder who placed that. Is going to be collapsing to the south. Was that BAP?
That was BAP. They took the gnarled heart. And here, a fight breaking up between TLD. The static has spread. Can Afro go crazy? Gets one reset. Misses on the Phenom, who didn't quite have 4 stacks of static. Gay trying to play the attrition games. Skedaddle doing his best to hold his ground. Gets a big heat shield. The R&B by Afro.
Ooh.
Might get massive second win, trying to turn the tempo of the fight. Won't get spiked by the laser. Now Gay can take the time to reset.
Gay is having such close fights against these, like, you know, really good squads. Another really good battle against TLD there. The grab, though, coming in from Squaw. It's Goroy on the Bishop.
Oh, Afro.
Afro, so much burst on the Jewel, completely reversing the fight, regardless of the nice engage. All of a sudden, Squaw in a bit of a rough spot. Goroy trying to feather it out. Dylan on the retreat. Sunfish is down.
Afro Blake. Wait, Afro just has an overgrowth. Wait, is this tech? Is this theory?
You get them in the trees, and then they can't escape the shift.
Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe that's just what they found. Fair enough.
Sometimes you just gotta use what you got, brother.
And a BAP pushing away TDO. So TDO unable to leverage too much out of their gold armors as they don't have a Bebo. They don't have too much ground control. They're just looking to hunt in the abyss here as LC pulling advantage of this water right at the bottom of Prisma, using that amphibian. TLD pack up their base. Will have to get ready for this Gnarled Heart pull. And BAP have a comfy spot. We're trying to reset on the train here for Squaw.
Yeah.
TLD stop it. Afro might. No, Afro won't.
Golden Beam out from Dylan. Got to be careful with BAP on the south, continuing to just hold this space off the boat. All of a sudden, Squaw in a really rough spot. Sunfish down, as well as Dylan. It's going to be just Goroy left. Has nowhere to go. Right into the arms of BAP. They take those 3 easy kills as Squaw fighting, I think, a squad on every direction there.
Katano has been brought back up there by Palmo, but LC is right behind them. Toilet with the air blasting dart.
There it is. Don't even need it in zone, bro. You just find it all the way out, leaving Afro as last member left for Gay. After some miracle fights, can she find the space she needs? Gonna ult over near this beacon. The full force of TDO trying to shut the Jewel down. They are eventually going to be able to do it. So despite another kind of high tempo kill performance from Gay, they are out at 6th.
And fight they will, but unfortunately without any strong Abyss characters or range. I mean, that's just the detriment of not having a Myth or a Ghost in this type of comp. And the Snowman delivered right in front of TDO, but The rest of LC will be able to break that, and they will have to navigate into BAP territory as the fight breaks out here when SVI get pushed through by TLD.
SVI trying to just play off of the ice as normal. It is Berserker on the Ghost instead of the Oath. We were talking about this earlier, who he might switch to. Going to be playing more around this like poke. They're definitely still playing this Abyss positioning off of the Bebo, but don't really have the Oath to hold that space. Going to have to rely much more on this range poke damage. LC looking very strong themselves, putting TDO in a bit of a tricky situation. They have to force their way through this gap in the... Some height gets spiked somewhere.
Oh no, he cast an avalanche in the Abyss and he fell to his death.
Oh my goodness. An unfortunate series of events for Height and BAP there. It is RTK instantly grabbing the crown. LC, no, they are kind of down in power, looking at them very intently. TLD looking at SVI on the other side. Nice second win connection from Lod's going to put Monster in a rough spot, but TLD very comfortable to just reset on their fire. Yeah, and BAP have still been able to hold down this island. TP coming through was canceled. And TTO are just going to sit right on top of the Gnarled Heart as LC and TLD are going to fight over this large chunk of land in the middle with the shop. TLD now have pushed their way towards SVI. The Summon Napalm will break the ice right behind them as they try to make space with their own Summon Napalm. Thank you doing his best to hold on to this ice island as TLD should try to recoup. Pressured here, Berserker maybe a bit too far as the Tong Tong comes through, doesn't commit to it. And now TDO will come in for the third. Dude.
Oh, big dunk.
That third party from TDO was just perfectly timed, putting them in almost an impossible situation. Not able to recover. They are going to get eliminated at 5th. So pretty quickly down to 4 squads here. Definitely this Gnarled Heart mixing things up with the way this final shift comes in. BAP very comfortable to kind of just play around this positioning.
Okay. So there's actually a very specific reason why LC are putting up the walls here. They want to handshake with BAP to target TLD. So they're trying to put up that wall to be like, hey, don't look at us. Look at the bad guys to the right.
It's a little bit of like signaling. Is LC doing the same thing? Like, hey, we want to fight. We want to fight TLD, not you guys.
Yeah, like these walls are literally just to like serve as like we don't care about you guys. Like this is not we're not here to fight. Okay, just ignore us. And I think that read the message. They've now turned around, pushed this Jin now towards LC.
Legendary did not get the memo, shifts it in, and gets spiked by the railgun from TLD, going in aggro in the kind of, it was an interesting kind of call there because down numbers is going to clone into the likes of BAP. I maybe looking for some positioning or scouting, but in the end, going to leave just Miri left for TDO.
All right, it looks like BAP want to force LC into TLD. There's not really anywhere else for them to go. The avalanche has been placed, the summon napalm forcing them as well, and BAP have manipulated conditions.
That's just like a perfect sequence, just crushing LC, beautifully executed from BAP, pushing them right into the arms of TLD. So they didn't get the wall message, Shunani.
Well, no, they got it. They were like, okay, yeah, but you go first, you know?
I see. They're like, okay, we'll fight TLD, but you guys go first. We're just going to come to the left, push you guys into them, and it's going to result in your demise. Out at 4th, now BAP posturing as we normally expect from this squad for the first place placement in this game. It is Miri left with a minute on the crown for TDO, right in the middle of both of our top squads. Very hard to pull this off, Tsunami.
He's dancing. He's trying. He's burning cooldowns at least, but he's giving a reset now to TLD.
TLD claim the wipe. TDO out at 3rd here.
Oh, big name pushing feet on, but rewinded back. RTK stun CC parrying, trying to go back, but the second wind will chunk him and Pine together.
Dude, huge connection on the second win. Nade almost connecting as well to follow up for the kill, but it's going to leave Pine isolated. TLD fighting insane here. Both members of BAP broken armor. No more Zeph to back him up. Lots almost doing the same thing I did earlier with the avalanche.
Oh, that one's a little close to the nade there. Phenom asserting his dominance there all over high. And the crown will finish its stick here with the chase. Ooh, okay, maybe a little close to Phenom Blood there. But RTK without a crown, without armor, without an ulti, trying to stall. Oh, no, now has no ulti. Just came back up.
Bro, TLD find their 4th game in a row in Saturday Night SUPERVIVE, bro. What is happening? Just dominating.
All right, I'm not gonna jinx it. Okay, I've seen the power of the caster curse this series. Let's just say it's the number between 5 and 7. Okay, you know. But we'll see if they can scrape together enough to have maybe a legendary tournament.
That would be if they go all 6, bro. First place, all 6. I think that's
Wait, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
I didn't say it. I was imagining it. I didn't actually say it.
Okay. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, very strong game out of TLD. And I think actually TLD are very strong at piloting. The strong characters left. Lods is one of the best devs. Well, Lemur is just good at every character. I actually saw Lemur practicing Myth in arenas recently. So, I mean, you know, Lemur can play any character. Myth is needed. Okay, Lemur's on Myth. Cool. Yeah.
They truly do have champ oceans. You can continue, but I just like it's just for sure like very deep hunter pools for all 3 of these guys.
Yeah, then Phenom is just one of the best ghosts. It would be kind of interesting to see Lemur on Brawl, but I think Lemur is kind of determined, especially after this game, that Brawl doesn't really do much. Like you really need a Myth and like a Zeph. So because of that, I would imagine that BAP. One pint on the Zeph. I think the Zeph is a little more potent than the Myth, just because like it felt like a sustained diff with the fight with TLD. You know, like they couldn't win the initial salvo, and then Lodge just gets a turn.
Do you keep height on the Ghost, and do you put RTK on something else if you're switching Pine to the?
I would RTK Shiv height Brawl, and I would just look to run down tier 2 teams. But
you heard it here, folks. I
don't know if they can do it. Or Jin. Jin is actually like,
dude,
Jin is clickable.
I would love to see the RTK Jin make an appearance, bro. That would be hype.
Yeah, Jin Zeph maybe not like the best synergy, but like Jin isn't even bad from this spot. RTK could play Jewel. Afro was going pretty crazy. There are no oats in the lobby.
Yeah, true.
The only problem is they have no anti-heal unless Heiko's Brawl, and that gets a little weird. That's why Ghost is kind of nice with the Jaw Blade. But we'll see. We'll see what they cook up. I mean, at the very least, BAP have bridged the gap a bit. LC, I think, have cemented themselves a little stronger in second place. So going into game 5, we might be able to see BAP wrestle a hold of LC. Because coming into this game, I think it was BAP were 20 points behind. So this may be closed like 5-10 points. Maybe
if
over the course of this.
Yeah, if they can repeat that in games 5 and 6. LC, though, continue to look strong. I mean, up till the final 3 there, really, it was the movement from BAP, like you were calling out in the cast, where they come up, pinch them, force them into the arms of TLD. And, you know, like right here, it's just very well fought from TLD. Armor's chipped away from BAP, kind of fighting from behind after that initial engage. But in the end, TLD able to clean up shop, walk away with 4 freaking games in a row.
Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I think low-key, once LC made it very clear that they wanted to play like a third-party-esque situation, it's kind of up to BAP to push away TDO and then pinch TLD from both sides. Because like the way it panned out was LC didn't really have an opportunity to like comfortably fish for an angle onto TLD, right? Like the Myth Rain pinched them off the ship, and then they only had like a 5-second window to try to get something to work. And obviously TLD watching all this happen, only have to face the threat from one side, are able to face it comfortably. They played it well, right? They had the E-plats, they spaced all the abilities well, they spaced the Zeph nade, the Ghost ulti properly, and then from there LC had nowhere to go. So if BAP had decided to play from that bottom island, face a rain of arrows from one side, Zeph nade from the other, maybe it would have gone differently. But enough speculation. Let's see how the teams navigate it in game 5.
Let's go. And we're coming into Final Destination as our storm shift for game 5. We kind of had a Final Destination with the Gnarled Heart placed down there by the Suicide Res, but with no unstable portals in play this time. Ooh, it's a finish at Imotech where the golds are, it looks like.
Ooh, this is interesting. And this was a very similar game to EU Game 5, and only one team landed there. And hey, we do it different. Hey, 3 teams.
About to be a fiesta over the Imotech Golds. Hot drop indeed. Who is out here for the battle? It's QA. It is TLD. It's Ban. It's BAP.
Okay, so I mean, it's pretty much usual. Oh, whoa, TDO getting maybe a little too spicy here. Hello in the Abyss, as Dux will clean up. Earn Destrovis actually traded his life in the meanwhile. Adaptive Elk is a little low here.
The glider heat with the lava. No, TCS fine land.
Oh my god.
Elk, bro, you did it. Holy.
This guy is playing with a little bit of fire there.
The actual fire, bro. Glider completely ablaze, health fading away, keeps his squad in it.
All right, and BAP have found the gold, so they've gotten their comfy start. As for the other teams, they will farm the map as per usual.
Yeah, and it's something you called out earlier, but like the tempo, look how kind of crowded this inner shift is, seeing that final destination. That definitely changes the way a lot of these teams end up dropping. But you had mentioned the importance of that like tempo and kind of finding your zones and your creeps like quickly. And that comes like even more into play, I feel like, with a final destination, because everyone's like, we saw it on the map right there. Everyone's already kind of moving towards that direction, knowing the way the storm's going to shift.
Oh, and here we can see abundance, which is one of the like best objectives to play for in the game because money is so valuable, and this still gives you a lot of money. But we see two really strong teams here. Actually, three teams, really strong teams here, and it looks like it will go the way of Gay.
Let's go. Gay actually really impressing in the early game, like finding nice tempo, nice claims on objectives, even though they're constantly getting contested by the likes of BAP, by the likes of TLD. They have just struggled, finding that kind of finish once they get closer toward the final circle. Hopefully they're going to be able to put something together for us here in game 5, because they certainly have had some pop-off plays, especially off the back of Afro.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Palma do well. We've seen Afro do well. Maybe the Felix not as much, but an adaptive Vulcan is in a car crash. No insurance will be able to pay for this one. As he did get the
res though, so he does have teammates up despite almost dying to the glider earlier. He does have Clyde, and it looks like Destrovis is fully away from this fight, so hopefully going to be able to live for a moment longer, even though Clyde goes down. Returns, answers back.
Hey, +1. Oh wait, no, that's not a +1 because he doesn't think that's boxed.
GG. Tornado Boy, death boxed indeed, straight down into Abyss. Squaw finding another kill for themselves. I'm trying to remember, Tsunani, how did Squaw place last game?
I don't think they were in the top 6, or they were around 6.
Yeah, it was like middle of the pack. So they were at 3rd prior to that, likely going to be falling down a little bit. Definitely need to be putting together a strong game 5 here to try to maintain their spot towards the top.
Yeah, I think they're probably in the same boat as SVI. And speaking of, they're trying to catch out Dylan here. He doesn't have the ulti. Can't parry that damage there from Matza, who is on the myth this game.
Ooh, and LC showing up as well. Grenade connects onto Monsta, forcing SVI out to the north. They are going to stick with this kind of full range comp. Thank you, kind of playing frontline on the Bebo. LC continuing to force it though. Misfit shift forward. Toilet barely wide with the grenade there. Jet ski, crazy brawl movement, double shift into the air slam, isolating. Thank you. They find the pick.
Oh, and I just remember another thing. Another problem with SVI they're going to find this game is that Bebo Ice doesn't ground. So running away is also a lot harder.
Yeah,
so overall,
we saw it right there.
Yeah, odds stacked against. I mean, he did miss too, but odds are stacked a little bit against SVI in terms of movement. Just like able to get out this game. So, BAP now trying to confront Squaw, who are trying to hold their ground a little bit here. Height immediate, or that's RTK, not height. Oh my god, massive summon napalm.
Very deceptive, the brawl not being on height when in the hands of BAP. It is RTK on it, though. Nice napalm, as you mentioned, getting some nice chip damage off, getting a little bit of space for Squaw. They are going to be able to claim that hatchling, so they get some levels. Dylan, nice punch into the beautiful connection from Goroy on the Bishop. Finds the combo into RTK.
Immediately trying to send the box for us, but the Mercury is paying attention, has put down her mortar. Now trying to chase Pine is Sunfish, who is on the Ghost, unlike the Luna this game. Pine, no mana, gets a pot, is able to refresh it. Won't get caught by that laser, should be on out of there. TDO fighting a double kill there against TCS.
Some pretty early violence. Teams knowing they got to find these kill points if they want to have any chance finding higher placement. We do see our European squad, ABS, showing up, taking a look into Acres there. Ban playing for some creeps down to the south. They are split from Proto, it looks like. TLD here wanting to maybe look for him. But TLD now behind levels, behind armor, maybe second guessing this fight.
I mean, Proto has Fervent Songbow. That's interesting. I guess that's part of that fits more with the car combo, the Tonk Tonk landing. activated the Songbow. It looks really hard to tell with the lava. The root has connected, sitting in the lava, able to heal up there is a lot. Pocket Zeph happy to heal him up.
Yeah, that Zeph value kind of coming in big for TLD there. Despite the big kind of damage coming out, they get a full reset. Continuing to look, see thermal suits online for all 3 members already, walking their way through the lava. So despite that little bit of armor level advantage, TLD is going to force Ban out of there.
Yeah, and here at the top of Ion, we have Gay facing off against Bap, who were able to get their res off onto Ralphel. And then Gay want to push forward the issue a little bit, but not too motivated to chase. Maybe it's because one of their characters has a really long shift cooldown and can't chase super well. Maybe that's just me, though. As ABS find a fight here against Squaw.
Dude, some nice connections for Squaw, despite some bans coming through. Sprokane looking for the rest. The Luna ult is going to get it onto Ash. Maybe get them out of there. Beautiful play from Sprokane to keep ABS in it. Now, all of a sudden, with cooldowns on cooldown, Squaw is caught by the third party. Gay has shown up. Goroy isolated, taken down. ABS continuing to poke. Spro actually sniping that kill from the flank. Nice vengeance onto the initial engage.
On the kill feed, we see that Wubby Dubé has taken down Adaptive Elk. EDM looking here at Bap. Big swing in here from Dylan. Immediately eating ulti. It's a stun. Locks him down for just long enough. But Pine is eating a lot of damage trying to run away from Diamond.
Nice trade in the 2v2. It looks like Height really trying to commit to play around this Wisp. Oh, but the grenade one way and the other. Height finds the warp instead of hitting the wall. Pine trying to go through the backup as well, but really nice fight from DDM there.
Wow, and that nade actually denies the res too, so Bap will have to play for the train.
Does look like they have a pretty good angle for it. Got to be careful with so many squads up to the north. Baroof getting some intel for ABS in bush, but Ban is here looking for violence. Krillo, classic Krillo, W key forward into Diamond. Nice chip damage. Is it going to be enough to finish? Got to be careful with multiple other squads around. You called it. Beautiful res look from Ban. The nade almost taking him off, but they do find it.
When you said Krillo classic W key into Diamond, I thought you said into dying, and I was like, oh, yeah. Fair enough, I guess.
That's not some... No, I don't got the Tsunami level flame, bro. Sorry.
Oh, and then Baroof unable to run away. I mean, KPM ping doesn't sound too great. Oh, no, actually, KPM... That's okay. I've heard an EU.
Krillo is a man after my own heart, bro. Pick Ghost, press W, see what happens.
True. So Bap, after their res, want to rotate here. So Bap did a workshop with some T2 players a few days ago, and Pine mentioned that they actually really like playing for setup in Final Destination zones.
Oh,
so
interesting.
This is kind of imitating that. However, Bap, maybe not as strong as it'd probably like to be while in this zone.
Yeah. And this is like one of those situations where with no nameplates on, this QA squad is like, dude, we have to kill this orange squad. They're so weak. The level's down, no armor. It's just Height holding on to a couple bars of gold, RTK with a white, but it's like very kind of rough fighting for BAP there. So they are going to peel out, look for a bit of a reset. Sunfish on the Ghost Bush thermal suit. Bushes don't belong here.
Yeah, that doesn't look quite right. Oh, and it looks like DDM did not notice. Wait, he might be the Ghost.
It's huge. It's huge. Coming in clutch, finding the cheeky bush angle, biding his time, looking for a res. Still so many squads left, Tsunami.
Yeah, I mean, Final Destination, all teams know where to rotate, so teams are able to not get caught unawares. And speaking of a lot of teams, TCS have been eliminated.
Maybe caught unawares even. It is Clyde Cash going down. Got to shout out TCS though. Always doing a great job trying to stick in it. Seen some nice, really nice kind of recovery runs from them. Not going to be able to do it this game though, as they're taking out Ash, trying to do the same for the side of ABS. Afro has something to say about it though, just being so obnoxious, absolutely denying any chance at this res. The second win comes through. They snipe the crown. Gay just showing up huge.
Yep, Afro immediately sends the ulti, deciding, well, you knocked me off the train, time to die, I'll get my crown anyways. On the map, looks like Bap at first stop banned, so Bap will be a little stronger.
This bush, bro. What is
this? Throwback to Micah Munch in the desert. If you know, you know.
That's crazy. There's not a bush on the lava on the ledge here, guys.
And speaking of Micah Munch, Ban just got wiped by Bap.
Oh, tragic for Ban. Great for Bap, but a very rare kind of showing for them. They're so creative, but they're very good also at kind of like making it deep, kind of like SVI is, where it's very rare you see Ban get wiped early. But here, definitely going to be the case. Definitely going to be hurting their chances, Tsunami.
Yeah, and then TLD actually don't look that strong. They only have 2 blues, and then a gold there, or a white on Lods. Like, this could be a BAP game. Maybe we could see the comeback here.
Could be crazy. Gonna have to be a miraculous comeback. Oh, the triple nade connect from Pamu. Pamu actually looking pretty spicy on the Zeph. Some nice plays coming from him so far.
Which is crazy because this guy's been playing Wukong for like a month.
I mean, like I think of Pamu as like Wukong Saros connoisseur. I don't know if I've seen him on the Zeph.
Oh, he was his back when PSA existed. Shout out Starflash
true.
and Afios.
Yeah, true.
Used his Zeph a little. And LC now taking advantage of Gay swinging on in. Will not chase any further. And it looks like Sunfish's Lava Bush has been spotted out there. TLD do have sharp vision. And, Jetski, is he going to chase?
So Sunfish does rank up a little bit. I think managing to claw their way to 9th through a little cheeky bush on the lava. But in the end is going to get caught out. Pushed out of the bush by Phenom. Dunked by Jetski. Hard to handle squad on every side as the last member left.
Yeah, and as the zone slowly starts closing in, we're going to see a very not too often seen Emotech endgame.
Yeah, it's true. It feels a little rare, but I love endgames up here. They're always so spicy. Jetski up, jump pad over the top, followed by Misfit Fuselot instantly. So much freaking damage coming out onto TDO. LC just flying in out of nowhere. Legendary doing their best to kite it out, live for a second longer on the Jhin. Gonna be a tough Asco. Looking for the dunk. Beautiful iframe there from Jetski. Cancels the Legendary Slam. They are gonna find that second kill.
And DDM got wiped by BAP. I mean, BAP are looking kind of good this game.
Kinda good, bro.
No, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if they can bring it home.
Is it a game too late? Because we are already into game 5 here.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if TLD go out a little early this game, it's doable. This is how dreams are made. These are what this is. You can fill it in.
These are what dreams are made of, as QA have a dream of their own fighting against SVI. They are going to get these level 15 camps as quickly as possible before SVI can move on them. 44 Ducks fighting for their life, just really trying to peel out and live and reset, but got to be careful. BAP lurking to the left. The legend does
died to BAP.
Go ahead.
I was just going to, someone just died to BAP. I didn't even really see the name. Oh, Afro gets the wall pin on Tamiri. And it's a shift.
It's just like the jewel, the jewel play is just like, it's so consistently like clean for Afro. Like the amount of times she like misses on any of the like R&B shift auto connections to get her resets is like very rare, which is what lets her so often. You'll see her shift forward with no stacks even up yet, because she knows how reliably she can get those and work the shift cooldown to be okay.
Yeah, it's like kind of unfair. Because it's like, man, my jewel doesn't do that. Like, I can't. I can't do that, man.
My jewel definitely doesn't do that, bro.
I don't get to do that. Like, what the heck, man? But I mean, to be fair, that's what happens when you're a really good player.
Yeah, you gotta like, it's the hours invested too. One of these hunters she's stuck with through thick and thin. Love to see it back out here, especially like you mentioned, the oath being banned really makes the jewel a lot more viable.
Yeah, and especially because like it's not Bebo meta anymore either.
True.
Well. Yeah, there was a period where Bebo was one of the private picks. Like we've seen Bebo banned out because it was picked so often.
True.
So BAP gonna press in here onto SVI. RTK. Oh, is he getting stuck in the nuke?
And the napalm down, making just a zone of fire. 2 napalms down. So much explosion on the ground. Oh my god. Pine, Vera, Death's Fury connecting all 3 shots, deleting. Monster now just has to finish off this bomb. Is gonna kill confirm that. And another Vera, Death's Fury from the other way. It's TLD just wiping thank you on the right as he goes for this res. So tragic game 5 ending there.
All right, SVI looking like they've been caught out a little too much here in these end games. Not quite reaching the same level of consistency as they had in the first 3 games. We see Gay now pushing down onto TLD. The static, will it spread? No, it does not.
Oh my goodness, bro. What in the world? The amount of explosions, the nade into the double second wind, into the explosion blasting everyone out of there. after it all kind of unfolds, it's BAP taking this position, TLD out to the right. Both of them looking very strong on the level 14s, 15s. Meanwhile, Gay have their level 12, a little bit of armor. LC working a pretty decent kind of armor advantage to themselves to the right, two blues and a gold. So actually like fairly even footing, all things considered here, Tsunani. We do have a couple exotic perks in the hands of BAP though.
Yeah, we'll see who gets. Well, I mean, this Abyssal Fang isn't even like, I feel like it's not even that high prio of an objective to fight over. But LC certainly looking to press the issue, or at least take this opportunity to find a fight against Gay.
Yeah.
Looking at how the storm is closing.
You think Gay's playing this almost like more for the levels? Or
just for something to do, basically.
Yeah.
Like just any advantage. As Afro eating a lot of damage will get healed up a bit by the second win, but now BAP coming in for the third. The Abyssal Fang.
Oh,
a big
no.
stun there, chunking down LC.
Oh, all of a sudden, LC in such a rough spot, bro.
Ooh.
Holy, and the second win connects for TLD. It is LC eliminated in fourth. Gay, BAP, and TLD remain. Chaos ensuing, though. They find a spike on the TLD, so Gay, maybe a bit of tempo here, shifts onto Lemur. Can Afro find a huge pin from Lemur with the R&B into the wall? Phenom trying to trade, but gets taken out as well. Gay forcing their advantage. Lemur just myth left, has the jump pad down, trying to find his way out of here. Tsunami, but is he going to be able to do it? Stuck on the wall, over in the airbox. He's gone. TLD finally not able to claim their victory in game 5.
It is crazy how Afro lived. I don't even know how that Felix ulti and Heat Shield hit, but it did. So Afro has pushed far forward, managed to bait out the summon Napalm, trying to build some stacks on a Pine, is not able to put any more pressure. I think Pine had no dashes at that very moment, so Afro, little regretfully, will have to back up. BAP now taking the time to reset, have all the E-plats in the world.
This is
4
exciting,
E-plats,
bro. Hey, look who's here, bro. It's your Fox. Top two squads left.
Wait, and it's like Abyss area to fight in. It's a corridor. That's what he wants. Come on, lock in. Lock in. Prove me wrong.
We want to see the big Fox plays. LC looking to defend. Avalanche is out. Really want to force something against BAP here, or not force it. Kind of play back into their advantage. Afro does try to force shifts forward. Huge punish from BAP. They take out the Jewel. Instantly take out Pamu on the Zeph right after. All of a sudden, it's just the Fox left. Grabs the crown. Looks for the res. In the end, not going to be enough. BAP find game 5.
Afro really wanted to find an opportunity to pressure forward. Unfortunately, I anticipated it, immediately bursted Afro, and the second win didn't quite connect. So that end game collapsed as soon as it started.
And I was literally about to say, bro, maybe it was like the intuition caster curse before I got it out, but I was about to say I'm so hype for this like knockout drag out fight between Gay and BAP, and it's just instantly like Afro and Gay just get caught, and I'm like, well, I wanted to see your Fox come out on top so we could rub it in your face, bro.
I mean, that wouldn't be the first time I hit it on something and then it blew up in my face. So I mean, it would have been sick too. It would have been a great moment for like such an underrated pick to topple one of the top teams in the NA, who, speaking of, we will try to get the scores in a moment, and then we'll see who is actually at the top of the leaderboard.
Let's go. So after game 5 here, like Tsunani mentioned, we are going to get a quick scoreboard update to kind of see what the teams need to do going into game 6 to find placement, find victory. See everyone just murdering each other through the course of the game here. Squaw actually picking up some nice kills, but again, I think a little bit of the early kind of out on the placement going to hurt their chances to kind of hold one of the top spots.
Okay, also now that I'm thinking about it, I know EU did scores game 5, but I also remember for NA, we don't typically do game 5 scores now, so now I'm less sure.
I mean, one way or another, we're going to find our way to game 6, either knowing or not knowing who is in the lead. But we continue to watch these replays. That was a really crazy play from Afro, just hard forcing off the res. Here's Nuke with double napalm down. SVI doing a nice job defending, but this is right where SVI get pushed into this third party. It's TLD lurking on this ledge to the right. Pine doing so much damage with Feared as Fury. Lemur doing the same on the right, giving SVI like nowhere to go here.
Yeah, and then looking at this too, I feel like it was like, I don't know if LC had any info on where the other teams were, because I feel like if they knew that BAP were behind them, they wouldn't have started it.
Yeah, and like this was, it was like you said, like, you know, playing this for the side of Gay, like something to play for, and it resulted in LC getting just completely crunched by the kind of third party there actually put Gay in a pretty nice position. They almost like baited LC to fighting that and then forcing the third party on him. And I thought the way Gay played this as well in the final 3 was very good.
Okay, I have scores in hand. The gap has closed, but maybe not as significantly as one would have hoped. We'll let wait for the more official scoreboard to update.
Yeah, we'll get a look at the actual scoring. I just want to, like, this final fight, it was right there a little bit. We were literally talking about the kind of power of the aggro engage, and right there backfiring a little bit for them. BAP catching her out, and in the end taking the victory. Gotta hand it to BAP, finding their stride. They get a W. And you mentioned the bit of the comp switch, Tsunani, having RTK in play instead of spades. Here we go.
Yeah, but as we can see with the leaderboard update, BAP have clawed their way back up at the very least, now sitting comfortably in third. But at the top of the leaderboard, as we have expected, is TLD sitting at 157 points. Definitely a little behind their tempo in the first 3 games, but I mean, the numbers speak for itself. They are head and shoulders above any other team with a 67-point lead on LC. I mean, is anyone going to farm 47 points off of them? I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, that one's looking like impossible. I think the odds TLD loses this tournament are roughly 0 based on what we're looking at here. However, Tsunami, second place spot, very much still in contention.
Yeah, we see LC sitting at 90 and BAP right behind them at 88. BAP have done a great job in these last 2 games, clawing together from their maybe slightly underwhelming performance in the first 3 games. Going to game 4 and 5, have latched together a second and a first. So in this last game, we'll see who can cinch that second spot. Right behind them, we have Gay at 73, and then SVI and Squaw, 2 of our teams from the top 4 in the first half that have now fallen a little further from where they were originally at 58 and 53 respectively.
Taking a quick look at the bottom half of the board, it's Ban at 46. We've seen a couple early knockouts really hurting their scoreline despite having some really nice games early. QA at 35, TDO 32, DDM 31, ABS and TCS 5 and 2 respectively at the bottom of the board. And going into game 6, Tsunani, we get our RNG Storm Shift. We're going to spin the wheel.
Here are the top
I
3
love
plays from our
spinning
first weekend of
the
Saturday
wheel. I
Night
love
SUPERVIVE.
gambling.
Every weekend, players can submit their
Wheels going. Oh, no, just kidding.
Alrighty. So, oh, please not Final Destination.
Yo.
Okay.
Of course, Magical is sick the day we get double bullet trains. Literally earlier in voice chat, bro, he like sounds like he's dying. He's like, I hope it's not double bullet train. And lo, here we are.
Maybe next week we'll sneak in a second one just for him. But at the very least for the players, you know who's might be excited? Micah Munch. Micah Munch loves bullet trains. You know why? Because the tracks are near heart. So we'll see if we can get any other silly end games as we walk into game 6. Otherwise, though, it really the storyline has kind of cemented itself around the fact that TLD are in first, and it's LC and BAP playing for second.
And you know, if depending on like if Gay does something crazy, it's like a 15-point gap, 17-point gap for a second. So if LC and BAP drop it, you know, Gay definitely still has a chance to make a run for it, but they really gotta, you know, play that super high tempo, farm the lobby, and come away with the first while BAP and LC maybe make a mistake. But yeah, it's going to be very contested for our second place spot. TLD, what do you expect from them this game, Tsunani? Are we big chilling?
We might see a Hudson.
Yo, let's go.
See something silly.
Let's go.
I don't know, but I mean, 67 points is 67 points, you know. So, hey,
Maybe like opportunity to flex that champ Ocean a little more.
I mean, surely not, right?
I want to see like Huddy, Celeste, Jin, just something hyper troll.
They just like completely switch around their pools for the day. Oh man, Lods Bebo. If you know, you know.
Like Lods Bebo, let's put Phenom on the Fox to maybe prove you wrong in game 6, and then I just want to see the Libra Celeste.
It'd be cool to like see them run by some classics like, you know, Phenom and Fox, Lemur Celeste, and then I don't know, Jin. We haven't seen his Jin in a minute.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Lods kind of make a name for himself on Jin?
Yep, it was with Run, with Areg, Rich, and Big Daddy.
Yep. So that could be a potential spicy comp. Love seeing Jins in the mix as well. Looks like we are just waiting on the lobby to dive into game 6 here. We are going to get a Bullet Trains repeat. Let's go.
Yeah. It'd be funny if it was a Koba endgame and we maybe get a repeat of EU. Because
dude,
I don't know. Do we have Air Blast specialists? Do we have many of them?
I mean, I think it was literally like, it was something disgusting. It was like 9 Air Blast kills between the heart and the train over the sequence of like just a few minutes at the end of that endgame earlier in the show. So dude, Koba's end games with Bullet Trains is just like peak, especially, bro. Imagine if we get that and Micah brings the heart up, the big heart up into Koba's.
Dude, I've been trying to do that. I get solo queue because like now solo queue is like mostly bots, so I'm just like trying to entertain myself while I get the Legend Glider again. So if I see abundance, I'll immediately land on it, and I keep trying to TP it into Koba, but then the bots like keep running into Koba and dying, so I can never get the picture I want. Like I want this big ass heart just right on the top of Kobayashi.
Now that you mention it, I don't think I've ever actually seen the big heart get teleported into the middle of Koba's, at least from like a spectator POV, or like because usually like when you see heart plays in Koba's, it's around the Koba's heart. But actually having 2 hearts there, especially with if we had the big heart, the little heart, and Bullet Trains coming through, bro, that's some peak SUPERVIVE. Let's freaking go.
Where would you put the small heart? Is it like, would you put it at one of the entrances, or would you just put it like in the middle of like the track? What's like the maximum troll?
Like the north abyss gap into, like right kind of in that like that choke.
Yeah. All right, so looking at what's dropping, we got a Soul of Fortitude, I think that is, in Chaos. Global Oracle. Wow, there's a lot of... You could snowball really hard if you go Chaos Wellspring.
So take us through that picture. Like, what are you trying to play through? These 2 objectives you called out and the value that like brings into the mid game?
I mean, basically, every Oracle is like really, really good information. It's just, it's 1k gold worth, a 1k... gold worth of value every 60 seconds, and we actually have a few teams landing in the vicinity. At least is this Fortitude? This is near Fortitude, right? I think so.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and this is the armor. So this is like the soul that gives you armor, which is armor tends to break really easily. I mean, even without a Nyx, with lower time to kill, people don't die as quickly. So your armor tends to break before you break, and having armor is pretty convenient. There's a very, very big difference fighting between no armor and 20-30% damage reduction. So,
yeah, very big difference there. Exactly 20% difference in the amount of damage you take. Here we go. Gay, unafraid though, posturing against TLD. It is Pamu trying to trade in the 2v1. Both Lods and Phenom kind of have him isolated out. It was a little bit of a late rotate from Skedaddle, finally making his way over here. Gonna be continuing the momentum on the Fox. TLD looking to punish now. Think nice whoosh up from Pamu there, keeping everyone in it. They do get a nice recover. Afro is back, so maybe Gay kind of looks for a re-engage here.
We see Lods on Jin and Lemur on Celeste, which is pretty neat.
Hey, we called it. Let's go, bro.
Yeah, Phenom unfortunately hates fun and is not on
Phenom just trolling us, bro. Picking Ghost over the Fox. What are you doing?
You know what that means, though? That just means he shares the same sentiment as me.
Which is?
Felix is not a character you want to be clicking in any remotely competitive game.
Even if the win is guaranteed, you're still not clicking it.
Like I could have $300 anyways, and I'm still locking in literally anything else.
Not Skedaddle. Let's go, Gay. Repping the Felix for us. Right as I say that, Pamu dying as a wisp there. TDO finding a pick on the left. Legendary on the Shrike. Look at this. Shrike Myth Aluna for TDO.
Okay, well, it looks like a lot of teams are looking to hit a few clips or a few. Maybe they're replicating the Shichi clip with all the Shrikes.
Like it's funny how one pop-off clip can just inspire a generation to I feel like that's really how Saros got started, man. It was like Goroy, I mean like guys like Spro been rocking and like Pamu been rocking Saros for a while, but it was like I just remember so vividly Goroy popping off, Pine seeing it, then Pine popping off, and then everyone just playing Saros after that.
Dude, I still remember the Pine clip in the Abyss, where he was like 1v3, killed like
Yeah.
2 teams.
Yeah.
That was hype. Such a gross clip. And here we see Misfit. Ooh, almost got done, but not quite.
Wubby doing a crazy job living for a little bit. Almost had that dunk, as you say, trying to play over to that Abyss ledge. But in the end, LC gonna lock in that pick, put QA on the back foot. TOD looking like TDO, excuse me, looking like they're on the back foot. Nice trade though from the Rain. Legendary follows it up with the double tap. Can they recover here? Thank you, trying to play around this Wisp. Gonna end up calling it off with Aluna showing up. Knows they are not gonna be able to do it in the 1v3. No more ground on that ice, like you mentioned. We see it coming into play here again. Tornado Boy shifting forward, trying to run down the Bebo.
Oh, and SVI have rest on the beacon, so Berserker and Monster Warrior playing together. Thank you, Tornado Boy. Maybe have pushed up a little too far as Mirror Vigil now has to play for his life. Heart Piercer going a little wide as we try to navigate through the wells with the springs.
And they're popped up by a spring right there. Monster popped up as a Wisp, leaving just Legendary left on the strike. Really wants to pull off a Chi-Chi clip, but not going to be able to do it. TDO, our first squad out in game 6.
Ooh, and Lemur almost was able to snag that solo fortitude, but not quite, little too late. On the screen, we see a little carbine on carbine action as Adaptive Elk has fallen in 2 matches.
Little connection on the nade there for Pamu. Gay looking to fight it out against DDM. DDM shifting forward aggressively here. Looks like they are going to find a pick maybe onto our Jewel, but she shifts back in. Afro just so unafraid. It looks like, I think, barely wide on those stacks on Diamond.
No, Diamond had the stacks. It was just user error, I guess, or
I meant, yeah, the shift went wide on trying to reset out the stacks is what I meant.
Yeah. And do we have the spectator bug again, or is this just a free cam moment?
I think we might. We definitely have a little bit of observer issue happening because we are normally not tracking free cam like this, guys. So shout out to Main Jam for helping us kind of navigate these things. Or sorry, it's Numbers and Kaya on observers here for our second half. Main Jam was on it earlier with you, I believe, Tsunami, right?
Yeah, we were doing the EU.
But it does look we got a little bit of some problems from the observer angle, so bear with us here, guys. It is just free steering for Numbers here in the free cam. Meanwhile, yeah, and we have the bug too where we can't kind of see other teams at the moment as well.
I mean, not much interesting happens on this day anyways. We saw
it's the mid game.
Yeah, we saw Bap got a few kills. I mean, the most interesting thing is noting the next storm pull, because this would be like where teams are forced to move, except the storm doesn't pull too far on bullet trains, just because it's the center of the map.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It looks like, yeah, we might be kind of stuck with this view for the rest of this game, guys, but we are going to make it work in our final game here. So we are already deep into it, coming into night 2, making our way through day 2. We do see Gay and TCS bottom left. We know they're duking it out. Numbers makes his way up here so we can see the fight. Nice second win from Pamu with the shift forward. Is going to find the kill on the Destrovus. TCS on the back foot. Adaptive Elk trying to make their way out. TCS like, the dunk from Clyde Cash, not quite going to put Afro all the way down. Now Afro looking to finish off the Kingpin herself. I was going to say Clyde Cash and TCS in general have like been pretty good at recovering when they are sort of put on the back foot. And I may have just, finds the spike, but in the end, not going to be enough. TCS eliminated by Gay.
All right, and Gay have secured a few more kills for themselves. You note here that we are giga zoomed out, and that is just a consequence of using free cam. QA have been eliminated here by LC. That's ABS rotate around. Wow, we haven't seen that much of ABS, huh?
We have not, no. And I'm like, you know, there's something very real about the ping diff, but I think we've seen a couple situations where they've just got caught by some unfortunate third parties pretty early on. And that happened in the first couple of games where it really sort of hurt their placement, making it pretty hard to recover from there. So they do have the Eva in play now with the Bunny, looking at like sort of like a double support angle.
Yeah, I mean, Hudson known 1v9er, best carry in the game. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure a lot come out of it. At the very least, though, we have Squaw here farming in Ion Acres. Ban on the right side. People just chilling because it is the start of the day. People in the farm to their level caps. Tale as old as time.
Yeah, and just a reminder for everyone, our first observer has disconnected. We're not going to be able to get her back in. Numbers had to shift out of free cam mode. When you shift out of free cam mode, you are stuck super zoomed out. So we are just turbo zoomed out now, doing our very best here, guys. And like our observer team normally like is always goated, but when you have technical issues, you know, trying to navigate some of the bugs in play here too, with not being able to zoom in once you're back in normal cam, doing their very best. So hang with us here as we make our way through our final game. Luckily, we kind of already know, Tsunami, the writing on the wall for first place.
Yeah, and we can also see the heart with Micah Munch, as is the classic. I mean, it's like, how do we always pan onto this guy standing next to the heart?
I love it, dude. It's just it's never not in play anymore. Like, it used to be kind of like a rarity, but like you said, it's literally his strat. He's always playing around the two-way and the heart. Nuke out, coming from BAP, trying to force Ban into maybe a tricky position, push them away from this cheeky heart angle. Ban do not want to surrender this spot, though.
Micah Munch is hunting. Bunny is carnivorous. Actually running at the brawl, trying to bait him in.
It is like some pretty even. Oh, almost Donkey into the heart. You saw the vision from Protofo there, not quite able to lock it in. Oh, that's right. It's so good. It's so reliable. And now it's Krillo with the air blast of his own. So he's got Micah Munches that got backup from the team. Now they find 2 kills onto BAP off the back of that, but RTK sticks the heart res. They're looking for round 2.
Yeah, at the very least, the gold armor has been transferred successfully. Tax on BAP has been acquired. Michael Munch, has to kite back a bit far, but the Tonk will steal one away. Krillo, a bit far, escapes the Aluna ulti, unfortunately.
Yeah, and somehow still alive. I don't know how Krillo lives there. Like, makes it out with 1 HP. They're able to get the reset on the other member from Protofo. So a little bit of a recovery there. And they're looking for the re-engage on the Afro. Ban just so unafraid to fight this. Got to be careful, though. Second win from Pamu, barely wide on the Micah, but he gets taken out anyways. Krillo taken out immediately after. Gage is playing so forward aggressive off the back of this Jewel.
Wow, it looks like the fight extended a bit too long there for BAP and Ban. At the very least, BAP are able to pop off yet another res, while Protofo will be sticking next to the heart. And, I mean, this is a pretty fortuitous spot there for Protofo, as Squaw take a fight there from ABS.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, we saw the downside of having the heart nearby after they kill 2 members of BAP, because BAP just reses, but then they just do the same thing right after. So Ban using the heart. Dude, Afro is just unstoppable on this Jewel, man. Like, you just have to catch her in crowd control. If you don't, I saw it. You said wait. I was like, wait.
Dude, Micah just sitting in the bush because they know they're going to try to stop the bomb res. So he's just waiting to catch them from that angle.
So they are able to get the wisp scoop on the Krillo, bring him back. Gay is not slowing down, though. They are so able to donkey tonk into the heart. He gets it against Skedaddle Proto. The air blast almost answered by Pamu. This is like so heated, bro.
Oh man. And it looks like he'll be able to escape, and then off screen Sprokane has died to, as well as B-Roof. I don't know what happened to ABS there.
Oh,
and Ash as well.
I wonder what happened to ABS.
Well, we won't know because our spectator's bugged.
It's all good. They are like slowly dying to world, either like a storm angle or I don't know. Mystery.
Are they all DC?
Maybe could be a EU connection issue, something like that. But 07 for our EU squad looks like is going to be. Did they get full? They're still not fully eliminated.
I got no clue.
Wait, are they doing the freaking Eternal Res thing with triple support? Because I saw the Eva and the Bunny.
I thought you can't do that anymore. I thought
are they trying it? Look how many times they're dying to world, bro.
I have no clue. Interesting.
ABS doing something cheeky.
I've pulled up the stream of Sprokane. I understand now. I understand.
There was a hoodie. What happened?
They're on the bullet train, and they're just resing on the train, perma in the storm.
I see. 07 ABS is eventually gonna go down. It was the Eternal Res, just using the bullet train beacon instead of.
They're just on the train, and they just keep alternating their life. Like that's just all they're doing. I think they looped back into the storm because of stuff showing up.
So, no, I wonder if they were forced into that position or if that was the play. Not going to work out for them in the end here. We are down to 8 squads in game 6.
No, I'm sure they died. Okay.
Yeah, they did eventually get eliminated, fully eliminated there. But a lot of our normal corporate culprits still in play here. We got BAP, we got TLD, we got Ban, we got LC, we got SVI, Squaw, Gay. Actually, the whole top of the scoreboard is still sticking around.
I mean, really, the question is there any team that's going to steal away Micah Munch's toy?
TLD are the only ones we've seen commit to that strat, buy their own two-way, send it out into the storm, say we don't want to deal with this anymore. But it was only when it was like directly affecting their pathing like through those objectives. So we'll see if anyone steals away the toy.
Yeah, we know BAP. I've seen BAP do it before, and the heart has been moved to where I wish I knew. Oh, bottom left.
Okay, so it is in the hands of Gay, it looks like. And we see another two-way going down, getting ready to use it. But, oh, and the other end of it is up here by Ban. Oh, wait, no, that's a different two-way maybe. Either way, carnage ensuing. Ralph is down. BAP getting pinched so hard here by 3 squads. Tonk out. 4 to the side of Ban. Proto going a little wide on that. Got to be careful, though. TLD with the 4th party from the north. Big pressure out into Ban. Nice dunk from Lod's. Going to put Ban in a really rough spot with just one member left. The re-engage, though, from Gay. Looking at TLD now with cooldowns down. Can they find a pickup? Shift forward in the Mega Avalanche for Phenom, looking to answer back with some of that pressure. Lod's in with the Jin, looking for that execution damage. Not going to be able to find it. They're forced out in the clone, getting a little bit of reset for the Sky to Game. Meanwhile, in the south, it's DDM wiping Ban.
I'm looking at the powers for TLD. This is like unrelated to the fight completely. But like, doesn't Abyss Specialist still work with Blinkstone?
I have no idea if I'm being honest, bro.
It used to. Like, I 100% used to be a thing. I wonder if it still does, because if it did, that'd be sick, and that's potentially a clip. I don't know if TLD like were thinking about that. I don't know if they talked about it. I don't have their comms, but it would be really interesting if they could do it. Regardless, SVI will square off here against Gay, who are trying to take the top side of the tracks, have put themselves away from a spot where they can get pushed in by DDM or TLD.
How important is like holding on to the Thunderbolt, like for these hunters they're playing specifically?
Moderately. I mean, Jin kind of needs it to like meaningfully dunk people or actually chunk them. And it looks like BAP won't get their crown. Wait, LC have died already.
Dude, that's actually huge for the rest of the lobby, bro, because BAP was positioned right there, super close, 3rd place. I mean, what, like barely behind our 2nd place squad, or were they in 2nd place after the game 5, weren't they?
They were 3rd. They were 2 points behind LC, which were 2nd.
That's what it was.
But LC also died a while ago, so I have no idea.
Dude, this is Gay's moment, bro. If Gay can find this victory, they're already on like a high tempo kill game. This is the game they needed. That exact situation we described with BAP and LC making a mistake going out. If Gay can capitalize here, nice E-plat cancels the dunk from Lods, but the Lemur chilling finale, beautiful air blast pushes it off from Pamu there, but Lods answers back, finds the dunk in the end, puts Pamu into Abyss. Now Gay finally on the back foot for the first time. It seems like they're fighting a squad on every direction. It's going to leave just Afro left isolated to the right.
It looks like we might get picked off here as well as TLD pick up another kill. Maybe even preparing for the victory lap. I still just want to see Lods with the best specialist. Lods! Oh, I don't know if I want to see that one, Lods.
That's why they didn't give him a best specialist, bro. It would have been on the tracks, in the grave, right here, as they look for this res, just eating so much damage through the storm and the rain of arrows. The two-way TP comes through. Lemur trying to buy a little bit of space with the chilling finale, but all of a sudden, TLD in an extremely sketchy situation. Lemur goes down. Phenom fighting in the 3v1 against the full force of DDM. Lods somehow still alive, got rezzed after that unfortunate train incident, looking for another train res themselves, now looking to just play Abyss.
Yeah, he got 2-way TP'd. I don't know if it was Lemur who placed it when they were stepping it earlier.
That was clutch. Yeah, very clutch.
Lods now has no Blinkstone, a little naked and afraid, but as of now, no one wants to push his island. We'll handshake a little bit at Goroy, or we'll murder him immediately. I'm hoping that heart is friendship and not I will kill you.
Goroy may be hoping the same on the bishop down here, as we do see SVI making their way in. There might not be enough space for the both of them on these tracks, though.
Oh, wait, no, Lods believes in friendship.
He just turns his back to Goroy. I love this. Instead of the 1v1 fight to the death, it's a moment of friendship on the breach.
Okay, it's your turn. I just tried to res. You could try it. Oh, no, never mind. We'll just wait it out here. Okay.
And DDM and SVI are like, where are these other two squads, bro? Like, we saw
It's actually probably so confused. They're probably like, where is everyone? Oh, Lods.
Dude, we saw the vision there for Lods. Looking for the clone shift onto the res with the crown is not going to work out for him. Gets eliminated there by DDM's diamond.
And Goroy distraught as he has lost a friend.
Dude, actually, the biggest tragedy is for Goroy here. Now has to hang out by himself on the south. What to do? Is there an angle for this train res, Tsunami?
I think it's a little too short. Oh, with the storm pull? No, it's too short. If he goes into storm,
yeah,
it's still too short. It's still too short.
I was about to say, it's like so, because then you're coming in with like no health. You're right in between this team fight. Ike, what are your other options here, though? He's gonna go for it.
He's gonna go for it, but it's not long enough.
It goes so fast, like 2 seconds, and it's out of there.
Yeah, it needs to be like the storm needs to be like 50% bigger for him to do it.
So fight breaking out though off the back of that. Somehow makes his way over to this res as the fight's happening. Goroy pulling off the miracle for Squaw. It's DDM and SVI chipping away at each other. DDM looking like they kind of have advantage here. Have the tracks angle. Full armor, Dylan. Got to be careful with the train coming through. Tracks lighting up. Very much aware of that. They take the number, or they take the fire. Sunfish looking for the grab, barely wide. All of a sudden, DDM, who are looking so strong, getting pinched by the Squaw third party.
Okay, it was a good try. It was a good send. Let's see if Berserker will punish him too much. Now playing forward as a summon napalm. How are they going to get out of here? A lot of damage eating them up. There is nowhere to run. Oh,
bro. Berserker just executing Squaw right there. We thought Squaw maybe had a fighting chance to come away with this game after that res. Berserker says, no way. Napalm, laser bullets. You are done, Ski. So in the end, DDM does find their way to second place, but it's SVI claiming the #1 spot for our final game 6.
It was actually so hopeful. I saw Gory step in the beacon. I was like, wait, what if a T2 team wins the T1 tourney? That'd be so sick. And then they died. And then they died. So much for that, I suppose.
Squaw doing a great job over the course of the day, though. Really making a name for themselves, continuing to scale as newer players in 1.0, and like really putting together some really kind of nice sequences, nice fights over the course of this whole match.
I think with that, I don't think that will let them be top 6, because right above them was SVI, who ended up winning the game. But at the very least, was a great showing. We're able to outplace a lot of teams. And overall, very interesting to watch.
Dude, super fun to watch. And another team that was super fun to watch was Gay. I thought right there at the end, they had a chance to find that super high tempo game, sweep their way into second above LC and BAP, with them going out earlier. In the end, not going to work out for them. But dude, the real story here is just utter TLD dominance, bro.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to run the scores right now.
No, you're good. We got Tsunami double dipping in rolls here, doing points as well, as we are trying to work the cast angle. So honestly, this, like you have mentioned the consistency of SVI making top 3. This endgame is like a really good example of that kind of patience paying off for them. They are like very consistent with how they kind of play for placement. That was the 2-way you had called out, where Lods makes his way out with a sliver left despite Lemur and Phenom dying. It looked like it was Lemur that threw down that 2-way. We see the bit of friendship here between Goroy and Lods. Right there was I think going for the crown play to try to scoop it, get out of there, is going to backfire as the clone goes into Storm. Squaw, I think, had a very real opportunity here, not quite able to completely finish DDM with this engage, and it puts them in a spot where SVI can now collapse with a third party. And right here, Berserker just has such a crazy position on these 2 members of Squaw. They have literally nowhere to go after the napalm chipping them out and the threat of the nade just completely deleted. And SVI doing a great job finishing up the final kill onto DDM, taking game 6.
I mean, maybe like less of like a climactic game than we were hoping for. Didn't quite line up with the storylines that we were fishing. Like up until the end between LC BAP, as they both went out a bit too early. But we got some funny hard kills there from Ban. Can't really complain. Did Train take as many souls as we were hoping for? Maybe not. But at the very least, nice little wrap up as we see the leaderboard here. So the score differential between LC and BAP actually did not shrink at all. It stayed the exact same.
Literally identical. That's crazy.
So looking into it, we have TLD, our winners for today, wrapping it up with 174 points. Pretty high, all things considered.
Bro. Pretty high, yeah. Pretty high.
And then right behind them, we have LC at 99, BAP at 97, SVI at 92, and Gay at 90. Wow, so this was actually pretty close. If Gay were able to eke it out just a little bit more, a little higher placement, a few more kills, it was doable.
That's what I was saying, bro. They were on the tempo game that they needed. And with LC and BAP going out, like that's literally, if Gay just place maybe 3 places higher, even second place, likely would have got them like over the finish line to second here, and would have been really, you know, kind of unfortunate for the likes of LC, who just barely eked their way into the prize pool here, scooping that away from BAP. BAP, you know, doing a really good job kind of reclimbing the scoreboard though. You know, we saw them very much after the first half toward the bottom, putting together a very strong second half in this set of games to really claw their way back up, almost able to find their way into the cash prize, but not quite. SVI as well, right there at 92. So literal 9 points between our 2nd through 5th squads. Yep.
Overall though, I mean, thinking about the last Turbo Cup, it is kind of a stark contrast. Like TLD, BAP, LC, it was much closer, right? TLD were, I think, only able to win by dropping a monster game 6 with a 16-point lead.
It was a crazy game 6, yeah. That's the normal TLD like storyline plot armor. This one was just saucing from day one.
Yeah, but at the very least, I think this just goes to show the volatility of the patches and how things will change, right? At any moment, a team will look on top, but once we hit a durability patch, amount of shifts, certain teams will be favored more than others. Obviously, BAP also have the roster change. RTK, very, very strong player up until himself, but regardless, team change is a team change at the end of the day. TLD, having acquired lots, having played more games, have cemented themselves as really the top team in SUPERVIVE right now.
Absolutely. And another team looking to solidify themselves was Squaw, one of our tier 2 squads, continuing to scale, finding their way into 6th place. So making the top half of the scoreboard, making a case that they are in fact turning into a tier 1 squad. And I just want a huge shout out to all the players, just kind of wrapping up the rest of the scoreboard here. It's Squaw 65, Ban 56, DDM 56, QA 37, TDO 34, ABS 8, TCS 3. So everyone on the board, everyone's showing up, giving it their all, putting a lot of heart out here onto the breach. So thank you so much to the players for just always putting on such a hype performance for us, regardless of kind of what format, what version of SUPERVIVE we are watching. It is always just so much fun to watch. So huge shout out to the players. Got to give a huge shout out to our production crew. We had a bit of technical difficulties today, but everyone doing an amazing job kind of working their way through that. So huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes, kind of making that happen for us. We also got to give a huge shout out to the viewers. Thank you guys so much for showing up, watching, supporting SUPERVIVE. We love you so much, and we really appreciate, you know, everything everyone from the community gives to this game. Tsunani, any final thoughts as we make our way out of our 3rd edition of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE?
It's part of me that's like, I could be really cheeky right now. But you know what? Let's stop the banter here. I love SUPERVIVE, man. It's so fun to watch. It is so hard to cast, man. Like being an observer is so chill. I get to just like sit there.
You do such a good job, bro. You have that top player insight that really comes through in the cast. I thought it was incredible, bro. So thank you so much for joining me on the cast, man. It was great.
Shout out to Mad Magical, who unfortunately could not be here today, but a lot of the competitive SUPERVIVE scene comes from him. He's not here today. He's a little sick. Hearts in the chat maybe to show him a little love. Hope he feels better soon. He's, you know, doing all this real hard on him, so hopefully he is able to recoup, come back stronger than ever. Maybe we'll see him next week. But thank you guys for having me. W SUPERVIVE.
SUPERVIVE. So with that, we are going to be sending you guys off. Make sure to be signing up for our next weekend tournament where our tiers are going to be rotating again. We're going to have tier 2 back in North America, tier 1 in NA, and then, tier 2 North America, tier 1 Europe. And then rolling in the week after that, we are going to be into our November Turbo Cup where we're playing again for the massive $2,500 prize pool per region. And then following that, if everything lines up, we might be venturing into a final month of squads tournaments to close out the year. TBD on that. But want to remind everyone to submit their clips from today for the contest that we got going. Those winners will be announced next week. Don't forget to sign up for next weekend's event. With that, huge shout out to everyone. Thank you all for joining, showing up. One final congratulations to our winners. It's TLD first place with the $300 cash prize. It's LC claiming second by a thread for the $200 split. So GG's to those guys finding the podium. GG's to everyone watching. Thank you guys so much for following us on this beautiful journey of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. We'll catch you guys next week. SUPERVIVE.
SUPERVIVE. Peace.
Apologies. Quick drink of water. Baroof looking for the engage on the oath. Actually getting really chipped away here by LC. LC, one of these teams we were mentioning at the beginning, very kind of... The EU Special is going to get away for a second here, shown in bush. Would be really tragic to go 12th here. It looks like that is going to be the case. Just game one, though. Ooh, Dylan, like, barely almost not getting that mantle because that pillar was there. He does end up finding it. Reverses it with a still. Two squads fighting each other on tracks, though. It's Squaw versus QA. Got to be careful with the third party from LC to the right. All of a sudden, disaster for Squaw. Beautiful second win from Toilet, connecting onto two. Meanwhile, on the left, it's TLD crushing into the side of QA. They kill.
And LC sweeping up Squaw as well. And two teams gone in an instant. Very hard resistance. Jetski might be caught out, shoved into a locker. Whoa, full healed by the second window. He might be able to get out. Oh, the train! Woo-hoo.
Dude, that was actually a crazy sequence from Jetski there, putting it right on top of the homie, forcing them off. But look, it is chaos ensuing over the abyss on the breach, back to the north, Gay to the left, TLD to the south, and in the middle of it, it's LC. Once again, for now.
Look, this guy has no mana, no HP, no dash, no cooldowns, and now he's coming to the dash trying to sweep through.
Hughes playstyle really benefiting with the Oath. Protofo doing everything he can to live. Beautiful E-plat on the Bola ground there.
LC. I trying to turn with him. The second one coming through, pushing RT away as they full heal the Shiv, but it's not looking so great. It's CLD coming for the third party. LC now.
Okay, he is down. Same time, LC getting pushed from the north, crunched into TLD from the south. The spike comes through. LC in shambles. It's also just
alone and start fighting SVI. And now Jiatski should be able to recoup here with Toilet, full heal, and now they full pinch onto Monsa. Gonna swing the tempo here onto SVI. Thank you has no mana. I don't know if he can play this. Getting run at here by Lemur. And Phenom.
Nice connection on the reap from Phenom. Gonna go through that portal. Follow now in the 2v1 on both sides. Thank you. Tonk through the wall. Dragging logs through as Phenom rewinds back. That rewind, bro, coming in so massive.
Wait, Toilet.
Phenom here.
He gets the race.
But LC.
Wait, they can turn. Oh, Phenom's so low. Jetski, hit the shots. No, you don't. Fall no Lemur, who will send the ulti onto Toilet, find the stun into the bomb from Saros. Thunderbolt proc, finished off with the charge Sunfire, and it is looking like a wraps here for LC.
Crazy Bola to follow it up too. It's going to be Misfit fighting for his life with a sliver of health, is eventually going to go down. Phenom with the oath against the full force of TLD. I think really well fought in the end here for LC, but not quite able to climb the hill, fight against the Titans of TLD, the level 15, the mountain of gold. Your favor, you are able to come out on top still. Nice engage here from TLD though, onto Gay, looking to take out this squad that took out back. Phenom in with the shift, huge damage onto Pamu, just instantly deleted, trying to isolate the enemy Nyx on the wall here. Encore fighting for his life against Phenom. Nice heal for a second, but is gonna get taken out.
They don't really have much armor on the way of their on their bodies. Just a break with Bolo will cancel that.
Shows on Webby there, just getting instant. All three members pushing him across the gap. Chaos ensuing to the north now. Ban, all of a sudden their position kind of surrendered with this shift, having to move into the middle of all the squads instead of having that.
I swear Micah can hear us, bro. I swear he can hear us. And now they hit a big root into Air Blast into Storm. Oh, and there goes Misfit.
Holy Ban, just like the munch.
Does he get the Air Blast? No, he gets. Oh, no, he gets it. Oh, and then he dies to the train!
Right after monster, bro. We thought he gets it, but instead the train gets him. So all of a sudden, Micah Munch is gone, banned now.
Big bomb pop there onto Krillo, and Micah Munch has no heart. Protofo's forced the card away as Berserker now chasing Micah. No TP in sight.
Oh my god, dude. All these members from band so low and just taking so much damage from every direction. SVI, TLD chipping away out of him, leaving those two teams left. TLD wasting no time, try to find the engage. Pretty even match, but the beautiful crowd control from Lemur, trying to follow it up with the Mega Avalanche coming through from Lods. Not quite able to do so. Abyssal Breaker out from Lemur. Shift is Storm for a second there, taking big damage. Really want to eliminate him, get those Dragon Breaths out. But
Super
they
Seep.
isolate the Oath. Beautiful knock from the people there. Thank you. Trying to follow it up with the Tauntaun. Puts himself in the storm, and then Lemur finds the shift into him. They trade for lots, though. It's 1-for-1. Who can
the
go
bomb.
for the res?
Bomb.
It's Thank You on the bomb, trying to play for it. They cancel it still in the 2v2. Abyssal Breaker out, avoided by the Vox, but Berserker does go down. So the Wisp res confirmed for TLD, not for SVI. Leaves Fonz the last member left, and the train rolls.
Much land to settle for as the Oats will shield bash into each other, but the Berserker working with a broken one, lost in that portal, immediately trying to add more tempos. Phenom swings it with the car. GTA engage looking here as he's trying to pressure there, Monza.
And they are posting up walls as well, looking to dominate this final fight. Meanwhile, to the south, it's BAP versus QA. Nice second win traded, but isn't going to be in time. Pine is to the back, just chipping away with this anti-heal and damage from the Saros. RTK trying to get away from the restart. The Legend goes down in the chase, but Spike is traded on the other side. SQA finds the...
Yep, fourth was the best they've gotten. Hopefully not for the day. We'll see them maybe recuperate.
This storm is just cooking. This is so rough. He's going to walk right into this fight with no health. Actually just can't get out of the storm. It's just cruising too fast. Meanwhile, Carnage to the right. TLD down a member. It's DDM taking it to him. Phenom has forced a kite out. His time with his own jump pad. Knows TLD is there waiting for his own turn at the res when they leave. Speaking of turn at a res, it's Micah Munch not getting a turn. Portal DDM looking for the collapse on the TLD. E-plat out. Maybe the saving grace there. But TLD a bit split. Phenom to the south. Will he find the flank here? Shut down by the Bright Shield. Almost spiked with the ground there. Phenom just gets deleted with the fourth party coming in from Gay. Gay absolutely smashing into the side of this fight. DDM in tatters. DLD down Phenom as well. The Lemur trying to play.
Same spots where they just had to fight. It was like a train intersection, and they were just locked on course into each other.
It looked like DDM was ready for it while TLD was not. I wonder if that was like an intentional play there from matches on the Stars. Oh, but gets caught in the portal going back into Storm. But Squad may be getting caught now with the engage from TLD. Third party to the right. Gonna put Sunfish. Big chill and sometimes do what you gotta do. Oh no, in slow motion. But they're actually not. They are back at the lobby screen. So it is a rogue heart in play. Maybe TLD's heart this time. LC just getting crushed. So much Saros damage coming through. TLD follows up off of that initial lead.
Notice that the Nixes aren't too interested in hitting each other. Oh, Skedaddle is eating a lot of damage there from Lods.
Dude, these snipes coming in from Lods. Lods not missing on his Saros. PS for DDM, ranking them up into third here. Now it's the battle between the full four squads. TLD looking so strong, just really...
Okay, well, TLD maybe aren't big fans of that idea.
No respect for the 1v1. Actually, that route from Suncheese, wait a second, now trying to find their way to first, but has to be a miracle here. Tsunami and the dunk from the lead.
The overgrowth, maybe blocked him a little bit as we send the fly to the Firefox, trying to gap close. Pano getting spiked, but Afro is able to trade a kill on the way.
For a reason, Skedaddle trying to kite out on the Fox here. Oh, the action continues though, like so much kind of fighting. A lot of teams realizing they got to catch up to TLD on the scoreboard if they want a shot. Big damage out onto the side of TCS. Nice flank from Misfit, finds two, just pumping with these shift resets on the into the heart. Getting a delete for them. This hatchling's still alive though. They moved the heart.
Dunk and Lods has taken out Dylan. Matcher's trying his best to juke and drive, but maybe nowhere it was heart migration. As QA pressured on this island here. Protofo sending the car, will not get the stun, but it looks like Webby Bay has nowhere to travel. Mike Munch trying to lay down some pressure there on the 44 Ducks as Gay coming for the third party after looking to spread the static, does find it, crashing down to Micah Munch. Now everyone forced to axe. Krillo getting spiked.
Oh, nice tong from Proto trying to defend Band's honor here. Still fighting in the 2v3. Can they finish off? Afro clutch heal coming through.
Micah
last minute, barely keeping it left. Micah looking for one more auto attack and another R&B.
And she dashes in.
But the root, Micah somehow finally finds the kill, but full force of TLD is here. The second win connects on the one, punching into Protofo as well. The spike with the damage coming through from really good squads. Another really good battle against TLD there. Uh-oh, the grab though coming in from Squaw. It's Goroy on the Bishop.
Oh, Afro.
So much burst on the Dylan. Got to be careful with BAP on the south, continuing to just hold this space off the boat. All of a sudden, Squaw in a really rough spot. Sunfish down as well as Dylan. It's going to be just Goroy left. Has nowhere to go. Right into the arms of BAP. They take those three. EO in a bit of a tricky situation. They have to force their way through this gap in the.
Try to recoup. Pressured here. Berserker maybe a bit too far as the Tong Tong comes through. Doesn't commit to it. And now TDO will come in for the third.
Dude.
Back read the message. Now turned around, pushes Jin now towards LC.
Legendary did not get the memo. Shifts it in.
Launch has been placed. The start of forcing him as well, and BAP have manipulated conditions.
That's just like a perfect sequence, just crushing LC, beautifully executed from BAP, pushing them right into the arms of TLD. So they didn't get the wall message, Tsunami.
He's dancing, he's trying, he's burning cooldowns at least, but he's giving a reset now to TLD.
TLD claimed the wipe. TDO out at third here.
Oh, big name pushing feet on, but rewinded back. RTK stun CC, but RTK without a crown, without armor, without an ulti. Trying to stall. Now has no ulti. Just came back up.
Bro, T almost dying to the glider earlier. He does have Clyde, and it looks like Destribus is fully away from this fight. So this fit shift forward. Toilet barely wide with the grenade there. Jetski, crazy brawl movement, double shift into the air slam, isolating. Thank you.
Can't chase super well. Maybe that's just me though. As ABS find a fight here against Squaw.
Dude, some nice connections for Squaw, despite some bans coming through. Sprokane looking for the rest. The Luna ult is going to get it onto Ash. Maybe get them out of there. Beautiful play from Sprokane to keep ABS in it. Now, all of a sudden, with cooldowns on cooldown, Squaw is caught by the third party. Gay not going to be able to do it this game, though, as they're taking out Ash, trying to do the same for the side of ABS. Afro has something to say about it, though, just being so obnoxious. Absolutely denying any chance at this res.
Onto SVI, RTK. Oh, is he getting stuck in the nuke? Ooh.
And the napalm down, making just a zone of fire. 2 napalms down. So much explosion on the ground. Oh my god. Pine, Vera, Death's Fury connecting all 3 shots, deleting. Monster now just has to finish off this bomb. Is going to kill confirm that. And another.
Certainly looking to press the issue, or at least take this opportunity to find a fight against Gay.
Yeah.
Looking at how the storm is closing.
You think Gay's playing this almost like more for the levels? Or
just for something to do, basically.
Yeah.
Like just any advantage. As Afro eating a lot of damage will get healed up a bit by the second win, but now BAP coming in for the third. The Abyssal Fang.
Oh,
big stun there, chunking down LC.
Oh, all of a sudden, LC in such a rough spot, bro. Holy, and TLD remain. Chaos ensuing, though. They find a spike on the TLD, so Gay, maybe a bit of tempo here. Shifts onto Lemur. Can Afro find a huge pin from Lemur with the R&B into the wall? Phenom trying to trade, but gets taken out as well. Gay forcing their advantage. Lemur just myth left, has the jump pad down, trying to find his way out of here. Tsunami, but is he going to be able to do it? Stuck on the wall, over in the airbox. He's gone. TLD finally not able to claim. Want to force something against BAP here, or not force it, kind of play back into their advantage. Afro does try to force shifts forward. Huge punish from BAP. They take out the Jewel, instantly take out Pamu on the Zeph right after. All of a sudden, it's just
we're good playing together. Thank you, Tornado Boy. Maybe have pushed up a little too far as Mirror Vigil now has to play for his life. Heart Piercer going a little wide as we try to navigate through the wells with the springs.
Popped up as a wisp, leaving just Legendary left on the strike. Recovery there, and they're looking for the re-engage on the Afro. Ban just so unafraid to fight this. Got to be careful though. Second win from Pamu, barely wide on the mic, but he gets taken out. BAP just reses, but then they just do the same thing right after.
I think they loop back into the storm because it stopped showing up.
Use it, but oh, and the other end of it is up here by Van. Oh wait, no, that's a different 2A maybe. Either way, carnage ensuing. Ralph is down. BAP getting pinched so hard here by 3 squads. Tonk out for the side of Ban. Proto going a little wide on that. Got to be careful though. TLD with the 4th party from the north. Big pressure out into Ban. Nice dunk from Lods.
Moderately. I mean, Jin kind of needs it to like meaningfully dunk people.
Making a mistake going out. If Gay can capitalize here, nice E-plat cancels the dunk from Lods, but the lemur chilling finale, beautiful air blast pushes it off from Pamu there, but Lods answers back, finds the dunk in the end, puts Pamu into Abyss. Now Gay finally on the back foot for the first time, is isolated to the right.
Looks like.
Oh.
I still just want to see Lods with a specialist. Oh, Lods! Oh, I don't know if I want to see that one, Lods.
Badru, Lemur trying to buy a little bit of space with the chilling finale, but all of a sudden, TLD in an extremely sketchy situation. Lemur goes down, Phenom fighting in the 3v1 against the full force of DDM.
I'm so confused. They're probably like, where is everyone? Lods.
Here. Have the tracks angle. Full armor, Dylan. Gotta be careful with the train coming through, tracks lighting up. Very much aware of that. They take the number, or they take the fire. Sunfish looking for the grab, barely wide. All of a sudden, DDM, who are looking so strong, getting pinched by this Squaw third party.
Okay, it was a good try. It was a good set. Now playing forward as a summon napalm. How are they going to get out of here? A lot of damage eating them up. There is nowhere to run.
Just executing Squaw right there. We thought Squaw maybe